Let me tell you a story. There are tons of incredibly powerful organizations all over the world, but you know what they have in common? They're all afraid of one man. His name is Peter, as we see him sitting atop the corpse of a hill of bodies. What's even more surprising is that this Peter is somebody in his 60s. We see a man close to death on the floor explaining if Peter did not act out, he could have remained the most legendary killer in history, but now thousands upon thousands of people are trying to take him down. Isn't that just tragic? We see the person that he is facing wearing a big bubble head right on his face, and we find out that Peter devoted his life to this gang, but now they're out for his head. He says, "You're him, aren't you, Peter?" And oh my gosh, who would have expected Peter to be wearing this really funny mask? He begins to think out loud, saying, "It doesn't make any sense. There are thousands of watching your every move, but how are you here? Nobody's even able to find you," as he just picks his ear. Well, technically it's the ear of his mask. He then begins to walk towards the man on the floor. He says, "I can have 10,000s of eyes watching me, but none of you are ever going to be able to find me." He then is about to take off his mask, and the man says, "Wait, this can't be. You are." As we see the silhouette of a man holding a cigarette as well as his pistol, and it seems like Peter has turned young again. 3 months ago, we see a dirty alley in Korea. We see an old man putting up a poster on the shelf as we hear a lot of voices telling him to stop because he hasn't been answering the phone to show up to his appointments, and he also has a lot of medicine on the table, and it seems like he only has 3 months to live. He says as he brings some books over, "I'm not even afraid of dying. I've always lived my life on the brink of death, and I don't even regret a single moment." He is now looking at this book in his hand, and it is about how to take portrait photos. He says his only regret is not having any photos of himself. We are at the Hana used bookstore as a lady walks in, and it seems to be a student. She says that she's looking to buy a middle school textbook as her MC is busy tending to some other things. He doesn't say anything, but he turns around in an instant and he says with a smile, saying, "We've got anything you could possibly need at our little bookstore." He is carrying some books. As he mentions, we have textbooks from all over the world from 1960 to current day. Is there anything you're looking for? Just the most recent ones, I'm guessing. She says, "I've got a younger brother in middle school actually." And he says, "Ah, I see. So you're the student from the high school down the street." She is super happy, and he says, "You must be a third-year student judging by your tag," and she is quite surprised that he knows his stuff. She then says, "What the heck is this?" It seems like he put a lot of books on the counter, and these are actually all brand new, and she only has 1,000 won on her, which is roughly $1 in USD, and of course he says, "You can just have them." She says, "I can't." He then rips it apart, and he says, "Well, actually, technically this is all used now, so you can have it for free." He then tells her, "Be good to your loved ones while you still can, and that way you can live without any regrets." She then says, "Mister, what's your name?" He says, "You can just call me Mr. Bay." She says, "Oh, alright, Mr. Bay. Have you ever regretted anything?" And he stops tying up the books. He says, "Well, I only have my fair share of regrets, but some of them he can't let go of," as we see his daughter is being taken away from him. He then says, "Don't do anything you could possibly regret," and it seems like she has a knife out, ready to stab our MC. He says, "I won't kill you if you do." She really wonders how he knew, but he doesn't even retaliate. He just says as he continues to tie the books, "I have never seen you around, so I had to ask a few questions. You said you were a third year, but the school has only been open for 2 years," and she begins to sweat crazily. She then says that this guy really caught me, and he also explains that it was a smell that gave it away. "I lived my life surrounded by the smell of blood, and do you really think perfume could hide your stench as well?" She doesn't really care anymore, and she has no choice but to eliminate him, and she really wonders, wait, I'm holding the knife, so why does it feel like I'm the one that's about to die, as her MC is holding onto the string? He then looks at her and she is surprised. He drops the book on the table and he says, "Take them. I can tell that you weren't lying about your brother," and she seems very confused and she doesn't know what to do. He says, "Oh, you're from that Yongguang orphanage just like me, huh?" And she's like, "Wait, what the crap? How did you know that?" He explains, in our organization, if you fail to provide your volunteer service, then it's time for Plan B as he dashes right towards her. He then grabs her by her neck, but it seems like he just saved her from the two people crashing through the ceiling, and they are armed and ready. He then covers her head as he protects her, and he takes a gunfire. He says if you fail your mission, then you need to get rid of both the target and the volunteer. She then looks under, and he actually got hit in the stomach as the blood begins to flow on the ground. They cut the corner and the bullets are missing them now. He has his own pistol as well, but it seems like one of the men took the lady hostage. He is infuriated by this, but he gets punched right in the face, and he also has a hard time controlling his body due to old age. The guy wonders, really? Are you telling me this is the legendary Peter? He says, I'm so sorry, Sir Peter, but your legend ends today. We see a bald-headed wannabe Saitama, and he has an octopus tattooed across his head. It seems like he couldn't go to Turkey for that hair transplant. He says it looks like legends can't escape cancer, and this man is Octoman. He is the boss's informant, and I'm guessing he is also an assassin. Peter asks while he is laying on the floor, why are you doing this? What do you gain from taking me out? He seems really bruised, and no, man, he had a big smile on his face just a few panels ago. He says the boss is nervous because of you. There are thousands of people who want you dead, Peter, and it's all too late, because the bounty on you is 7.6 billion won, which is $7.6 million, and oh my gosh, that number is only going to increase. He says that's the exact amount that's supposed to be in my bank account. And Octoman says, yeah, it's the money you were paid for devoting your body and soul to this job. He says now that money is up for grabs, and he then smiles crazily saying, why the heck wouldn't I go after this money? And our MC seems so pissed right now, but he gets punched in the face as well, and punched even more and more. This guy says, why did you have to make things so difficult? He then gets sent launching through two curtains across the door, and he is lying down on a carton of boxes. They then head towards him, but he tosses something, and it is a flare bomb as we see a huge explosion from outside the bookstore. He then manages to escape, and we see the young lady just absolutely frozen in fear. We see a park outdoors, and it is also raining heavily. He is panting super hard. We see a trail of blood beneath him, and he is quivering and absolutely shaky here, and it seems like he's reached his final moments. He looks back on his life, and he says while other kids were learning to write with a pencil, he was out there assembling guns and such. He was learning how to shed blood into a mannequin, and also he was learning how to tap phone calls, and each day of his life he was either a spy or he was also out on the battlefield with terrorist groups fighting for his life. But after the new boss had taken over, everything changed. This man says, he is basically going senile. I had high hopes considering Peter's illustrious reputation, but it seems like he has gotten sick, and he's already on his deathbed, and we need to get rid of him. He then grits his teeth and clenches his fist, and he tries to get up saying, how dare they treat me this way? I can't die like this. Anything but that money. That money was for my daughter. And so he begins to pass away in the middle of this kid park, and just like that, the job has been finished. We are now at Octoman's hideout at a Chinese restaurant. The two people wonder, we almost had him too. If only we eliminated Peter, we would have been rolling in the dough, dude. But these dudes are just cooking some stew. One of the guys says, he is a legend after all, and I threw away my kickboxing championship title for all of this? Really? He has a picture of Peter, and he says, I'm going to be the one to get this old geezer, and I'll boil him up like some sort of crawfish. They wonder who the heck is this, because somebody has wet hair and is also wearing the same thing that Peter was wearing. He says, oh, it's Peter, but they say, oh wait, never mind, he's just wearing the same clothes as him. The young man's forearms are absolutely veiny and pumped. He says, I'm not sure what's going on myself, and once I woke up, I was just like this. This guy then puts his hand on this man's shoulder, saying this is no place for young guys. But our MC grabs his forearm, and the guy wonders if our MC is in the business, and oh my gosh, he goes to punch him, but oh, our MC just catches his fist just like that, and he wonders how the heck he's so strong, despite using his bare fists. He then crushes his entire hand, and his other comrade goes to stab him in the back literally, but we see 5 shots of death just hit this man all over his body like he's getting an acupuncture, and so the other man is left to fight. He wonders who the heck is this guy. He says, being able to wield an edged weapon makes you 3rd class. Being able to wield every weapon is 2nd class, and for those who are 1st class, They can make anything their weapon, as our MC grabs an octopus and he's about to use it, and oh my gosh, don't ever mess with the MC. The man is nervous, really wondering if he's going to use an octopus leg, and so he dashes at him with a knife. Our MC throws the octopus at him, and he wraps it around his neck like it's a scarf, and then he literally just tosses him around like he's some sort of ragdoll, and oh no, his final destination is the boiling pot of soup, and just like that, this man was literally burnt alive, but it seems like he's kinda fine and whatever, let's just say he's seriously injured. Our MC remembers Octoman saying that his bounty is now 7.6 billion won, and he also remembers his ugly and disturbing face. He looks at the picture that he has of himself, and he really wonders if this was the only evidence of his face that they had. He was the absolute best in the business, and when our MC woke up, he magically returned to his younger self. He then begins to smoke, and he says the old Peter is now dead as he burns this photo, and our MC is back in his prime with those beautiful blood eyes, and nobody is safe from his revenge. We see a Mercedes on the road, and Octoman is really wondering how the heck did he not catch Peter. He says I need to catch him before, of course, his bounty is announced. The girl from before is just listening to him, and they arrive at the restaurant. Our MC opens the door to see everything clean and clear. He says you got fortunate, Octoman, cause definitely Octoman would have been his next target. We are down here at the subway, and everybody's wondering if this dude is a model. It is our MC with his shirt off, and oh my gosh, this dude looks like prime David Lade and some sort of bodybuilder. The gunshot in his side vanished, even the pain from the cancer cells is completely gone. He wonders if he is dreaming, and did this guy just get another body like Daniel from Lookism? That's gonna be pretty cool. The organization can never recognize him now, as we see him literally standing as his bounty is right behind him. He says more importantly though, I'm gonna need clothes that fit, and yeah, our MC is way too jacked to be wearing this old man's clothes. He says I only got paid 100,000 won this month though, which is only $74, and yeah, times are tough. We see people talking and chatting, and we see a smug-looking gangster saying, as a CEO, you gotta dress the part. I'm not some sort of thug, you got it. The youngsters nowadays just sign whatever contract you put in front of them. Our MC then walks up to them without a care in the world. He says this is a non-smoking zone. Don't smoke here please, I'll appreciate it. He then tries to smack our MC a bit, and he does it, saying that I'm in a good mood today, so cut the tough guy act and get out of here. Our MC then steps towards the exit, and it seems like he locks the door, saying I'm gonna end this quickly, and look at our MC's back muscles, this is absolutely crazy. He then walks back to them, and these two are really wondering if this kid thinks he's a superhero. He then pulls up his sleeve as we see his bulging tricep and his ripped forearms, and the guy is getting sick of our MC, but as he's about to smack him, our MC hits him right in the left side, he spits out saliva, and he comes crashing to the ground. The other man in that tight shirt as well, this tight little polo, is of course holding a pocket knife. Our MC really wonders what the heck he's doing because he's holding a pocket knife the wrong way. He's confused, but the guy says, I wasn't going to swing it around. Screw you, dude. Our MC just gets into his position, saying you wouldn't be sticking your arm like that if you really wanted to stab me. This guy dashes at our MC, but he just holds it and punches him right in the face. He hits him in the neck as well, and the guy wonders who our MC is. He says, I don't know what kind of shady practices you're in, but if you were to find out what he did for a living, well, let's just say you wouldn't leave this place alive, understood? And the guy is definitely shocked here, and he doesn't have the willpower to move. Our MC tells him no more illegal business. Understood. And welp, our MC's still broke right here, but he's wearing a beautiful suit because it's probably the one he just stole from that guy. We find out that the only thing he requested was for them not to touch his money, but in the end they did, and he really wonders if they're going to do it like this. He then says that he grew up at Yong orphanage, and it was pretty much inside of a small church. 50 years have passed, and there is an ad right here, and it is called Glory Club's mission to feed hungry children around the world. That Glory Club turned into a large-scale crime organization, and Glory Club speaks up for those who cannot. They hide behind the alias of Glory Club. He then mentions that he devoted his life for this organization, but now he is going to be the one to bring it to ruin because of how far gone it has become. We see somebody sitting in some sort of butcher shop or warehouse, wondering, you came alone to catch me? Octoman says, well obviously, you're not some legend like Peter. And this guy on the chair says, You douchebags at the Glory Club have really been overstepping your boundaries. This guy seems really confident in his abilities, and it seems like he is surrounded now by 4 of these big dudes right here. I'm guessing they're Russian, and they're actually the top private military of the West since 1984. The guy on the chair wonders if this guy is being cocky. Octoman doesn't move from his place as the 4 attack him, and he seems unfazed, and the man on the chair is now shivering as he crawls away, wondering how this is possible, because Octoman just twisted this guy's neck, and he also twisted his own neck to look at the man sitting down. Octoman's specialty is contortion of his full body, and he's ranked first in the nation for Jujutsu, but yet he is only a rank B+ hitman. He yells for Octoman not to come closer, but Octoman then chases him with his whole body literally in the other side, and this is definitely like straight out of a horror movie. We are then back at Octoman's restaurant, and he is explaining to the lady that it was Peter that managed to beat up those guys in the kitchen. He says the bounty for Peter is going to be announced soon. I need to get him before anybody else. He informs her to tell me about anything you see or find out about Peter, and she remembers Peter saving her. She just says yes sir, but it seems like she doesn't want to do it. One of his waiters is really wondering what this is, because he tells the person we are closed for today. It seems like her MC is just sitting in the center table, and this guy really wonders, does this guy have an appointment that I wasn't aware of or something? He says, no, nothing planned, nothing in advance, no reservations or stuff like that. He says as he looks up and he's still holding his chopsticks, we have a score to settle, around 7.6 billion won, and Octoman just says, lock the doors. He speculates that this young kid is probably one of Peter's associates, and he then explains regardless of who you aren't leaving this place alive for your intrusion. He then also says in his head, wait a second, how the hell does this kid know about Peter? He's definitely not part of the Glory Club, and I wonder what this kid is scheming. The waiter then whips out a silenced pistol, and Octoman and Peter both meet eyes. He puts up 2 fingers, saying, you've got 2 choices. Tell me where Peter is, and you walk out of here crystal clean. Or, you can resist and take a bullet to your head. Our MC is still holding his chopsticks and he's acting so nonchalant, mentioning, you know what, I'm not actually fond of either of those choices. And Octoman's like, bruh, this guy's a douchebag. Our MC is about to eat some octopus in Octoman's restaurant, quite ironic. And he says, what about a third option? I am Peter, and it seems like our MC doesn't give a crap about keeping his identity hidden. Octoman wonders what the heck he's talking about. Our MC taunts him, saying, I just said it. I eliminated those 2 in the kitchen. He then wonders, wait a second, wasn't it Peter who did that? Something's not adding up. And if it wasn't Peter who eliminated him, then why is this guy attacking us? And our MC is literally eating here without a care in the world. He says that's a real gun over there, by the way, and even the girl from before is getting her weapon ready. He says, what relationship do you have with Peter? This girl has her knife ready as well, and it seems like she got injured on her eye. He then says, do you really want to know? And Octoman says, yes, I would really like to know. He says, there's only one way to find out, and you should know what that is. Take me out. Octoman smiles, saying, that is my specialty. And he says, leave him just alive enough to talk. However, something goes through the waiter's neck, and it seems to be a chopstick. It went right through to his fatal spot. And she says, this guy's around my age. Nobody in Glory around my age was this skilled. Octoman calls it pretty cool. He says that was probably just pure luck, even though luck doesn't exist. He says, what organization are you with? Europe? Is it perhaps the USA? He then says, you piece of trash, and he brings out his own pistol and he shoots at our MC, but he takes cover behind this table. He says, your young age is showing. You really are lacking in experience. We see blood behind the table here, and he begins to walk and he slowly reloads his pistol. He then turns the corner to look behind the table, but it seems like it wasn't blood. It was chili oil. He wonders where Peter is, but oh my gosh, he is right there hanging on the ceiling on the pillar, and he is still chewing his food. He then spits something on his eyes. It is a chili oil, and that must burn, dude. He smacks the gun out of his hand, gives him an uppercut right in the face, and Octoman says, what's with this dude? He is too strong. He then cracks this dude's neck, and he falls to the ground. But our MC doesn't know that of course this guy is a contortionist. He's then looking at his face, and this guy mentions, I've got decades of experience against hundreds of opponents. Nobody at this kid's age was that skilled, but he remembers that you always need a last resort tactic. It seems like he was being taught right here, and somebody explains, to defeat them, to your opponent, you must wait for them to have their guard down to disrupt your momentum. He then asks his teacher, a last resort tactic, what does that mean? And it seems like that's exactly what he used in the past, because he is actually good at using his body in different angles that are normally not possible. He says that he perfected that tactic, and he's confident that he will never lose to anybody. He then grabs our MC's neck, and he then begins to twist his body as well. Our MC yells out in a fury. He then yells with his eyes all red, "It's time for you to die." But then our MC is looking at him while they are on the ground. He says, "What? Then who the heck am I doing this to?" And it is the waiter from before, and he wonders, wait, my vision was so impaired that I couldn't distinguish the two. He says, underneath our MC's shadow, "I've done this for decades. That's why I'm sure I'm going to die at the hands of this man," as his heart begins to beat rapidly. He says that this young lad could be as strong as the 12 apostles. No, he might be stronger than them, and this guy has good intuition. He then grabs a lady, and he says she may not have much experience, but she will come in handy, right? He says, "Come on, lady, speak up. Come on." She says, "I don't want to go with him." He says, "Shut up, you worthless brat. We're talking business." Our MC then says, "I knew you would come and make the right decision, considering you're of Glory Club." Octoman is happy as it seems like he is going to agree to this, and he then runs towards the exit. But then our MC says, "Don't forget your last resort tactic. The moment you show your back to an enemy is a moment you've lost," and that was something that his teacher told him in the past. Octoman is now wondering, wait, it can't be Peter, and the one who taught him back then was Peter, and he's now seeing a younger version of him, and this must be absolutely crazy to see. He then lets out words of his mouth, "No one has seen Peter and lived to tell that tale," and our MC leaps towards him with his hands, and in an instant he cracks all of his fatal points, and this man is done for, and our MC looks really stylish. We are now back in the bustling city, and this man has a big tattoo on his back. He wonders, all of the security cameras were destroyed, I see. Peter was shot point blank but still survived and eliminated 4 of our trained hitmen without a trace, I see. Let me think here. A mission rank of SSS, as well as a 7.6 billion won bounty. Relay these details to every single hitman in Glory. This guy mentions, I grant permission to eliminate Peter, and look at this tattoo on his back. I'm guessing this is the head of the Glory Club. We see civilians and pedestrians just crossing the street like it is a normal night, but a little young girl says, "Dad, look over there," and everybody looks as well, even our MC Peter. The billboard says, "Provide a warm meal for a senior citizen today." It is an image of Peter, and it seems like this is how they informed Glory Club hitmen on who their target is going to be. Also, by the way, the number below indicates the bounty, and that's kind of smart. Everybody is like, we're from the Glory Club Welfare Foundation. Let's donate 20,000 won and help. And that's only around $15. Our MC crushes his flyer in his hand, and he puts his hands in his pocket and his suit, and he looks so determined. And he says, "It doesn't matter if they find me, because I'm going to come and find them first." He explains that he's going to need allies if he's going to take down the club. However, he thinks of somebody who can help, but he mentions that this person might not be the best to work with, as we see a kind of crazy dog right beside her. We see a destroyed bathroom out in the middle of nowhere, and he opens it up. It's filled with trash and all of this sort of stuff. He says there are more people every time I come back. He says, "Excuse me, I'm just passing through." He is then looking at the wall with stickers, and he manages to press this tile, and a secret underground passage is revealed. He says this place is flashy as usual, and it's literally filled with gold, chandeliers, Louis Vuitton couches, and a lot of expensive decorations. We find out that she definitely used a lot of her money to space up the place. We then see a sharp object is pointed towards his neck. He says it's not like you can appreciate all of this fancy stuff since you are blind, and it seems like that's why she has a service dog. She then opens her eyes as we see that there is no color in her eyeballs or irises. She says it's been real quiet around here, but it seems like I'm going to do some corpse cleanup today, and they're going to have a battle. She mentions, as she uses her other senses to find out who this is, that this man is young. He doesn't smell of any alcohol, and so he's not one of the wanderers from outside. She tells us that she can smell the blood coming from him and there's no way he's just some sort of thief. She wonders if Glory sent him as she tries to stab him in the neck, but her MC just dodges it and he dodges even more attacks. But wait a second, this girl is still hitting our MC almost accurately. If it wasn't Peter, I'm guessing that she uses all of her other senses. Our MC is put against a wall, and she mentions that this dude is kind of quick. She throws her cane at him, but her MC just dodges it as he moves to the right like he's doing some sort of dance. He says, "What's the matter? That wallpaper was expensive." She goes to knee him, and her MC really wonders if she's just been lying this entire time about being blind. But then just in a second, she is literally almost about to get RKO'd, and that's exactly what happens, but she lands on her butt because her MC is going to show some mercy. We hear, "I did not know Glory had somebody so young and so skilled among their ranks," but she says you're too soft, as there is a knife right in front of his head. She says you're probably not going to kill somebody with a disability, right? This can only end if one of us is dead. We then see the dog about to bite our MC, but then literally it just begins to go and lie down on its back and her MC is petting it, and she's wondering what happens. She says, "Wait a second," as she begins to hold on to Peter's face. "You're back to your younger self?" He says, "Enough with that, enough already," and she really wonders, how is your skin so smooth and the old man's smell is completely gone. He says, "You've been good at this for 30 minutes now," and yeah, that's kind of weird, just being touched on your face for 30 minutes. She then falls to the ground and lies down, really wondering how this happened. She then asks how the heck he died. If it was a poison, a knife, or a nuclear bomb, and if her MC were to die, it would probably be a nuclear bomb. Nonetheless, she is relieved as we see, of course, she got hit on her forehead. She wonders, "You're really telling me you want to take Glory out on your own?" He says, "I intend on entering the eye of the storm." He thinks if he's thinking what she's thinking, and he says there's only one way I can do it, and that is by becoming a new killer for Glory Club. And look at her MC's eyes, they're red, and it really just shows his ultimate nature of being a hitman. She then draws closer to him, saying, "What kind of nonsense is this?" And look at the dog, it's so cute, like it doesn't care. She then says, "You're young again," which means no one recognizes you, right? So you plan on joining Glory Club, so you know their plans to take out Peter or you when you were older, because they still think he is alive. She then says, "Your mind of yours really can scare me." Anyway, she says, "You know what, your plan actually won't work. And as my senior, you should already know that to become a killer for Glory Club, you need to be from the orphanage Yong. She explains that the old Peter was from the orphanage, but this dude is a stranger, and dang, how tall is the MC? He's probably like 6'5" or something. He then says, as he smiles, "There is actually another way." We are now at a high school, and all these girls are like, "What? We're finally getting some hotties at our school." And look at that, it's our MC right here, sitting with his hand in his pocket, and this definitely reminds me of Sakamoto-kun. Nonetheless, this man's name is Sunggu Kim, and they mention that this guy has such a manly name, and his skin is glowing brighter than her forehead. I mean future, but probably the forehead as well. They now have to go over to the assembly hall as these girls approach him, and he says, yeah, off we go. We find out that Glory Foundation founded their own private school called Shin Yongwon High School, and it seems like it's just an ordinary school, but the real reason it was founded was to foster killers, as you see the truth of them right here, students carrying out assassinations. He then says that's the only way for him to become a killer for Glory Club, and all these girls and guys are literally swarming around our MC, and it seems like they all like him. We are at Girls Ballet Choreography Awards and everybody's gathered around the basketball court. He says, "There is one exception to join. It's a very rare exception that is made. You have to stand out to them." We then see it is a blind girl and she's looking as well with her dog like, what the heck is going on? What is he thinking? He then taps on the mic as he's on the podium. They all wonder what he's actually going to say. And he just says straight out, "I am a killer," and everybody is like, what the heck? No way, he just said that. There is another room above the gymnasium. It has glass windows, and these guys are actual killers, as some of them have pistols, tomahawks, and even some sort of string, and he wants them to go and scout him out themselves. Everybody's like, what the heck? This guy wants to become a killer? And oh my gosh, he says, wait, I am a killer when it comes to hitting the books. And bro, that was one of the cringiest thing I've ever heard. Everyone begins to laugh and they're like, this guy is so confident. Well, actually, there's nothing wrong with that. We then see there are 7 people that approach our MC on top of the stage. They say, "Hey, killer boy, were you flirting with my Yejin?" And this guy's holding a Gucci snake purse. This guy really thinks he's lit, but he looks like Dora. He then begins to cry, and we find out that this is Yuseo Jang. He's been faithful to his woman for a long time, and he's also Shin Youngman's most romantic lovebird. But today, his girlfriend obviously got stolen because of our MC. He says we just met today. He goes to punch our MC, but he dodges it, and he goes to punch him in his head right there. But then, oh, he just flicks his head and there's a huge bruise. And this guy really is just showing off. One of the teacher runs up and he has a red card like he thinks this is football or something. He says no fighting as he pinches our MC's cheeks, saying come here as they leave off the stage. These people then wonder what they should do, because they say should we look into him or something? This guy is quite interesting. Our MC glances at them and look at his cold gaze, as all of the people watching say that this dude is so dreamy, but he's a little bit cringe, but because he's hot it's okay, and that just shows you how much people only care about looks, and this is a sad society we live in. Anyway, it is a girl from before. She wonders, what? Is this dude trying to destroy the school in one go? And yup, that's exactly what he wants to do. We hear, Yunbyul, can I sit here? And it is our MC Peter, and it seems like Yunbyul is a name of this girl from before. She says, you know what, I'm not even that hungry, but look at her plate, it's literally filled. Oh my gosh, this girl probably eats a lot. She says, shut up, and she remembers before, when her MC, this is back at, of course, Octoman's restaurant, he says, say that this is the man who killed Octoman, and it is a picture of Peter when he was older. She then wonders why he is after her. He says, no, I wasn't actually looking for you. She wonders as she eats on the strawberry, you changed your mind about letting me live, huh? He says, yeah, exactly, and that's why you're enjoying this yummy meal with meat as well as some strawberries, and yeah, I would love to eat that as well. She wonders what our MC is doing here, and she explains that this place is dangerous. What do you think you're going to accomplish here? Our MC has the sun literally hitting his face like an anime protagonist. He says, then you can help me. She wonders, why should I? As she literally begins to leave, and wait, did she finish all that food in a couple seconds? He says, I'll be in touch, Yunbyul, or should I say Yuna, and she wonders how he knows her real name. He then disappears in an instant, and we are now at the school festival. We find out, my name is Jonathan, I'm the track star of this high school. He set the record for the 400-meter run in the high school division, but now he's decided to retire because our MC is way past him and this guy is not even breaking a sweat. He says, it's okay buddy, and somebody goes to cheer him up, and it's that fat dude from before, and we see somebody lurking in the back. We hear 2, 4, 8, airplane, and our MC has more than 20/20 vision, and they're wondering how the heck this guy is so good. Anyway, it's time to cut some apples, and maybe our MC is bad at cooking or something. Everybody tries, hey, don't worry, we can help you around. And even the teacher says, Sangdo, ask if you have any questions. He then looks at the knife from an angle of light, and this man just made a, wait, what? Did this man just make a, wait, how did he do this? They even mention, I think I just saw the rabbit breathe, and yeah, that's too far. We see people are poking at this teacher, and we hear, say something you coward, I don't feel like cleaning up. The teacher then says, how dare you talk to a teacher? But this guy just says, I actually forget you are a teacher sometimes, and they're pretty much threatening him about stuff. He then says, this is an infringement of educators' rights. He then gets punched over to the ground, and it seems like these guys are bullying a teacher. This is a crazy school. It is our MC, the killer boy, they say, as he's taking out the trash from inside. They then go towards him, and why is there a random girl here? What is she gonna do? As they wonder, why did you assault our teacher? They then spit at our MC, telling him to shut up and get lost. One of them launches a punch, but our MC leans back and dodges it. He throws a couple more, and he dodges it like he has Ultra Instinct like Goku. Our MC just smacks him a bit and tosses him to the ground. The other man in the tracksuit, thinking he's unique and got the best fashion, goes to hit a brick on our MC's head, but just in a second, well, that brick is gone because our MC punched it into oblivion. They're now apologizing as they even kneel on the ground saying, justice always prevails, justice always prevails, and yeah, they run away. The MC says, are you alright sir? He says, thank you for standing up for me. And he says, Sangdo, was it? Our MC is about to get kicked on the head, but yup, our MC just blocks it, and he says, I have an eye for talent. Our MC wonders what he means. He explains, your cup of coffee. While you were fighting those little brats, you didn't even spill a single drop. And he then wonders where Sangdo learned to fight like this. And he also says as he sits on the chair, why have you learned to fight like this? He says, revenge. I want to get revenge. And yup, look at his face, our MC is not lying. He says, I've lost everything and it might as well be dead. And so, we see the teacher and oh my gosh, He has a sleeper build as he takes off his jacket, and look at the veins and muscles on this guy. He says, how about you join our volunteer club? Our MC's been waiting for this because everybody's been approaching him and such, and he's also been watching him for a long time. This is the Glory's killer coach, and it seems like he's finally going to join the club. The teacher explains that it's not going to be easy for him in there, and we see the door open, and our MC is quite surprised that this is the volunteer club. He wonders if this is true, because bro, they literally seem like normal children just eating and on their phones and stuff. The teacher announces, everyone listen up, we've got a new volunteer, and we see Yuna there, or Yoon, and she really wonders why the heck he is here. He then winks at her, and of course she then looks behind her like, wait, what? Is that a signal that he's going to take me out? Anyway, he just smiles warmly and he says, thank you, I appreciate your warm welcome. These two people then walk up here saying, warm, Sunggu Kim. Know what? Your name doesn't even matter. This guy's name is Biggie Dotko, and this other man, Junior Dotko. They're both from the orphanage and cohort 58. The teacher says, come on, just get along, and everybody wonders, hey, let's grill up some meat. And they say, come here, piggy, and oh my gosh, they're about to come at our MC, and even Junior and Biggie Dotko do not want to hold back. Yuna tells them all to stop, and they say, you don't want to get smacked, Yuna, then just back off here. He says, new guy, I'm guessing you've got some experience in fighting, like those little delinquents around the neighborhood. He says, actually, I've gotten into a few fights, so I'm ready. One of them has a knife and the other one just his fist, and our MC stops both of their attacks. They say, guys like you don't know what we're risking our lives here. They say, we want to become a legendary killer, just like him. Apostle Peter, and oh my gosh, our MC is like, bruh, they're literally talking about me. This guy says there's no place for lazy nepo entries like you, and they both back off, and it seems like there's literally an image of Peter right there. I'm guessing it's inspiration. He says, this is wearing me out. Having the two of you talk, it's actually getting quite annoying, so come at me at the same time. They then go into their usual stance, and our MC says, I've been doing this for 65 years, you know that, right? They're all sweaty and stuff, and the people are like, let's go, you should have went easy on him. He got so scared that he ran away. Our MC is walking right here without a sweat, and she says, this is Yuna. Do you really think you're better than us at the volunteer club? He says, what do you think you're doing? She says, you know, I have pretty good eyes, and I saw it the whole time. You didn't even clench your fist, oh my gosh. And her MC just says, I don't know what you're talking about. I always do my best in any interaction or fight I have. Those two are so sweaty. Yet her MC still got no drop of sweat on his face. She then pushes our MC up against the wall, and come on bro, don't turn this into a romance anime. She says, it's suspicious that you snuck into the school. What are you hiding your strength for? And what's your plan here? She wonders if he has something up his sleeve, and then he just crouches down and slips away. He says, you know what? Let's just talk about that tomorrow. It's time for lunch. And she's like, bruh, this is literally in the middle of the night, but hey, our MC could care less. We see a bus driver right here and somebody's in front of him. The man explains, oh, it's just me riding. I have quite a bit of luggage though. He says, fine, I'll load everything up. But he says, wait, what is this? The man goes up to him saying, take a guess at what's inside of this luggage, and it seems like he doesn't do it and they're just riding on the 718. This man with glasses and a suit looks very intimidating, and this bus driver wonders, there's no doubt about it. The suitcase moved and there must be somebody in there. We go back to the teacher, and he explains that their client is Yoon Chang Choi. He's a chairman of Daeha Group, and he's one of the biggest sponsors of Glory. He says if you complete this mission, you will be granted a volunteer license immediately, and you will become an official killer. As Yuna is surprised, but her MC could really just care less. He says that for this mission, they will pretty much be saving hostages, and one of the problems is that one of the victims is a son of Chairman Choi. And so one of the ladies just raises her hand saying, wait, why don't we just call the police? He then explains what Chairman Choi wants is vengeance, and look at the veins in his head. This guy is super angry. Nonetheless, all they need to do is save the son, and everybody whispers with each other. We see Biggie and Junior Dako saying, come on, take us to take this commission on. He says, we've got some other teammates tagging along, right, Junior? And we see our MC as well as Yuna are super excited to go. And why does Yuna look so excited? Like, bruh, our MC's about to wreck you. Just kidding. They're ready for the mission, but the old man says, your first mission is to have a blast at the park, as we see them literally eating a churro and cotton candy while wearing bunny ears, and what exactly is going on? It is now carnival time, as we see some ladies in their exotic outfits of some sorts. The Dotko brothers are like, wait, Aren't they cold wearing swimsuits outside? And they're just looking and they don't know what is going on. She then begins to ponder, saying that according to teacher and according to Coach Lee, this is where Chairman Choi's son has been kidnapped as they were given the brief earlier. All they have to do is find and save this hostage as well as take down the kidnapper, and that's all Coach Lee gave them. She says this is a huge amusement park. What do we have to do to get there? She then wonders if her MC planned something because he looks so confident. He then says, how about we head over there first? We then see one of the workers say, sorry folks, you actually need a reservation to get into this ride, and he needs them to move out so other people can attend. The Doku brothers are like, what? You think we have time for that? And obviously, these people have never been to an amusement park, neither has our MC. They then look for some other rides, and we then see the brothers literally on the unicorn carousel thing, and oh my gosh, they're even doing bumper cars, and they're having a blast. We are now with our MC as well as Yuna, and they are at a shooting competition, and this guy says, you're never going to win at my game. Everything is rigged, and there's no way that you're going to win against this. Yuna has a rifle in her hands and she says, I've never used one of these. But then her MC says, let me take it from here, and he takes away 3 big stuffed dolls, and the guy is just on the floor absolutely shocked at what just happened. They then call over to Sangdo saying, come on, we gotta go now. He says, I'm sure it's their first time at an amusement park, similar to me. We see his childhood here as he's literally crawling underneath some barbed wires, and he says they probably had the same childhood as mine, and he is glad that they are enjoying this now. And he looks at Yuna saying, you'll never be able to enjoy such joyous moments again. Or if you do, it's not going to be for a long time. She's now sitting down right here, and she's of course eating because she loves to eat, and we hear a notification on her phone. We find out Yong Choi, his AirPods try to paired with her phone, and she wonders if he's around here as we see him right here being abducted by some people. She says the location is in the woman's restroom, what's going on? She then enters and there's a woman fixing her makeup and such. She then goes to her asking, excuse me, where did you get those AirPods? And Yuna looks super crazy here. She reminds me of Hisoka, but hey, hopefully Hisoka's not here. We see a big man enter inside the woman's bathroom. What the heck? She says, she's trying to steal my things. And Yuna's like, no, that's not true. He smacks Yuna. Wait, what the heck is she? What are you doing, bro? But Yuna says, oh yeah, you're gonna smack me again? And she's definitely going to take care of this. Our MC says, I'm certain that she can handle herself, as she jumps up right in the air. She then grapples onto him, and she puts the lollipop right in his ear, but then she puts it in his mouth instead, and she doesn't want to hurt him. She says, what were you saying? She says, where did you get those earphones? As we see outside, it is our MC, and a lot of the people there, either workers or even just random civilians trying to enjoy, are looking at his good looks. We then see Yuna's back. She says, I found the location where they were last. He then says, it appears we had our guests on the same place. He says, think about it. The best way to make somebody disappear at a time like this is at a place where there wouldn't be suspicion of yelling. And it is a haunted house, and it's even sold out. She then points towards the entrance of the haunted house, and it's time to go as the doors slowly creak open. The Dako brothers are right here, ready for action, but they are scared and they're literally holding on to Yuna. Our MC charges on saying, how come I don't sense a single person here? He then explains, be ready for anything. This is where their mission starts, as you see smoke begin to rise from the ground. He says our mission is half done, and the reason why is because they need to be kidnapped themselves, as they all fall to the ground, and we see somebody stepping towards them as Dako's eyes begin to close. Anyway, Chochli then yells in, where are the kids? Tell me. The man says they're probably on commission, I'm assuming. He then goes on the phone again and mentions that they're not actually answering. He says, this mission isn't simple. It's Sangdo Park. That's the person we're dealing with, and he was nominated to possibly become an apostle, and even Glory couldn't handle him, so they kicked him out, and oh my gosh, that's crazy. The student then says, come on, our students are capable. But Coach Lee is sweating buckets here, and oh my gosh, he says Sangdo is capable of far worse, and he holds on to his missing leg, as you see this pile and line of suitcases and luggages, and our MC and Yuna are tied to a pillar, and he says, as he has his apron on, kids, do you know, I drugged you with chloroform. And this is a very strong drug. He says Sangdo Park is a sicko, and he puts his leg or his prosthetic leg on the table because Sangdo Park did this, and they need to go and save those children. Yuna opens her eyes saying that Sangdo Park found out I was awake, and he then goes to grab her neck and he's going to saw off everybody's legs. And yeah, Sangdo Park definitely is a menace and a sicko indeed. He was about to grab her neck, but then her phone begins to ring. He then takes it out of her pocket, and it is nobody else than Coach Lee, and he says, "If you dare lay a finger on my students, just know that you will meet your end." He then says, "It's been a while, Mr. Guang. Is that any way for a senior to talk to their junior? And no worries, I'm going to cut off their legs just like I did to you." And look at Lee right here, he looks super furious. Sangdo Park then says, as he begins to put his fingers on Yuna's legs, he says, "Let's play a game. If you guess how many of your kids' legs are intact when you get here, Chairman Choi's son is free, but if not, then I'll take everything." And look at Coach Lee, he's literally shivering right here, and this is not a good scenario. Anyway, he then yells and yells on the phone, but it seems like this guy doesn't care, and he says, "Come on, act quickly, because the fun's about to start." Yuna mentions, "What the heck? If his mouth's open, does that mean he really fell asleep?" And she is talking about our MC. She takes off her shoes and socks, and she then tickles our MC's cheeks, trying to wake him up, and he's like, "Bro, what the heck are you doing?" She says, "Don't get the wrong idea, I was just trying to do that." And he says, "With the smell of your feet." And look, she's definitely pissed. Our MC then breaks out of the ties, and she's like, "Wait, how the heck did you do that?" We find out that our MC just straight up did it with his brute strength, and he says, "I'm going to stop that man no matter the cost." He then says, "Yuna, do you actually like gambling?" And she wonders where he's going with this. And at least for me, I like gambling, but it's not really good. We see both of the brothers free as they confront Mr. Park, saying, "Where is Chairman Choi's son?" He says, "Let's play a game here as well." And this guy says, "Oh, a game." They look at each other because they like games. We see Coach Lee, and he is rushing way over there, saying that you guys should not play this game with him. This guy then brings something out of his back. He says, "If you lose, you both have to leave behind one leg." And oh my gosh, this is a very unique weapon. Of course, both of them take off their shirts like bro, what the heck? They're like, "Let's go, bro, because we're going to make sure that you never walk again." One of his weapons is then tossed towards him, right beneath their feet. Biggie Doggo Brother says, "Well, I'm pretty good with knives." We find out that his specialty is high speed, and he's also the #1 knife fighter. They're going crazy and they are clanging left and right. He says, "I haven't gotten a finishing move in on him, but he's eventually going to slow down." But then, he says, "Wait a second. Something is so strange," as he got hit in his cheek. It seems like they're using the same knife. But then the man says, "Mr. Park, what's wrong? I thought this fight was supposed to go in your favor." He looks at his knife, and this knife that he has doesn't have a sharp side. And look at Mr. Park's expression. This guy looks like an absolute maniac. Our MC Peter, as well as Yuna, walk in, concerned about what's going down. They then say, "Stand back. This is our fight. If we can't win, neither can you." He says, "Isn't that right, Junior?" And of course he says, "Yes, Biggie. But why the heck is Biggie smaller than Junior?" You know what? Whatever. I'm not even going to say anything. We get a flashback to the Hell period. This is pretty much the final program or the final challenge before graduating from the program, and they were only provided with a single bullet, and they spent an entire month, no water, no food, in a forest. There were a lot of vicious beasts, and look at this, guys. Look how scary they look. They look like some summons out of a necromancer, and right here they have like little kids. Everybody used their bullets in a lot of different ways. They use it to hunt or even to betray others. Oh my gosh, that's so sad. And they even use it on themselves, as you see the little brothers here as they witness one of their friends shoot himself in the head. They refused to give up as they were using sticks to kill these boars for food and such, and they were set on making it out alive. They kept their bullets until the very bitter end. We then see he is holding the gun. This is Biggie Dako, and there is a huge bear. Bro, this is like a 15-foot bear. Where the heck did this come from? We find out that this would be the very thing that could alter our fates, and that's how they made it out. Out of the 181 children in cohort 58, there were only 2 who survived. It was them. But what they heard after graduating was even crazier. When Apostle Peter was their age, he had set the record that never been broke before. In the last 58 years, he was the only one to clear the Hell period without using a bullet, and oh my gosh, our MC really is a savage. It's been 10 years, they say. They've invested all their time and effort to become like Peter, and wow, this is just the ultimate yap session. They then go towards Mr. Park. Junior yells out to Biggie, "Come on, I've got him." Biggie then leaps off of the ground and catapults towards him, saying, "You'll regret giving me this knife." But then Mr. Park grabs his wrist and the knife falls out. However, yes guys, Junior is right beneath, ready to stab this guy. And oh no, their knife was shattered by him. He says, "Do you really think you can be like Apostle Peter?" This is called a kukri, and this is a traditional Nepalese short sword. And we find out that he's been trading with this his entire life, and it's around 3 or 4 times heavier than a normal sword. He says says this is truly a killer weapon. And guys, Sangdo is an ex-killer of glory. His specialty is Eskrima, and he is an estimated of an A rank, and that's definitely high. And shout out Philippines, because of course his specialty is Eskrima. They say shut it old man as they run and dash towards him, but he does the same as well. He leaps towards them as well. This guy is not some sort of ordinary white collar worker, they find out, and their body is then twisted. And they say with their last breaths, Yuna, Sangdo, please, run away. Yuna is worried, but Sangdo Park doesn't really give a crap, saying, come on guys, let's finish this game. One leg each. He is about to chop off the leg of Biggie, but oh no, it seems like Mr. Lee is on the phone and he can hear everything that's going on. Yuna shouts out, no wait, he's actually going to do it. But then our MC just walks slowly, saying, let's play a game. You can have both legs, even an arm, even my head if you want. And this guy Park is like, I wouldn't expect something from you guys. So cocky. He is then tossed one of the blades. He says, come on, let's have it as fair play. He says, no, you can't use that sword. But then our MC brings out something, and it seems to be a saucer. As he mentions, this is all I'm gonna need. And oh my gosh, our MC is about to flex on this dude so hard. This guy says, you kids really are a hoot. He then goes after our MC saying, I won't go easy on you just because you're young. Our MC dodges it so easily. He uses a saucer to of course be a shield, and he calls it very creative. He says, I'm sure one is enough, right? We then hear Lee wondering what's going on, and he mentions to himself that he definitely can't let history repeat himself. He says on that day, Sangdo took everything away from him, and that must be horrible. We see a woman gambling right here, and he tells the woman as he has a fork stuck in a leg piece chicken. He says, will I leave this place dead or alive? Let's play a game. I'd put your bets on me, and there seems to be 5 people surrounding him from behind. This guy wearing a tuxedo says, you've put the company in quite an awkward position. We've come to eliminate you because of all the things you've been doing. They then get the chainsaw, the swords, and guns ready, and this is Lee from before as he witnesses, oh my gosh, his subordinates get their arms and legs cut off. He says it was clear that his abilities are far beyond those of an ordinary human, and just like that, he slides and cuts off Coach Lee's leg. He says it didn't matter if they had chainsaws or something and it was not stronger than his sword, because once he had those swords, it was a losing battle. Mr. Park then slashes our MC's saucer in half, and it seems like he also cut his head, but don't worry, it didn't hit him. He says your little shield has been torn into 2. We hear, this isn't good from Yuna. I wonder what do I do now? Our MC just says confidently, I was pretty shocked to see that yours were quite sharp. Our MC just crushes the broken saucers, and Yuna wonders what he's doing, and he was waiting to use it as a knife, and oh my gosh, this is going to be an interesting fight. This guy says, I suppose you're trying to prove you're not someone ordinary, huh? He says, I was so sure I got a good slash on him. I wonder how he dodged that. We find out that he took a step back in the millisecond, and it seems like Mr. Park got serious and he takes off his blazer. He throws it at our MC and he uses that as a distraction to of course just dash towards him. He then uses 4 slashes in an instant and in a blink of an eye. He says you've still got a long way to go, but our MC is right behind him, and oh, it was a pillow that he slashed, and our MC cuts his neck. And yup, it definitely did damage, and it seems he only cut his hand, but that's still pretty good. He asks, who really are you? And Sangdo Park says, with that dull tray, he can cut through thick clothes, and of course he can defend against the swords, and that's why he came from my neck because it is exposed. He mentions that I can't even keep up with his speed. This kid is way too crazy. Is he even a human? And look at our MC right here, he definitely does not look like one. Yuna is just watching all this stuff go around her, and she's just like that standing emoji. That's kind of funny. She says, what the heck? That man is slower than Sangdo. What's going on? Sangdo is bound to win if this battle goes on. But then he gets hit right on his cheek, and oh my gosh, it seems like this guy had a secret weapon hidden beneath these swords, and these kukris have 3 times the mass, and so now it's going to be faster, and he is about to get hit by this blade. Our MC then dodges and dodges, but it seems like it's not doing enough. Yuna says something strange. Sangdo Park has an ice pick instead of a sword or a blade, and he wonders, or she wonders, why he's just swinging them around. He then says to her MC, die you little rat. The ice pick is right on his neck. But oh my gosh, it just falls to the ground, and our MC says, can't feel your hands? And Mr. Park understands what was going on. Our MC wasn't after his neck. He was after his hands, and yo, his hands are absolutely sliced up. And he destroyed his flexors there, and that's why he completely severed every muscle, nerve, and tendon to, of course, wield those weapons. Our MC says with the bloody saucers on his hands, you know what, from the very beginning, I didn't want to even kill you. And this guy Park is just standing, like there's no doubt, this person before me is like a lion or a tiger. And yeah, that's a good representation of Peter. He says that this guy has killed countless individuals before him. And our MC then, he then crumples up the saucer and he puts it as a sort of glove. And he says, I'll end you with the powers you underestimated so much. And our MC is ready to get revenge. We see Mr. Park's life and he is hung on a tree and he's literally pissing on himself because he is hung backwards. They then say, we had fun today, see you next time. And this incident made him awaken a beast inside of himself. And it was this one, as 2 dogs are left in this guy's hands. And oh my gosh, he says, do you want to play a game? Our MC was hanging on by a mere thread, but you know what? He then left the dogs and he went to attack the guy who was controlling them. And he literally just destroyed this guy. Oh no, that was horrific. And the sheer dopamine, serotonin, and adrenaline that flowed within him every time somebody bet on his life or bet on his life for the game or something, he would obviously come out on top. And it was like a drug, and he never failed to win. But right now, he is losing. As we see, he literally gets uppercutted by our MC and gets sent flying around 5 meters away. He says, this can't be, no way. Our MC is about to punch him once again. He has a literal grenade right here, threatening to blow up the bodies in the suitcases. He says, do you know what's inside all these suitcases? It's the children you've been looking for. Even the chairman's son, as you see him here literally in his pajamas. Yuna says that this isn't good at all. This guy's done for if of course he sets off that bomb. He begins to yell even more, but our MC just shoves it right in his mouth and he then is about to pull the grenade. And he says this is how you threaten somebody, and he does pull it out. He punches him right in the side, right on the back of his neck, and then of course a fatal punch right to the dome. He then has a grenade right here and he can't even say anything and he's about to get wrecked, but our MC puts back the pin because obviously he's not done yet with this piece of trash. Mr. Park says, I didn't want to come to this, but please, can we please just call it a tie? Because obviously he's never lost a game before, and really, this is so unexpected. He says, please, I'll let go all the kids. Please, call it a tie. We then see Coach Lee barge in saying, where are you? And oh my gosh, it is Sangdo. He says this is not the Sangdo I know, because he's literally on the ground crying and begging for it to be a tie. Our MC saved the 2 Dokuro brothers, and of course it seems like things are going well. They also found the chairman's son who was shivering, and then they put Sangdo Park into one of the body bags, and he's still saying, please, it was a tie. Please say it was a tie. And yup, he was sent off to Glory's headquarters, and I wonder what he's going to do. Mr. Lee says, the nightmare in my past is finally dead, but I still can't believe it. We see the Dokuro brothers talking amongst each other saying, our team attack really did work on him. And Lee says, I've got a ton of doubts. And he thinks that of course it was our MC, but he says there's no way. I have no choice but to trust what our MC said to him. They finally get their volunteer cards and we're like, no way, we actually became killers. They then get super hyped and they say, wait a second, was he at least an A rank? Wasn't he supposed to be a rank S even? Then why the heck are we only a D rank? And they're now headed all the way to the bottom floor. The elevator dings and they are at their destination. We see 2 huge women right here, and oh my gosh, I wonder if they're like bodybuilders or something. They then say, wrong floor, hurry, shut the door. But then we see a very slim looking lady here, and they say, actually wait, open the doors. And yeah, these brothers really are just a funny duo. She says, come this way, please. Our chairman has taken an interest in all of you. And we find out they're going to take care of this entire group. And look how much food there is. This literally is going to become like a mukbang on YouTube. Anyway, our MC is even putting on this new suit and it looks really great. As we see Biggie as well as Junior Dako saying, oh wow, this guy is ready to pull all the stops just for us. And now, there is one last section. This is our chairman's biggest gift for you all. We see a gold-plated, gold glass inventory arsenal of all of these weapons. She says, our chairman would like to congratulate you on becoming killers, and you guys can get any one you need. And of course, you see the Dokuro brothers say, we don't actually need guns, isn't that right, Junior? But then the next 5 seconds later, and they're already filled with like 100 gens on them. And yeah, these guys are way too funny. She says, let's just send it via mail. We then see Yuna, and she says, whoa, are these Damascus knives? These are also S30V steel, and these are actually really, really expensive. She remembers the fight that just happened, and of course, she says, it doesn't matter. I wasn't able to do anything during that fight. We then see the secretary ask, have you picked out anything, Mr. Kim? Our MC says, I'll take this, and it's just a fountain pen, and she really wondered that kids would have bigger dreams at this age. He says, I've used all of these weapons before, and so our MC probably doesn't care anymore. And of course, he says it's finally time to meet the chairman. She says, let me escort you to the chairman's office. But actually, the chairman would only like to meet with Mr. Sangdo Kim. Our MC is now on the 41st floor with the secretary, and she says a fountain pen was a great choice. She says that was a limited edition from 40 years ago, and well, this guy says it was handed down to me by my grandfather, and yeah, bro, probably not. It was probably you, because technically you are like 70 years old. Nonetheless, they are then talking, and they finally reach the penthouse, and look at this beautiful place. He says, please give us some privacy. And our MC is looking at this guy, and he seems kind of dazzled. This guy says, welcome, Sun-gu. This is Yun Chang Choi. He is a chairman of the Dea Group, and that's the world's leading munitions enterprise. And this guy looks completely cool. And look down on his wrist, that is a Rolex. He asks how the dinner was, and our MC says it was absolutely fantastic, and the suit was a perfect fit. He says, why did you want to meet with me personally? He says, I know exactly who you are, and don't tell me that this guy knows that it is Peter. He then says as he is up close on his face, the name Peter, don't you know it? And our MC just smiles as he gets a flashback of Christmas Eve in 1978, and this is at the Namsan Mountain. Somebody gets electrocuted right here, and they're pretty much asking, where is Yun Chang Choi? And it seems like they're torturing this guy to get some information out of him. This guy laughs, saying, there's only one way for you to save this kid, and he's actually speaking in Russian. He says that's for Korea to hand over the missile you developed for the United States, and hand it over to us. Russia, the Soviet Union. He says if you refuse, that kid is dead, and the chairman is like, no, please, and I'm guessing that this is the father. We get a phone call, and oh my gosh, we see a dude with a missile on a train, and he just blows up a helicopter in an instant. He says Delta Force has been taken down. Mr. O, it's time. You're not referring to that place, are you? That's right, Yong Cathedral. The president bangs in the confession room, and this guy asks, please, I'll give you everything. Please save my son, just help me. We'll support you for the next 100 years. He has his hands on the Bible, and he says, please send the best of those apostles to save him. This guy then says, I see, there is no need to worry. Things will all begin to go according to plan, and so let us pray. He says the Lord's missile has arrived in Moscow, and it is our MC when he was younger. He says, wait, I understand. Is it only that one dude though? He's alone. How is he going to do this? He says, don't worry. Even on his own, he'll finish this mission easily. And yup, this guy is the strongest of them all. And this is Peter. And look at this dude completely dripped out. He has his jacket to keep him warm, and he also has a Yushanka. And these guys are like, who the heck is this guy? One gets shot right in the head, and everybody goes down like flies. And yup, our MC brought the perfect amount of bullets for the amount of heads there. And just like that, the competition is finished. This man is holding Chairman Choi as a hostage, telling our MC to put the gun down. He then says, I know you're Peter the Apostle, that monster. Our MC puts his hands up, and it seems like he is actually going to oblige, but he says, listen here, Yun Chang. And this guy's like, what? He can speak Korean too? He says, on the count of 3, put your head down. 1, 2, 3. Our MC has a coin in between his index and his middle finger, and he tosses it at the guy's head, and just like that, he was dead. And he then begins to speak Russian, and oh my gosh, our MC is way too cold, and this guy might be able to beat up John Wick. Chairman Choi, or the young Chairman Choi, is like, thank you for saving me. He says, are you also Korean? He says, I won't forget this. And our MC is just literally smoking on a cigarette, as we hear the kids say, I'll pay you back one day. He says, listen here, Yun Chang, I didn't come here to save you. I came here to save the future of your father's group, the Deha Group. So come on and follow me. We're going to get you home. And yup, this guy says in his head, Peter is way too cool. Back in the present, Chairman Choi says, I will never forget the face of my savior. He says, Sangdo, it's you. You must be Peter's grandson because you look so much like him. And oh my gosh, guys, I almost got nervous because I thought our MC got exposed. He says, I haven't been that spooked in a while, but it's good to know that that little kid from before grew up to be an awesome businessman and entrepreneur. And he then asks, I heard that all you picked out was a pen. It was a fountain pen. Why didn't you get anything else? He says your kindness is enough for me. Chairman Choi then says there's no way I can let my savior's grandson leave empty-handed. Until long ago, his father had saved the future of Daeha's group's technology, and this is a St. Petrus 4. And oh my gosh, the secretary is right here on it like it's some sort of motorcycle show. He explains that this has the unofficial highest maximum speed per hour at 327.59 miles per hour, and he says you can guarantee that you'll be free from being caught by any spies or GPS or security cameras while on your missions, and this is super cool. Yuna is like, oh my gosh, it's so sparkly. And guys, we see Junior and Biggie Dog Go brothers, and they literally still have the guns with them, and yeah, this is way too funny. He then says, Yuna, get on, as he tosses her a helmet, and he wonders, what about us, the Dako brothers? We get a call from Coach Lee or Coach Gyu. He wonders if they are having fun, and he says, go and show them what you've got. We see the Dako brothers saying, let's show them what we've got, and they'd better not regret this, and then they're literally riding on electric scooters, and guys, I can tell that these two are definitely going to be a huge W for the rest of the story. Coach says when you get there, tell them that the vicious newbies have arrived, and they arrive at the Glory Club Gangseo branch. This is Hapjeong Yongwon Cathedral, and let's go, they are all suited up looking all fancy, saying, it's not easy to be a celebrity in the killer world, and he says, I get it though, we're basically S-rank killers, and our MC just ignores them as he asks Yuna if she is ready, and she says in her head, I hope we're going to be fine. They look way too excited for this. The door is now pushed open by them, and she really wonders if this is where revelations come from. We find out that revelations are pretty much the missions received by the people, the killers, in their given ranks, and they're now giving some communion right here, tossing them a slice of paper beneath the body of Christ, and this is going to be their mission. Yuna is like, so this is how real killers get their missions, but her MC is like, oh, so this is how low-ranked killers get their missions. We see Biggie and Junior Go looking at the paper below, and the mission is to fight. They wonder what this is about. We then see the priest. I don't even know if this guy's a legit priest. He says you guys must be new, so you guys don't actually get newcomers. He then offers them the blood of Christ, or the wine, and then he pours it on them. And he says, you like that? I've been waiting for you to show up, you D-rank pieces of trash. And oh no, big mistake dude, the Doko brothers are definitely gonna make you pay for that. We see the wine soak one of the Doko brothers, and he says, you guys really suck. He then bites a piece of the bread off, and he mentions, I'm guessing you're one of them. You're one of the people who don't fear true pain. They're then gathering around him, as well as the other people. As they say, you brats don't even understand how low you are in this hierarchy. They say we don't, and he tries to kick one of them, saying, we were born to make it to the top. They're then launching attacks, but all of these guys seem to be dodging it. As he says, you know, for a B rank, your mouth is really talkative, and he says playtime is now over. They're going to go at it, and we then see Yuna saying, come on Junior and Biggie, you guys got it. They've gotten way more confident as one of the B ranks is pushed to a corner. He says, where'd that thin one go? And we see that, oh my gosh, Biggie is right underneath him as he grabs his feet, and he says, Junior now. He then goes to literally smash his head with his hands, but then it seems like he has been stabbed on his hands right here by one of the other people, one of the hitmen, and oh my gosh, he gets hit in the face right here, and Yuna is super worried as the guy just says, how does it feel? This person's name is Director Jang. He is 33rd in the B rank, and his specialty is gliding. We find out that the D rank killers are assigned commissions that target ordinary citizens, and there are 330 of them. There are 200 C rank, and they pretty much go up against organizations and violent crime. 100 B ranks, which is kind of impressive, and they deal with internal conflicts with other killers. And 36 A rankers, and they take care of assassinations within the realm of national or international security. And once you become a killer, life is nothing but weapons and bloodshed until you die. As you see Peter literally sitting on his throne here, that looks kind of cool. And pretty much it's always going to be a climb to the top. He then says, you can dedicate every fiber of your being to make it to rank A. However, you can never get to rank S, because these guys are the cream of the crop. And these are only 12 of them. They're known as the Apostles, and Peter, our MC, was one of them. He then says as he chokes Doko, want to know how to become an apostle? He says, how? He says you die and be reborn again. And oh my gosh, this guy is a savage. He then punches Biggie just like that, and he seems to have been passed out. Junior is still alive, and he says, "Yo, Yuna, you little girl. Weren't you Octoman's minions? You don't even deserve D rank as well," as he flicks her head. Somebody then grabs his wrist, and it is our MC. He says, "Let's not cross any lines, sir." And this guy wonders what's up with this dude, Peter. He then squeezes his wrist, and it actually begins to get hurt. And Peter says no words at all, he just looks at him. And things are about to go down. He remembers when the blind lady said, "You're supposed to be a newbie killer. How could you take out an A-rank killer?" She says, "You can say goodbye to all the plans you've set up here. Forget the kids and just stay in your lane, okay?" He says, "I know I'm going to get my revenge on them, but right now he needs to lay low as a D rank." He then gets slapped, and Yuna is just watching him get slapped left and right like it's a slapping contest. He's about to get hit once more. And he says, "Let us take our friend to the hospital, please. One has a stab wound and the other one is knocked out. And of course, it seems like they need to be treated immediately." He says, "Now, please, sir." The guy says, "Yeah, fine. You know how to sweet talk your way out of something, huh? But in return, hand over all your volunteer license." And oh my gosh, he says, "Come back when you're ready to take me on." They then leave the cathedral, and of course, Biggie is like, "I can't believe this. What are we supposed to tell the coach? We lost all of our licenses." He then says, "Yuna Songu, I'm sorry we couldn't protect you," but then our MC just puts a helmet over, of course, Biggie, who is crying, mentioning that it is time for lunch. We then see Yuna and our MC Peter on a motorcycle, and she says, "Hey, Songu, what can I do to become stronger?" He says, "That really is a silly question." She says, "Aren't you upset? We got all of our licenses stolen." She says, "We were weaker than them and it was bound to happen." But then she then puts her head on her MC, and she seems to clench on tightly, and it seems like she is very sad about what happened. We are back at the cathedral, and these two guys are pretty much explaining, "Which one? The pretty one? What about that brat?" He says, "No, I'm talking about the tall one. I don't know if he's young, but his gaze was real vicious." And oh my gosh, our MC is right there praying right in front of them. He says, "Your senior is talking to you, stop." Our MC says, "Why did you have to take it so far?" And of course, he says, "You're going to realize how scary this world can be, you little brat." Our MC explains, "You will finally meet an S-rank killer," and oh my gosh, these guys are gonna be done for. They're standing across from each other as one of them says, "What an apostle can do? You really think you're that good? I've been here for 14 years and I've never seen an apostle." He says, "Come on, we gotta keep this brat in check." But then Mr. Yong is just standing there. He says he's just a high schooler, and I don't even know his name. But still, he's completely open. And that gaze, and look at his eyes right here, he says that isn't the gaze of a D-rank kid, and you're absolutely right, and our MC's eyes really are menacing. Of course, the other dude mentions, "Come on bro, don't tell me this kid scared you." He says, "No way," and he then scratches his head, saying, "I'm just imagining things. Come on, he's a nobody, right?" He then has a book here saying, "You know, we have an unspoken rule here. If a senior or higher ranked person sees their junior conspiring against them, there's no choice but to execute the junior," as he threw the book. And our MC just blocks it with his arm as he expected. He goes to punch our MC, and then he's going to bend down in pain. However, he's going to also hit his eyes, but no, none of that happened. We see his arms get chopped off, and he says this wasn't just an ordinary rosary. He then comes back to his senses, and his head literally gets chopped off by that rosary, and he is of course holding onto his neck, and that was all an imagination. He says, "What the heck?" The other guy says, "What are you doing just standing there? Come on." He is sweating bricks and sweating buckets, saying, "We can't do this. It's because I've already seen the outcomes," and oh my gosh, he's died thousands of times as we see a hill of him right here. He says this is beyond just a losing battle. Those sense of doom in his eyes are far beyond anything that this man could have imagined. He doesn't want to die because of course he remembers he slapped him from before, and so he says, I'm sorry, please forgive me this once." He says, "I'll promise I'll never." But then our MC says, "I heard that one of the basic skills of a killer is the ability to detect death, and it appears you're quite the capable killer, sir." He then falls onto his knees, and the guy inside is like, "What the heck are you doing?" as our MC walks away. We then see somebody waiting outside, and oh my gosh, it's that blind lady, and dang, this girl really is rich, and look at her cute little dog, Alexander. She worried, saying, "What if you got caught?" He says, "Don't worry, that won't be happening. That man is a B rank killer, yet he lost to a D rank, so obviously his pride wouldn't let him tell anyone." Anyways, she asks if her MC needs a ride, but he already has the best ride as he zooms off into the sunset, or actually the midnight sky. We see the coach getting infuriated as we see the Dako brothers wondering what they're going to say. We hear, "Hey kids, it is a dude from before," and they're like, "No, it's a ghost! Help, the power of Christ compels you." They then get nervous as they get into a weird fighting stance, and he says, you know what, quit it brats, here, I'm giving you all of these back. This guy then puts his hands in his pocket as he looks at her MC, and of course he gets a bit sweaty, saying, this kid still gives me goosebumps. Anyway, he says that's enough because they're bowing down. We see Yuna's card right here, and then the Dako brothers begin to brag about how they were stronger, and yeah, these guys are way too funny. We then see Yuna in the sparring room and she is stabbing this mannequin. She remembers the fight between Sangdo Park as well as the Dako brothers, realizing how pathetic she actually was, even against the apostles too, or not the apostles, but when they were in the cathedral. She literally could not do anything. She then stabs, saying, I truly am pathetic. And yeah, honestly guys, she really is kind of pathetic, like Sakura, no offense to you girl. Anyway, nonetheless, she says, I'm only going to be putting my brother Yujin in danger. But then our MC steps in with his hands in his pocket and hands her back her card. She says, I don't deserve that license, and he wonders if it's because of her brother, as we see the image of him on the phone. She then says, what do you know? He says, you know what, I don't know anything actually, but he grabs her hand, and he says, he's not actually your blood-related brother, is he? So he says, tell me, what exactly happened? We see that her brother is really nice, saying, can you come with me? This is when she was a bit younger. She says, I'm not your actual family, you know that, right? She says, you're not even my real brother. We find out that she was shoved into a subway station locker and she should have died, but she was brought to an orphanage, and although they were always low on food, it was actually also uncomfortable there, but she also had no friends. She had no intention of forming any bonds because of how sad she grew up, and this is honestly a heartbreaking story. We see a beautiful sunset and she is down here weeping. She is crying on her knees and she really wanted to die. We then see one day she then wakes up and it seems like her bleeding is quite severe. The doctor says we can't stop her bleeding, and should we send her to the Yong hospital? They say for what? Just throw this woman out. We then see her brother then walk out of the room, and she's like, what is he doing here? She says, I'm so relieved that I'm going to die. But then we hear, are you awake? And it seems like the doctor wakes her up by opening up the curtains, and she wonders how she is here. She then looks for Yujin, and all the other people are like, I don't know where he is. She says that little boy is so stubborn. She goes to look for him and she looks and she says, where are you, Yujin? We then see Yujin. Oh my gosh. It seems he gave so much blood to her, wondering if his sister is okay now. She says, I thought I had no family, but little did I know that I already had one, and it was Yujin, and he was always watching after her, as she begins to cry her eyes out. This guy explains, you know that each blood packet costs around 1300 USD, and he's been taking one of those every 5 hours, and so that's so crazy. Yujin then hugs on to the doctor, and he's like, huh, what do you want, Yuna? She says, please, don't abandon him, doctor. How much will this treatment cost? Actually, it doesn't matter. I'm his sister, and that's the reason why she found her reason to live. She says it doesn't matter if you don't look alike, and I'm going to save him. And her MC says, that's good. I was too nosy and overstepped some boundaries though. He says, continue with your trading. But she also says, while she doesn't look him in the eyes, you're the strongest person I've ever met. Please, I need your help. Help me to become stronger, and let's go. She's about to get way more OP. He then looks at her with no reaction, and she begins to blush, like, why are you acting like this? She then coughs, saying, I want you to become my teacher. And she then points at him, and come on, this is literally a K-drama because there's only one singular light in the room and it's on them. Nonetheless, there's this awkward silence, and he says, is this how you normally ask for favors? She then turns around, saying, you know what, never mind, I don't even need a teacher. And he says, oh, I was already thinking about that. She then goes up to him like, wait, what? You're going to teach me? Let's go. He says, I'll think about it. But let me point out some things first. You lack physical strength, lack a standard amount of stamina, and you are a coward, and you have a bad temper. However, what you do have are eyes that are perfect for killing. She wonders why. He explains, not for a single moment in any of the fights did you close your eyes, and that means she is really attentive. It's almost as if she's trying to remember everything she's looking at and practice it on her own in the future. He says, I guarantee that your dynamic visual acuity is way greater than anybody's, and she wonders why he is complimenting her. He says, I know of a weapon that can actually change your weakness into strength, and that can also defeat anybody in combat, and that weapon will turn you into a true killer, and she seems it is right in her hand, wondering what exactly is this. We then see somebody smelling money, and oh my gosh, it is the Dako brothers, and they say, looks like we get a daily stipend or a weekly stipend of a 1 million won. Oh wow, these guys are gonna get rich or something. And our MC says, this stipend doesn't really mean much to apostles, as Junior Dako says, I wonder how much apostles get, because obviously they have every luxury known to them, as we see Peter right here on top of a literal yacht. He's then actually quite glad that he knows how much a D rank makes, which is only a million won, and he says, by the way, I don't see Yuna around. They then are just looking at their money saying, Yuna, she's probably at her part-time job. She probably cleans floors as we speak, and we see her in a hazmat suit of some sort, and she's cleaning the traces left behind by killers, and that's kind of ironic. She really is something else. She's an official killer as well, but still she's working so hard. And she looks at her phone case, and this is all for her brother. And also for eating, we see the reason why she had so much food on her plate from school is because she wants to save money. And dang, Yuna really does love her brother. He then says, you know what, you gotta spend money if you want to make money. So that mindset's gonna get her nowhere. And I'm not gonna lie guys, this is somewhat true. Our MC's kind of ignoring them, and he says there must be something about her brother that Yuna hasn't talked about. And we see, it seems like Yuna texts the brothers. Her nickname is Fatty because she loves to eat, and she's asking if they can get him or get her a scarf, even though it is the warm weather. We are at a freezy ice factory, and oh my gosh, these guys look like Mikasa, and they're literally shivering together, saying, Yuna, our time's valuable. We charge 1 million won per day. She then has no scarf on, saying, just last week you were so broke that you couldn't buy lunch. What are you saying? And we're here to train. They then punch the ice block, saying, are you breaking these with your hands or something? She says, no, with this. We get a flashback to when she received it from her MC, and this is called a rope dart. She says, really? How is this going to help me do something? He says, if you wrap the rope around your body and throw the dart at your enemy, it's actually super OP, and it is a wushu form of arts. It's super destructive when launching it with a spin, rather than throwing it out. He says, you know what, another strength of this weapon is that your opponent cannot predict where and when it will hit. And so she says, that's actually pretty good. And guys, look at Dako brothers, yo, these guys are just like, what the heck is this thing? This is just a little toy. He then tries it, and it seems to do good damage on the ice block. Yuna says, you know, guns are one shot, one kill, but this is different. This can destroy a lot of things as she uses it. And oh my gosh, with the rope dart, it's one shot kill all. And even Biggie and Junior are like, wait, she destroyed all of those in one swing? How did she do that? They then say, what was it called? A rope star or a rope bar? And oh my gosh, these guys have bad memory. Nonetheless, we then see the manager. This is Bing-Soo Park. He is rank D, and he's the owner of the Freezy Ice Factory. Go ask Yuna how was it. She says it was great. I'ma clean it up, then I'ma leave. He says, clean this? Really? He says, Yuna, you know what? I've seen a lot of killers train by breaking ice blocks, but I've never seen anyone bring the place to shambles. And yo, this is absolutely crazy. This whole thing has become like an avalanche. She then says, I'm sorry. He says, no need. She then goes to pay, and he mentions, also 3 hours ago, your friend stopped by and paid for the ice, and yup, it was her MC, and he paid him a whole 1 million won. By the way, that's around $700. He said he also wanted me to give you this. She tosses something, and it is Neosporin, and I'm guessing it's for the wounds around her scars. And yeah, she just stands here, and she knows that it was her MC, and she has a scarf now, and yeah, she definitely reminds me of Mikasa. We then see her leaving the factory, and she really wonders what she should say to Sangdo. He says, you know what, whatever. She then calls him, saying, I just wanted to know what was for lunch today, and come on, just be straightforward and thank him. He then says, I also want to congratulate you on finding your true weapon, Yuna. She then says, see you later, and her MC is just looking at the student record. And he says, as he leaves the book on the ground, Yuna, did you know that the perfect weapon and strength that you desperately searched for has always been in your hands? And oh wow, she was some sort of belay in the past, and that's why she's really good at using the rope dart. We then see Sangdo park in a fury, and it seems like his body has been marked. Is he at a morgue or something? He says, I'll take on a whole truck of you B and C rankers, and he's literally naked, bro. Put on some clothes. We hear a voice that says, what a predicament. He then steps, and this guy seems to be a doctor of some sort, as he's wearing a lab coat, and they all bow down to him. This guy, Sangdo Park, is frozen as well. He drops his blade, and he says, here, Sangdo Park. As he gives him back his weapon, will you, somebody who is going to be an apostle, be able to take down an actual apostle? And this guy is an actual apostle, and we see his grin right here, or his smile, and this guy looks absolutely crazy, and this man is the apostle Nathaniel. We see a kid just getting angry on the floor, literally kicking and stomping her feet. We find out that she is scared of getting a shot, and the Dako brothers say, "Huh, what a chicken, she's getting all worked up for this," and they are going to go next, and they begin to shiver as well, and bro, these Dako brothers are way too funny. All these new official killers must go through a physical examination at Glory Shin's Yong hospital. They're then getting checked in at the receptionist, and he says out of all tests, the one I'm worried about most is the blood test. She says, "Sangdo Kim, please come in for your blood test." And the reason is simple. They do this because of course they want to put a leash on you, because although our MC is young, his biometrics can actually change, and biometrics is pretty much like fingerprints and DNA. He says that's the data that they had when they went to go and kill Sangdo Park. He says that they're actually going to see that the old Peter's DNA and mine is actually the same, and his true identity will be revealed. And oh no, this doesn't seem right. We then see the girl that was blind, and she literally just has these cucumbers on her face. And she's like, "Why the heck did you actually do that?" as she slaps his back. She says, "Are you just handing over your blood on a silver platter? Just get a billboard and say that you're Peter." He says, "Actually, that's not a bad idea." She's like, "Are you kidding me?" Anyway, he explains that he actually has a plan to get them off his trail, and his plan is to blow up the bro. Oh crap, just kidding. But he says his plan is to blow up the hospital. And she says, "Do you know what kind of hospital that is?" He says, "I know. It's one of Glory Club's biggest treasures. That is a Shin Wang General Hospital in Seoul. It looks like an ordinary hospital, but the truth is, assassinations disguised as medical accidents, disposal of wounded killers, and concealment of bodies and such, this is a hospital made for and by killers as well." And he explains that the hospital has his DNA stored at the data center. She says, "Fine, but are you aware of who it is that guards that hospital? It's literally the Apostle Nathaniel, and yep, that's who we saw in the previous panel." She says he's a sick dude. We see him on his computer, and he's like, Hyun Il Na. So he originally was a doctor, and he was a genius one, and he was a blessing from the heavens. And this is 4 years ago, Rio de Janeiro in Brazil, as we see a police officer wondering what that is. He wonders if somebody is drying their laundry, but he is suddenly shocked and spooked as he crashes into a wall. And oh my gosh, there were victims of a gang in Rio, and they were all hanging. And he says, "Captain, arrest them all." They're then obviously behind the door of the killer, saying you have permission to kill if they resist. The mission is war against crime. He then peeps in through the door, and he sees blood and on the ground as well as weapons. He says, "What the heck? Was this a fight between humans? And look at all some guns, like they're literally just smashed into the wall." One of the guys says, "Come on, we gotta go back and report to HQ." But then Sergeant Fernando right behind him is a hand, and it grabs him into the room, and we hear crackling, and just like that, Sergeant Fernando is dead. We then see the captain here as well, and he disappears, and in this room there's bro, the heads of the people are stuck on the ceiling, and he has one in his hand, and he says, more, give me more." And yeah, Nathaniel seems like a crazy doctor, and this dude's definitely gonna be so OP. He then shoots his bullets, but it seems like it doesn't do anything. And just like that, the strongest military police force in the world were all wiped out, as well as a gang, in a single day. She says it wasn't easy getting the documented reports from the scene. He says, "I've got my doubts, but is it even possible to bend a gun with human strength?" She says there's nothing but facts there, so everything is true. She says, "How about let's go for a sneakier plan instead of full force?" He says, no, it's fine." And she says, "Fine, all my wasted efforts are whatever, and that is okay." She then scratches her head saying, "If it takes you dying and being 6 feet underground to listen, then you know what, so be it." He then says though, "I need your help, you know this, right?" She says, "What are you planning now?" We then see a little girl, and she is pointing up. Our MC is looking at this poster, and he says it isn't anything big. And on the billboard, it is, oh my gosh, Peter will be paying a visit to Nathaniel, as we see Nathaniel's photo before right here, and this is going to go crazy. Somebody says, "Are you going to be okay?" And this is the driver of the lady. She says, "Yeah, don't worry. This is Peter. He's never failed in his 50 years of work." And that's actually a crazy stat. Everybody is gathered around the hospital, and they're like, "Peter really is alive. He hacked Glory's headquarters to put up a billboard." And there's actually a group of killers dispatched to capture Peter, and the description is mainly D-rank killers, and that's kind of not impressive. They're then discussing, and they have guns and such, saying, "How are we supposed to capture this high and mighty Peter?" He says, "We're nothing but doormen. The ones to really take him down are over there, and these guys are famous killers in Brazil, and yo, it looks like some sort of bodybuilders, and the names of these people are the Undertakers of Rio." And yeah, these guys seem pretty cool, and they are also B-ranked killers. This guy says, haha, even Apostle Nathaniel is here. We're finally going to be able to witness a fight between two apostles, and yeah, our MC is gonna beat this dude up. This guy says, who do you think's gonna win? He says, obviously Nathaniel, dude. Peter is like 70 years old. I heard he even has cancer. They're then shocked as two people say Peter's going to win, sir. And yup, it is the Dako brothers. And they are a huge fan of Peter. Anyway, our MC is just observing them right here. And this is codenamed Peter Sangdo Kim and is known as previous apostle, but we all knew that. One of the killers from Brazil says, listen up. Listen, if you run into Peter, you cannot initiate combat. You will pretend to show him respect, and because he is a powerful man that could take down an elephant in 3 seconds, and yo, that's actually pretty insane if you think about it. Furthermore, if you spot Peter, proceed to press any emergency button, and of course, A-rank killers will head to that location for backup. Our MC says crystal clear, and yeah, you guys are just exposing your plan to Peter, who is right here. He says this is going to be so fun because Peter has to capture Peter. Everybody launches off to their positions, and Sangdo Kim is on the way, or technically Peter's coming. And yo, this guy's pretty much on a Smurf account. This is way too funny. We then see a boiling sort of jacuzzi right here, and I don't know why the water's red. Everybody's pretty much worried, because of course Glory is going to be in a worse state than before. Somebody mentioned, I was worried the moment they messed with Peter because they wanted to trim the fat. And we see somebody's back here and it has some sort of oni, Japanese oni on it, and they begin talking like, Yuncheng, you know Peter well, don't you? You know how gutsy he can be, but he doesn't say anything. One of the guy then says, don't take things any further and just back things up, you got it? But the man in the middle, or towards the end, says, it appears I didn't think this through. I promised to act appropriately, and I'm nice to you old dudes for just a split second, but he just kills the guy in an instant. And look at this guy's physique. This guy's physique is kind of crazy, but hey, Peter's is way better. And just like that, he says, why do you have to walk all over me? Anyway, he explains, you think I'm just some sort of nobody just because you became the army chief of staff, and this guy has zero mercy. He then says, Peter, I'm waiting for you. It's going to be my masterpiece versus you, my father's masterpiece. Oh my gosh. We are back at the East Annex Infirmary, and we see our MC Peter holding this guy's neck as he cracks it. He then says, that feels amazing, and oh, it seems like our MC is disguising as a doctor. He then says, hey, do you know of Hyun Ilma? And the man mentions, I've never heard of that name. He begins to walk in the hallways, and he then says to himself that he really needs to find Nathaniel. He wonders, did he just really completely abandon his whole identity? He says one thing that I'm sure of is that the Apostle Nathaniel is going to be somewhere here. And he looks down from the 3rd floor, and dang, this is a lot of people. This is a battle of speed, but something catches his eyes. Oh my gosh, we then see the Dako brothers, and of course our MC is like, wait, why do you have broken arms but you're on a wheelchair? But then of course Junior has broken legs but he's standing up. He says, don't worry about that. Also, Yuna doesn't need to join this mission. She's ranked 335. But wait, our MC is ranked 336. They then look at the floor saying, you were just dilly-dallying around, but we've already scoped this entire lobby. They then say, stop, wait. And of course, there's a man wearing the same flannel shirt as Peter, and he says, wait, he looks just like this picture. Of course, he then says, Mister, hey Mister, are you Peter? And oh, really bro, this is way too funny. They're then continuing to harass this guy, wondering if he needs a syringe, and yeah, I don't know what the Dako brothers are here for. Nonetheless, our MC is then approached by a woman, wondering if this dude was dragged away. He says, I'm sure they already did his blood work, and oh my gosh, it has begun. It's finally the hunt for Peter, and everybody is asking all these elderly citizens if they know an elder like Peter. Bro, the Dark Girl brothers are such a W. They think that this is actually Peter. As they mentioned, we need to get you out of here. And they really do support these people. Yuna actually butts into Biggie and he says, there's no way you're allowed here. He says, actually, my younger brother is here and I gotta go, as she leaves them all behind, including our MC. He really does wonder what she's doing here, and it seems to be something hidden. Our MC seems to have some sort of camera on his glasses, and of course this woman is watching and she really got a Versace set on, and yeah, she got the drip. She then asks if he already found Daniel. He says, I've found nothing, because Nathaniel and him are both looking for each other. And he says, I wonder, how can I get Nathaniel to come out as me being undercover? And he sees one of the Brazilian killers from before. This man's name is Rodrigo, and he is a B rank estimated, and his only hobby is killing. Come on bro, that sucks. Our MC then acts kind of clueless and naive, saying, I'm Sangdo Kim, a rank D for glory. I'm going to pass by. He says, I'm going to have to take this bait in order to find Nathaniel. He just says, you know what, fine, as she adjusts her glasses. Looks like my guys are going to get a good warm-up way through this. We see somebody washing his hands, and this seems to be a doctor. And of course he says, who are you? It is obviously our MC. He says, I am in charge of today's surgery. This guy says, oh, you're that dude from earlier. Go out and find Peter, bro. Stop messing around. He says, I'm actually looking for Apostle Nathaniel. Where is he? The Brazilian man, Rodrigo, says, how dare you say his name out loud? He says, honestly, I didn't really expect an answer. However, the only reason you would know why a killer would ask somebody's whereabouts is, of course, to kill them, and our MC dashes towards him, and Rodrigo says, perfect timing. I was getting bored. Somebody is rushing at the bottom, and he's holding onto a tablet. He says, Dr. Nathaniel, look at this. Daniel says, what is this? And he shows him a video of course, the security footage, and oh my gosh, Nathaniel begins to grin as he sees Rodrigo fighting the surgeon, or the fake surgeon, and he's getting beat up. This all happened in a couple seconds, 5 seconds, and eventually, maybe 8 or 9 or 10 seconds. He then says 10 seconds was all it took. It took a person a mere 10 seconds to take out a B-rank killer, and he zooms in. He takes off his mask and his covering, and it is Peter, and oh my gosh. Wait, this dude is literally wearing some kind of cringy Crocs. As the assistant says, the security team has been trying to confirm his route of movement. We don't have the technology to stop what he's doing, so please spare me, doctor. We then see Sangdo look super excited, and what the heck, his body is literally in this glass case, and what is this doctor doing? He's probably experimenting. He then says, we've been all waiting for your arrival, and there are a bunch of body in these tubes. He says that he left a VIP spot open just for you, and it's the one all the way in the center, and he wants to strip him down, and hold up, that is kind of sus. Nonetheless, we see that the reason why Peter's face actually showed up was because Mr. Kim, the lady's assistant, actually changed the look of it, of what showed up on the footage. The lady says, I can't wait to see that guy's face. He must be shocked, as her MC tosses away his disguise, and he says now it's time to wait and ambush the hunter. We then see Yuna, and it is a pretty beautiful afternoon, and she is just eating while she's scrolling through her messages. She says there's only one person that refers to himself as a doctor, and that is Nathaniel. She wonders why the doctor wants to meet with her, and she wonders if that dude has actually caught on because of the incident with Octoman. She then says it's best that I don't run into anybody while I'm here, but our MC's hand is on her shoulder, and she's like, what, Sangdo, what are you doing? She then says, I gotta go eat lunch with my mom. Catch you later. But wait, bro, she doesn't even got a mom. What's she saying? He then says, I am ranked D killer Sangdo Kim. And she says, what? Go eat by yourself, dude. It seems like he has 2 big orders of fried chicken, and well, she agrees for them to talk. She then says, are you meeting up with somebody here? And she says, wait a second, that's not the problem. If we are seen together, this could be in danger, as he offers her one of the fried chicken, and right now I'm definitely craving for some fried chicken and some rice and gravy, bro. She's holding the fried chicken, saying, I'm not going to eat with you. Please go away. She then, of course, says 1 piece, and they're just eating here chilling. He then says, I thought you were going to eat 1 piece, and guys, like 12 pieces get consumed in an instant. She then really asks him, why are you actually here? I know it's hard to trust me, but trust me, I know you've got some sort of relation to that old man. As you see Peter when he was older back then, and look at him, he looks so innocent, just like a grandfather. She then says, that old man got shot trying to protect me, and that old man is dead. Our MC just ignores it, and says, I'm actually looking for somebody. And of course, I'm looking for an Apostle Nathaniel, as he shows her an image of Hyol Il-na. That is his real name. He says, I know Nathaniel wants to meet with you, and he says, this is the person. She says, actually, that's not Nathaniel. We then hear Yuna Lee. Some people then begin to walk, and we see the same Crocs from earlier. She then begins to get nervous, and her MC just looks at him like, finally, he showed himself. And this is Apostle Nathaniel, and this guy kind of looks like French or something, and this guy looks pretty huge. They don't know what his hospital specialty is, but his rank is of course Apostle, and he says, well, Yuna, are you gonna get up? And yeah, bro, it's time for the fight to go down, and I'm super hyped to where this is going to go. He then finds some interest at our MC, and he wonders who this is. Our MC then gets up, and he says, hello, doctor. I'm a D-rank killer Sangdo Kim. I've been dispatched for this mission. He then says, I will do my best to ensure that Peter is taken care of, and Nathaniel looks kind of sickened that he's shaking his hand. He then looks at him with a blank face, and he says, whatever, Yuna, come to my office right now. Once we've done our rounds, which is pretty much going around the hospital, I'll send somebody to escort you, and they then walk away, going towards the courtyard. He then says it's clear that the guy is not ordinary, as his hand is literally twitching from shaking his hand from earlier. One of the guy then says, There's no need for you to worry about the young man who caught Sangdo Park. The doctor says, no, 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 give me the profile I asked for. He goes to catch it, but it falls on the escalator, wondering why the heck that happened. And it seems like he remembers a handshake from earlier, and his hands are twitching as well. He says a D-ranked killer? What the heck? He asks for the young name, and he says it was Sungu Kim or something. He then says as he looks at his hands, and it kind of reminds me like of Hisoka, he says, I'm thinking of keeping him close to me. He would be a great sample, and oh my gosh, please don't do anything weird. Our MC is on the phone while he is playing against the kids, admitted into the hospital. We hear, you should be trying to finish this mission. Now you're offering a spot in his entourage, and this is pretty much talking about Nathaniel's group. She then squeezes her juice, and look at the dog, he's ready to drink it. She says, and your reason is that it will be fun? What are you thinking, old man? He says Nathaniel's entourage. I have no idea what his team does, but I guess I'll have to find out. It seems like the girl actually won, but obviously our MC was going easy on her. And we even see a baby standing on top of a stool, and yeah, this is just way too funny. He is handed a key card, and this can let him enter any room in the hospital. He says, good job, D-Rank. The doctor never really adds people to his entourage. He says there's some things that you need to do. Don't speak unless he asks something, and never doubt his actions, and never reject an act of kindness. And our MC's wondering what exactly that means. He says, why is this guy getting nervous when he talks about it? And he says, come on, let's get going. We see our MC has now arrived with the old man, and he says, you're here. Let's begin our rounds. And it seems like the dude, his entourage, are a bunch of very skilled fighters. And wow, these are the Undertakers of Rio, and they're pretty much comprised of A to B ranked killers. He says this won't be easy, because all these dudes are not associated with glory, and there's no reason to show loyalty at all. And they're doing their rounds here, and he mentions they serve nobody but Nathaniel, and so it's going to be hard to get to them. He then says, what about Peter? He says, we've done everything already. We've already sealed the entrances off as well. And for the DNA samples, the analysis should take about 48 hours. And there's no way Peter could have left, as he gets a flashback to that image from the CCTV. He says he can hide everything and change his appearance, but he cannot hide his DNA. And now he's basically cornered. And the guy just smiles, saying, thanks for that briefing. Or yeah, it's not actually Nathaniel, it's her MC, with a look of absolute confidence in his eyes, saying, it won't be easy to take this dude down. We see they are doing rounds, and Nathaniel's acting kind, saying, come on, if you don't go through this, we won't be able to play soccer. And the kid is super happy that he'll be able to play soccer after the procedure. He then tells the nurse, listen, alright, although the surgery is going to be too hard on the body, let's focus on the radial nerve. And it seems like this guy actually is smart. He's then looking at his watch, mentioning that they've been doing meaningless rounds this entire time. As he then asks our MC, you're disappointed. Yeah, and that's the case for a lot of people because they don't get to see the apostle side of him. Nonetheless, they then begin to walk down the stairs, and they are headed towards this unknown location even in the blueprints of the map. He wonders what lies ahead beneath these stairs, and he really hopes that Nathaniel is going to show him his master plan. They use a key card, and our MC gets absolutely infuriated because this is where the lots of bodies are literally being preserved. And he says, this is where my dreams come true. And he then asks our MC if he's interested in biology as he goes to one of the bodies. He says, I know the basics, yeah. He explains all of the beings actually evolve through natural selection. But Nathaniel says that's actually wrong. Evolution is not decided by anything. It's decided as me, as he literally sticks his tongue out, and yeah, this guy's getting creepier by the second. We find out that he eliminates weakness and he preserves strength to foster it, and he then says, I've had my eyes on you, son, but then, code red, all researchers within the ward, please lock your doors, because a test specimen has run out. And look at this dude, it has the same markings as Sangdo Park had. He was struck with some tranquilizer gun thingies, but he's still running away, and oh my gosh, he's getting shot even more. He then wrecks those two guards, and oh, this guy is pretty freaking strong. He just wrecked those two in an instant. He looks at the exit saying, it's almost here, I need to hurry, I need to get above ground. There was one more second, but then something happens, the wall to his right shatters as Nathaniel grabs his head. Did this guy just smash his entire hand just through a wall and grab him? How is this guy's aim this good? He says, we're in the middle of an important conversation here. Don't interrupt me. And he literally just cracks his face right there in his skull. And then he smiles towards our MC saying, apologies, let's get back to business. And yeah, this dude really is creepy. He says he took the muscle and tendon and cell of a lot of powerful individuals with his 2 hands, and there's one man that he wants to surpass in strength. He says, Sangdo, I saw potential in you. It's not common to see somebody with your type of power. He says you could become so much stronger through evolving. He then extends his hand, and of course his glove is filled with blood, saying, accept this act of kindness. I could make you an A rank. And he says, I can make you as strong as an apostle. Our MC is walking around the hospital now saying, that was actually crazy. I didn't know he could sense the presence of somebody beyond that wall, and he found the exact timing to smash through and crush his skull, and that was a bar. The lady then says, are you going to give up and run away? He says, absolutely not, because now I want to know the source of his power. She then asks what his plan for the blood is, and he says it's only a matter of time before I get exposed, and so don't worry, there's something I can do. She wonders what it is, and even the dog's a bit worried. He says, I'm going to switch the results, so the results should be in his room by now. The way he's going to do it is with this key card, and of course she says, wait, you're gonna get caught. He's finally at the doctor's office, and he explains that it is 2:53. He was following along and looking at the time of the rounds, and so at this point he has around 4 minutes and 30 seconds to switch the locations and switch the files. He says that the doctor should be taking care of that kid once more and giving the nurse instructions. The man informs him that the results of the elderly blood samples should be ready now, and it seems like there weren't any that matched with Peter's. And so he says, none of them are a match to Peter's DNA, huh? That can't be it. What if Peter doesn't look the way we remember him? And oh my gosh, he is right behind our MC, and our MC is spooked. Of course, Nathaniel says, a mere D-rank killer barges into a stranger's personal office, an apostle's office. What could you be doing here? As our MC turns his head. He explains for the past 2 days, Nathaniel has followed the exact same path. And he then says, as his eyes turn red, kind of like Peter or our MC, you owe me an explanation. And he wonders if all of this was on purpose, to see if our boy Peter was related to Peter or Sangdo was related to Peter. He then says, did he really suspect me from the get-go? Our MC explains, it's because I wanted to give this to you, doctor. He then reaches something out, and he mentions that Dr. Hong wanted me to hand this over to you ASAP. He's about to leave, but he then says as he clenches his shoulders, you've already went through these documents, Sun Gu. Why were you curious about the sample results of the elderly patients? He then says, what could pique your interest? He explains there's only one thing that can mean. Sun Gu, you must be... He says, doctor, you can hide your identity through words, actions, and appearance, but the one thing you can't change is your DNA. He says we haven't found Peter, so I figured that Peter is somewhere here with a completely different face. He then says that's what I was thinking, and he looks at his iPhone, and he's like, I see. He says maybe we can look again. But then, something happens and he just bows down saying, I'm really sorry, doctor, because if he goes any further, he's going to suspect him more. Nathaniel says, yeah, that's enough. Sun Gu, you had something on your face. I'm glad you're taking this mission seriously, but please leave now. He then says, thank you, doctor, as he looks at his hand, and he mentions that our MC's face is real skin, and so obviously it can't be Peter because, you can't put on real skin. He looks at his tablet mentioning that Peter cannot be Sun Gu, and he cracks it because he says, Peter, where the heck are you hiding? And yeah, Peter really is a goat of hiding because he's literally right in front of your face. We are introduced to the slasher or Carter Forgeman, and he is the king of Mexico's underground arena. He is then, of course, super strong with his leg kick as he literally makes this guy's skull look like jello, and he defeated so many people in the octagon, and yeah, look at this guy's quads and calves, these things are bulging. Nathaniel walks into the ring saying, is it safe for me to assume that the rumors are true? He says, who the heck is this Asian guy? Is he trying to die as well? And Nathaniel just, he punches his leg and he tears it off as he lifts it up in the sky. You meet somebody here and this is the strongest fist in the world, and he then collides with it, and he goes to the strongest gang in the world, and that's why all those people's heads were in the ceilings. He then grabs a hold of somebody's neck, and the guy says, you're never going to be the best, because Peter is the best. He then says, what the heck is this with this Peter crap? He mentions everybody I've killed up until now always yap about this wretched Peter. Who on earth could this be? The guy is dead now and obviously he can't get an answer. He then goes to begin crazy and absolutely gnarly, saying, why am I the only one who hasn't met Peter? And yeah bro, Peter is going to destroy everyone. In the Glory Club, of course. Anyway, he explains, Peter, I'm sure the last person you saw will know. And he then tells Dr. O, bring me our little friend. And he's talking about Yuna, as you see her literally chilling with the Dako brothers, and they're like, how did rank 335 join? And bro, these guys are literally ranked 334 and 333. That is way too funny. Yuna says they'll never get it, huh? Somebody then says, Yuna, the doctor would like to see you, and it's this big buff dude, and the Dako brothers just back away, and yeah, these guys are way too funny. They realize, like, wait a second, is that Santos of the Undertakers? He's an A rank. And they're like, what the heck, Yuna? And Yuna seems kind of nervous to meet Nathaniel. She is sitting across of Nathaniel as he says, I'm sure it was a first for you. Even when fellow apostles encounter each other, there's no guarantee they'll be alive. And so he says, come on, let's chalk it up to Peter, just acting on a whim. I need you to explain. You're not particularly proficient in anything else but how to use a knife, so tell me, as a D rank killer, was this merely a coincidence that you survived? And he literally goes so close to the table, and yeah, he looks so creepy here, and his little hands just make it even creepier. He says, out of all the apostles, including myself, there is a hypothesis that you received help from Peter, or you guys may have had a deal. He says, as an orphan, what part of you is so valuable that Peter would like? Could it be that you're actually a spy? And he says, know what? No matter. I've got just the thing. You cannot let your brother die here, right? Oh no, this is blackmailing. He explains that little Eugene has been suffering from hemophilia for a while now, and so he needs something that can save him, and he has just exactly that. There is a life-saving serum that's worth 4.5 billion won, which is $4 million, and he then says, please think carefully whose side you should be on, and look at her right now, she definitely wants to save Eugene. He explains on the 24th, Peter then announced that he would come find me, and you have free reign to feed him any information at all. However, there's one condition. Please tell him that on the 24th at 2 o'clock to meet at the lobby's clock tower. He explains, you get to save your brother and I get my hands on Peter. It's pretty much a win-win. He then cracks her arm just like that, like it was so easy, and he then says, at my hospital, you do know that we only let actually injured patients in, and so he looks down on her like you're going to be thrilled to find out who gets the next prescription. And yeah, this dude is way too cruel, as we see Yuna stuttering, or not stuttering, shivering. We are now in room 604 and she is one of the patients. She says if Nathaniel finds out that it's been Sangdo who helped her this entire time, that means Sangdo is dead as well as Eugene, and she wonders what the right choice is. RMC comes in saying, hey, it's time for your shot. She says, what the heck are you doing? He says, don't worry, I needed to tune in to this national singing contest, and she then just hits her head like, bruh, is this guy kidding? She then tries to wave him off and away, and he says, wait a second, your arm. I don't remember doing this, so who did it? And it seems like she tells him, Sangdo, what are you doing on the 24th? I have something very important to tell you, so just come to the clock tower at 2 o'clock. He says the one at the hospital lobby. She says, you know what, enough with the questions, just do as I say. And it seems like he isn't going to do anything. She says, please come. He says, alright, but our MC obviously knows that something is up. She then, of course, is looking out on the rainy night, hoping that Eugene would tell her to do the right thing and that this is the right thing to do. She says, this is all I can truly do, and our MC hears this as he is outside. We are now looking at the hospital from outside, and Nathaniel is looking down, waiting, because he says, you're finally supposed to come find me, right? Because Peter will be paying a visit to Nathaniel, and that was what was on the billboard. He says, I can't wait to meet you, Peter. And we see Yuna by the clock tower, and of course, Nathaniel asks her, where is he now? She said he should be coming as we speak, as her MC is walking, and the clock ticks, and it's about to hit 12, and it is finally, or not 12, but 2 p.m. And we hear, hurry, Peter, please. We see a blanket of bears here as somebody says, I'm telling you, he's just a friend. Look, he's the tallest. I want to play soccer with these guys. We see a golden soccer ball right here, and it is obviously belonging to IFA because, you know, copyright. We see a kid strapped onto so many things here, and we see a basketball as well as a soccer ball above his pillow. And this is Eugene. Oh no, this is such a horrible condition. He says, just wait, it's because plane tickets are so expensive. We hear, you're just a kid, don't worry about money. I've got it all figured out. And he is on the phone with her girl Yuna, and she says just one drop of that and it'll be like you were never sick. She's talking about the serum Nathaniel made. Anyways, she is then crying in absolute agony as she holds on to her arm and she quivers. She really says she has no choice. This was what I had to do. Yuna is expecting Peter to be coming as we speak, and he is walking, and she says, please, I hope you better keep your promise. We then see it finally hits 2 and Nathaniel is waiting, grinning, But then that grin instantly turns into like a bruh moment, like a blank face. He says, wait, Yuna, well, why the heck isn't Peter here? And the entire lobby is literally empty. She then wonders what's going on with Sangdo. She wonders if he forgot her promise. But her MC is at the oh my, he's at the clock tower outside. And of course, this is way too funny. And we find out in the flashback that she actually told him to meet her by the one at the park, so she actually saved him. She says if you go anywhere else, then you will be dead meat, and it seems like she did the right thing. He's looking at his Apple Watch, and Yuna is right here looking at the people eyeing her down, saying if Nathaniel finds out it was Sangdo and not Peter that killed Octoman, obviously Sangdo's gonna die here. And every reception window all over the lobby right now is looking at our Yuna waiting for Peter. She says Sangdo may be strong, but this is way too dangerous. She gets flashback of her MC eating at the restaurant of Octoman, also a flashback of her MC walking away from the podium, and even when she cornered him into a brick wall, and she says you were the first person to show me the joy of sharing a meal with somebody. And we see them going back and forth, and what beautiful memories these two have made. She says, but you were the first person to truly care and help me find what my strengths are, so there's no way I could betray you after that. We then see Nathaniel about to crash out saying, what the heck is going on here? She then grabs onto her skirt and she says he hasn't even contacted me since that day. That's the truth, I'm sorry. And of course, look at this guy's eyes are starting to burn up red. She says, I'll do anything. I can clean the hospital. I'm even working to work hard on my training. I'll be the best one you've ever had. And she cries out, please don't hurt my brother. He then says, Yuna, in the end you weren't able to bring me Peter, and that really is a shame, because you'll have to die now. As he cracks the railing he is holding onto. We then see people begin to gather around her. Oh my gosh. He says, I could have sworn I warned you who would be next if you failed. Bring him to me. We then see a fire has been reported in the building and everybody is told to evacuate. They then wonder, hey, Biggie, what's the problem? And this is obviously the Dako brothers. They say, screw the cast, let's just get out of here. We then see him look back and oh my gosh, all of the emergency exits are blocked with these steel doors, and they're like, what is the sound? Everybody is gathered in the center here, and Nathaniel wonders if there's a fire. He says, I don't actually smell a fire. We need to look into this. And Yuna says, that came out of nowhere. That was perfect timing, right? And our MC steps inside saying, you've got me by your side. Don't worry. She wonders what he is doing here. He says, I made a promise to meet you at the clock tower. And yup, our MC is going to wreck everybody. We hear anyone who hasn't run away by now must not be actual medical staff or patients, and you are actually all killers out to kill me. And look at this, guys, from the bottom to the top floor, they are filled with people just looking at our MC. Yuna is obvious like, what are you doing, with tears on her eyes? And Nathaniel says, are you here to save Yuna, Sangdo? He says, I knew that there was something different about you. However, do you think you can take on the Undertakers of Rio? And yeah, our MC definitely can. We are at the Cidade de Funerario, and this is actually the city of funerals in Brazil. It is a really poor city, and the average lifespan of a child is just 16. Wow, that's so low. And so we see a man trying to protect his son as there are guns pointed towards him, and these are teenagers saying, come on, it'd be more fun to get money and use our guns. Boom, boom, boom. They suddenly are all shot, and most die before even reaching 10 years old. We see a crater right here, and it is filled with bodies, and there were constantly new corpses in the area. That's why it was called the City of Funerals. Somebody then kicks another body, and all of them are stripped naked. Kidnapping, prostitution, drugs, and all these stuff were things that happened in the city, and they were the most powerful gang in Brazil. And they're talking about the Undertakers in Rio. And then of course Nathaniel says, 100 of the strongest members of the gang are here now. You can take them all by yourself? Really? Can you? He then says with a smile, Sangdo, I see potential. You're like a tiger cub. If you allow yourself to grow under my care, you'll be so strong. But right now, you can't beat the adult beasts, as we see an image of that tiger or that lion getting eaten by some hyenas, and this just turned into the Lion King. Nonetheless, Nathaniel looks with some sort of earnest, saying, come and join me, and I'll raise you right. But our MC just shrugs his, oh my gosh, he shrugs his shoulders like, huh? I don't care, bro. He says, fine, you've made your choice. These people jump off from the second floor. This guy is Sao Paulo, and this guy is Rafaelo, and they yell, come you D-rank. But in a split second, our MC just cuts them just like that, and they fall to the ground. And everybody is shocked, including Yuna. Nathaniel says he hit every vital point. That is interesting. Our MC was using a pen that he got from Mr. Yon Chang, and he then asks Nathaniel, "Do you see me as a little tiger cub?" And oh my gosh, he puts back the lid as there is blood that splurts out, and our MC is about to give this dude the show of a lifetime. Nathaniel says, "Do you know how long it takes for somebody to die?" He says 1 minute and 12 seconds if you cut an artery, 40 seconds if you cut a vein, 12 seconds if you cut the carotid. And he says, let's say it takes about a minute to kill somebody. You have 100 players to go against. So Sangdo, as we see all these dudes charge at Sangdo, our MC, will you be able to survive for 100 minutes? Everybody says, "This country was way too peaceful. I've been dying for this moment." And yeah, you quite literally are going to die. Our MC still has his glasses as he punches one right in the face like he's Mike Tyson or Manny Pacquiao. He then kicks somebody like he's some sort of martial artist, which technically he actually is because he's trained. And Yuna says, "This is way too dangerous. They've now got him cornered." And these guys aren't even flinching when their comrade dies. And he says they aren't showing any signs of slowing down. They're then saying, "We've all grew up together since we were born. But for us, we see death around us every day." Our MC dodges one of the attacks, and they say that this dude is quite swift, but dodging will take you nowhere. Our MC is now literally backed into a corner, and that kind of reminds me of me sometimes, but Nathaniel is still watching. Like, it seems like you've run out of escape paths. And look at this is like a zombie apocalypse, bro. 1 versus 100 is crazy. He says, honestly, that makes it all the better. It seems like he turns on something, and it is water as he pushes all of them away. They then begin to slip and slide like it is a water park, and it seems like the water is now gone. He then says you can't actually kill somebody with a fire hose. That's what Nathaniel says. But then our MC gets the defibrillator and he puts it to the ground, and a lot of people die in one go. And yeah, that is absolutely cruel. Nathaniel says that is impressive. He says he followed by using up the defibrillator. This guy is way too smart. He says you've taken out half of them. He says you've got around an hour left. And an MC just says you thought it was going to take me 2 hours to take care of these guys. He said I have the perfect thing. He then begins to write down on a piece of paper or on a notepad. He then drops it to the ground, and it seems like he marks a spot on the human body. And he says, you know, you call yourselves a hospital personnel, and a stab in the carotid artery results in excessive bleeding. And so that is going to be the death of all of these patients that are going to the autopsy. They then begin to mention this guy. He's way too strong, and he stabs all of their carotid arteries just like that, and these guys are dropping like flies. Bro, he's done like at least 50 dudes, and the panels just keep going. He's jumping in the air like some sort of ballerina in the sky or a fairy. We then see they gang up on him, but he just pushes them all off like that, and Yuna is watching in amazement. She says that she recalled a lot of stories about the strongest in the world. It is a legend, and everybody would constantly talk about him. And this legend was just a regular old man, and that dude was nothing but a tenacious fighter. She then realized that you couldn't believe all the rumors are heard because he died, but she says, what if the rumors are true? And this is what Peter is like, as her MC is stepping on one's face, with of course his pen in his hand, as Yuna wonders if this is what other people witnessed. Nathaniel says, wow, I knew I was right in choosing you. It took you 13 minutes to take down 100 men, and that's absolutely crazy. He says, wait, I'm not done yet. You're still alive, aren't you? So pick your poison. You come to me, or I come to you. But just at that second, Nathaniel drops to the ground, and the entire ground beneath him shatters into these squares, and that's how you know things are getting serious. He says, I assume you know what my answer is, and look at Nathaniel right here. He's ready to beat our MC up, but trust me, that's not gonna happen, bro. He says, Sun Gu, I'm so curious. How are you able to perform such incredible moves at such a young age? It's strange that you are a D rank indeed, and he seems a bit normal now. He wonders if he's from abroad, but still. Our MC just says, listen, Dr. Nathaniel, do you want to know a fun fact as he rustles through his hair? They say the people who are the least confident have the most to say, and Nathaniel's been yapping. He then jumps for our MC saying, you've been filled with arrogance, it's time to humble you. Our MC takes a blow, but he's then launched up into the air, and just by the hit, that's absolutely crazy. Our MC slides, and it seems like he is actually still fine. He says, how the heck is Nathaniel so strong? And look at his body right now, is exuding this sort of poisonous feminist aura, and he wonders if he is a human. Our MC takes blow after blow, and of course Yuna says as she's watching, no, Sangdo is actually going to lose. She tells Sangdo to run away, and it seems like Nathaniel begins to use the corpse that he killed to be a shield for him, and this definitely reminds me of Ahsoka versus Krollo. Anyway, he says, you know that being tired is not an excuse, Sangdo, so I could not care Nevertheless, if you are tired, he then tosses our MC and he hits the door just like that, or the elevator, and it is shattered. He then goes to knee our MC. She says, no, he is way too strong. They're then going to fall down, and yep, they're in the elevator right now. Our MC is just looking at him, holding on to the railing in the elevator. He then gets punched multiple times in the face. Kapow, 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 kapow. And we see so much, bro. It literally begins to start sparking in there from the friction of his hits. And yep, the electrical circuit at the back of this is going to blow. And that's exactly what happens. The elevator begins to free fall and it crashes to the ground. And we see all of these hit marks. And Yuna yells out for Sangdo, saying that she definitely needs to find a way into there. They arrive at a secret lair. And he says, I'm so curious about you, Sangdo. Why did you show up? I was supposed to meet with Peter. What's your relation with him? He says, don't tell me you're already dead, as he's sitting down here, and our MC's probably just chilling, bro, relax. He says, everybody who fights me ends up like this. I give it my all when I fight. And he says, but I find it a bit annoying that you don't even have a single wound on your face. What the heck? We then get a flashback to when he hit our MC, but every time he was managed to dodge every hit or evade it. Like, look at this, our MC really is a master. He then dusts off the clothes, and there might not even be any dust on that because he's so good, saying, I shouldn't even be doing this. I fell asleep for a second, and Nathaniel goes absolutely bat crazy. And of course, our MC says, you bored me back there, and that's one way to piss off an apostle. He says, come at me then, bro, as he flicks his hands like he's Bruce Lee, and that's exactly what Nathaniel does, and this time, Nathaniel's going to be for real. Their fists then meet with each other, and of course the lady's watching with Alexander as well as the dude, the captain or a driver, saying, that's right, Sangdo is falling behind, aren't you worried? She says, worried? Don't worry. I was also told something really interesting about this man. We get a flashback to a lot of kids or orphans training, and the man then wonders, the coach, what is a source of power? Some say it's your calmness, some say it's your weapon usage, and we see young Peter here. He looks absolutely heartbroken, absolutely cold. He says those are good answers. So, kindly crack this boulder. He says that's how you're going to be passing. They say, what do you mean? This is absolutely impossible. But our MC begins to wrap his hands in these sort of bandages that he found, and he begins to karate chop it like it's some sort of brick. And we then see it reaches afternoon and even late night, and he's just chopping at this continuously. These guys say this guy didn't show up for a whole month, and he said he was going to train. But what is this? He couldn't break it in the end. But then one of the girls says, wait, look over there. He says, no way. This is a new rock. And in the valley are a bunch of rocks that have been cracked. What in the world? And that's why our MC is able to match his fist. Nathaniel explains that the strongest fist in the world, the strongman, has a physical strength to hold 1,155 pounds, and he couldn't even go up against Nathaniel. But it seems like our MC is doing absolutely that, and Nathaniel wonders if he's a human, and yeah, what a turn of events. Our MC says, have you ever been hit by a car? And Nathaniel wonders what he's going on about. He explains, my hands are going to hit more than a measly car, as he chops his neck and Nathaniel gets sent flying. Our MC dashes, wasting no time like he is a ninja from Naruto. Nathaniel is getting manhandled here, absolutely wrecked like it's some sort of Dragon Ball game, and he wonders, what am I even getting hit by right now? Is it his fist, his legs, or what is this? Our MC's hand glows up, and he goes for one huge attack on Nathaniel. Nathaniel then crashes into one of the vials, as the captain then says, Sangdo won, let's go. There's no way that of course that man could survive. But then Nathaniel then gets up, and of course we see that our MC's hands are a mess, and it is literally bruised and a bit of bleeding. Nathaniel's so jacked right here, and he seems like his robe is off. He's about to take off his shirts and stuff. He says, you're going to be the first to see how humans evolve. He takes off his shirt here, and our MC is like, what has this guy done to his body? It's literally all muscle. There's no skin. What the heck is this? This is the legacy of my evolution, and I think that this guy has gone insane. He then sweats like he is Ahsoka when he gets caught in 4K with Gon, and he pretty much says, do you know what anti-fragility is? He explains, if you cannot kill me, as he stands across him, that means the pain that you inflict on me only makes me stronger. And so this is what he did as he stabs his muscles and stuff, and he pretty much developed a revolutionary drug that minimizes recovery time. He says the more pain, the stronger I get. He then goes at our MC in a split second, literally 0.005. He grabs our MC by a throat. He says, just one misstep and I'm dead. And the chances of him beating him, of course, he says, is basically zero. He then tosses our MC to the ground, and it seems like it did a lot of damage. We see smoke coming up and emerging. He says, up until now, no one has survived that move. But I congratulate you because it seems like our MC managed to slip away at the last moment. He then looks and really ponders with his eyes here deeply. That isn't possible. I could have sworn I grabbed him by the neck. That means he was able to create a window with his hands to escape. He then explains that within that 0.005 seconds, no ordinary human has those reflexes, and our MC says, I was barely able to escape. He only grabbed me for a moment, but look, his grip is literally imprinted onto the back of his hand and he is shaking. He says one thing's for sure, his strength is otherworldly. And pretty much if he gets caught by his hands that he is dead meat, and I wonder if our bro is going to compete for the Mr. Olympia because he's looking absolutely lean. We see that this is actually Sangdo's chart. The abilities that have displayed are clearly that of an A-rank killer, but even more than A rank actually. He then says, actually, you won't be able to defeat me, and obviously this guy is just coping. He then says as he points to the ground, beg me like a dog. Beg me to spare your life, come on. He says I'll turn you into a true piece of art. But our MC, like a typical protagonist, says nothing. He raises his hand. And the old man captain as well as the blind girl then say, if he gets caught surrendering, what are we going to do? He then begins to move his hands and such, and Nathaniel says, what the heck is this guy doing? We get an image of a woman slapping somebody's butt, and she says this is the only way to fix a child. He says, I'm going to spank you, and what our MC really is tweaking. Nathaniel then bites his lip going crazy. He says, you really know how to excite me, and he says that's the right attitude as he leaps from the ground, and we see the rubble literally, oh my, they both leap at each other like it's the final Mortal Kombat attack, and they're going crazy at the test tubes, breaking everything. Our MC punches his body. He also kicks him in the head. He is getting destroyed here as you see his muscles begin to get really punched inside of himself, and the blind lady says, what's going on? I can't even see anything here either. This definitely is not a fight between humans, and yeah, I could barely keep up if it wasn't, of course, not moving. We see Nathaniel just look though as this is happening saying, Sangdo, you are way too powerful. You are way too strong. But my body is continuing to evolve as we fight, and that's the only thing that is true. They then begin to exchange punches, and he says, how much stronger can I get because of you? And how much sturdier can I get? He says, there is still one more thing I am curious about though. What the heck? I can't feel like you're hiding something behind the data on your chart. As you see it right here, his stats all seem like an A rank of some sorts, but Nathaniel says, what's giving you this exact confidence to, of course, keep going? He says for a single moment, he hasn't seen the slightest hint of course, wavering in his eyes or fear. And he then says crazily, and his eyes are about to go rampant, that must mean only one thing. I've come to a decision. You can beg all you want, but it won't matter now. I'm going to rip you and extract you and get every single cell in your body from the bones and figure out how exactly you are keeping up with me. He is about to punch your MC in the face, and he says no, this old man, he's going to kill Sangdo. And of course the lady yells no, and probably the dog said no as well. But then it seems like he missed for a second, and our MC says, so your muscles are shocked and they tear, and you said the reason you're strong is because you found out a way to heal those muscles. But this whole time I've been waiting. He has actually reached a new peak, and because his muscles have been growing, it suppresses the bones and nerves in his body, and he is completely immobile. And yo, this guy just got caught lacking. Nathaniel says, I was so hyped up by the fight that my body didn't even tell me it was hardening. And so of course this is the side effects of his evolutionary growth. Our MC says, Nathaniel, you lose. And he lets out a roar because he can't accept this. He says, I've taken countless of lives to harness his strength, and yeah, this guy really is brutal, bro. He says he even hurt himself and such because he wanted to be the perfect human. But he gets a flashback to our MC smiling and greeting him like an ordinary, killer, or I guess ordinary dude. He says, you're telling me this dude killed me? He says, I didn't think I'd have to go this far. He then takes something off from his Crocs, and it seems like this is actually a drug like LSD. Don't do drugs, kids and men. And of course, he says, this will turn me into the ultimate living organism. He begins to crunch, and his eyes turn red. He says this world will be completely destroyed. That goes for you as well. And blood begins to fall through his mouth. Something then triggers inside of him, but our MC is ready to take on this attack. He says, I have ignited my body, and I have reached my final form, the highest level of power, my fists. And this kind of reminds me of, Saitama versus Garo, and obviously Nathaniel is Garo. They then exchange punches, but our MC manages to dodge this, and Nathaniel is like, how can he still read my movements? How the heck is this possible? It's like I'm fighting 1,000 hands. He says, I know something did not feel right from the get-go. He says that his strength could not be measured by that hexagonal rubric. And oh my gosh, look at our MC's thing, guys. His strength is literally way past that hexagon, and he knows that he could never surpass our MC. And oh my gosh, guys, the red thing isn't just a background, this is experience. And look how huge our MC's experience is. And look at Nathaniel, he's so small compared to it, this is absolutely crazy. He then says that was a wall. How could somebody as young as him have that much experience? He says the man at the top of the world, the man I've aspired to defeat my whole life, a level that was out of arm's reach, the man who reached a deity level type of power. And our MC's eyes are beginning to smoke here because he's going absolutely crazy. He says that was a level I could only dream. Could this be Peter? And oh my gosh, hopefully our MC reveals it before this guy passes away, or of course he takes him out for good. It is the year 2003 and people are beginning to take their oaths. And of course, this is for the medical university ceremony. People are saying their oaths and they also begin to gossip saying, this is impossible because oh my gosh, guys, the representative for the enrolling class is Hyun Il-na, which is Nathaniel, and he was 13 years old and he was admitted into the medical university. We're at the patient ward here and we see Nathaniel and he's sitting down on his, hospital bed as the other kids are enjoying playing with Santa. He then sees an image and it says, God loves all his children, which is absolutely true. He says, why was I born weak, however? He says there must be a reason why this is so. He then looks at the TV and there is actually a video about lobsters and how they evolved or adapted. He says this could be a way of telling me that I need to achieve something that ordinary humans cannot. He then lets out a crazy sinister smile. And guys, if I saw this in the dark, hopefully I don't hit this kid or something. It is 2012 and people are looking for somebody to heal this guy. He's actually a serial killer. And they say, a man like him is a true doctor. It is Nathaniel, of course, and he says it's so strange how people only think about their ethics when they're on the job. But for him, this is no different than any other surgery. But look at this guy. He literally looks like somebody straight out of the Bakiverse. This guy's ripped to the bone. He says, why is my heart pumping so fast though? And bro, please don't tell me you're sauce. Just kidding, bro. He says it's because he's seeing a powerful body. He begins to sweat nervously as he says, I want to analyze every bit and piece of you. And he says, isn't that fine? Come on, that has to be fine. And he's really having these intrusive thoughts right now in his head. And merely a moment ago, he was suturing his organs. But just then, his entire brain was cut open, and that's why he fled to South America and he hid. And this is actually a pretty cool drawing of South America. Nonetheless, he then went there and used people for his research as we see thousands of bodies in this pit. He says he proved his hypothesis through research, and this is actually kind of crazy, guys. It's actually sad. He then took other people's stuff or organs. Like I said, he took this guy's leg as we see it here, and he didn't need the genetics of his mother and father since of course he was born kind of sickly, and this is absolutely crazy. He is then sent flying in the air, and he said, or so I thought I could be that strong. And yeah, you're getting wrecked by Peter the goat. He then crashes into one of the tubes. He says all the muscles in my body have been deflated, and yeah, this guy doesn't look as juiced up anymore. He says he can't even lift a finger. And Peter, or MC Sangdo, says, do not move. You'll only die quicker. Nathaniel then asks, I put 30 years into all of this. Oh dang, bro. He actually looks like a 25-year-old, but hey, I think he's around 40 or something. He says, I wanted to be stronger. What efforts have you put to become this strong, Sangdo? Please tell me. He says the reason you can't keep up with me, I've put also the same amount of effort as you for 65 years. And Nathaniel looks at him with glowing eyes saying 65 years. Our MC walks away and he remembers the head of Peter when he was older. And he says, I don't understand anything. And no, look how, I'm not going to lie, Nathaniel looks so cool. And he just says with his last moments and his last words, at least I got to meet you before I died. And wow, guys, what a beautiful story and what a beautiful way to end this character. We then see all of the Brazilian killers were dead and all the information of glory killers were deleted from the system, of course, and all that's left was something else, but we aren't going to be told because this is obviously a manhwa that likes putting us on cliffhangers. But anyway, we then see a beautiful van on here on the road, and it is of course the Dako brothers as well as Coach, and they then says, do you think you can get to C rank this easy? They say, come on, just give us a C rank promotion. They say, we're method acting as patients. Come on. They then look back, and it is Yuna, and she's looking off to the horizon, and she then says sure, because of course they're pretty much saying that you were pretty brave. Anyway, our MC looks to the left, and Yuna feels hopeless. She says everything worked out in the end, so she should be relieved. However, she wonders why she is not happy, and that's probably because her brother won't be getting that special treatment that Nathaniel offered her. He then says, our MC, by the way, Yuna, you must be thinking about your brother. And she says, I'm just thinking about how I didn't get to eat at school lunch for a long time. Anyway, she explains Nathaniel destroyed all the serums, and he then says that is true, but you know, Yuna, you might be able to find another way to save him. And she just says thanks, Sangdo, for the encouraging words. It is now nighttime as we see they arrive back, and did this guy just drive on the track? Okay, anyway, they then hop out and they're super excited. They then salute to the coach, saying, Coach, we'll get home safe. And he then says, Yuna, go take your baggage. She says that isn't mine, and she wonders if the coach left it. He says maybe take a look, Yujin might like it. And of course he says, wait, how did you know his name? This is, and yup, this is the actual vials from Nathaniel that he developed for her brother. He says, I was surprised. Nathaniel didn't actually destroy him, and tears begin to flow down through her face, and she hugs onto it with her dear life. We are back at the Yongwang General Hospital, and this guy says, boss, by the way, all of the patients have been moved. And he says, I can't believe it. These were actually a fight between two people because there are literal like holes and craters on the ground. They wonder if it was Peter. He says, was it really Peter? And he says, oh, it was. The security cameras got a clear shot of him on the image right here. And yeah, Peter looks so cold even though he is old. And I just set a bar. Nonetheless, he explains he appeared and vanished like some sort of ghost. And this guy says, the two of them, a ghost? Did you just say ghost? This guy says, please, wait, no, don't. And oh my gosh, he falls to the ground stumbling, and he gets sliced up in an instant. She says, Peter, a ghost? How dare you use that title? And she then says, you're not mad I killed one of your minions, are you, boss? He says, no, no, no. Don't worry. She then says he died before even getting officially trained as a new... Yo, he didn't even get trained, but he was that strong? She then says, Peter, huh? I'm going to teach him a lesson. And this is a sword ghost. And trust me, you're about to become a ghost after our MC just rips you apart. Nonetheless, we see a hairline. I don't know why I'm seeing this. And this is the coach. He says from this point on, you guys are all going to be in the volunteer service. The Doggo brothers like, naruhodo, I see, we're already wanted again? Are we that famous? And of course our MC says nothing, and Yuna is like, can we just shut these guys' mouths up? And yeah, I can agree sometimes. He says though, go out and do your best. And we see a beautiful image here of some sort of fishing dock or port, and look at this really beautiful image. Nonetheless, the Doggo brothers look at each other like, what the heck? I thought we were going to be volunteering. What is going on? She then says, didn't you hear the coach? We're here to volunteer, and they are looking after kids. She says, don't mind them, they're just a bunch of boneheads. And he says, you know what, don't even be that mad. We do need to do some actual volunteer club, you know, to be acknowledged by the school for doing stuff and not just, you know, hurting people. The Doggo brothers throw a tantrum like they're the kids here, saying, I'm not doing it. I don't want to do this. This is wrong. But there is a beautiful lady. She says, are you the volunteers? Her name is Yejin, and they look at her, and in a split second, they begin to literally pull the weeds, saying, oh gosh, these weeds need picking, and they're going crazy like a Pokemon of some sorts. She says, wait a second, you're picking the flowers too, and it seems like they don't even care. Nonetheless, Yuna goes up to our boy Peter saying, or Sangdo, she says, this neighborhood is pretty far out. Why did the coach send us here? She says that they're 300 miles away from Seoul, and the coach explains that he doesn't know what this is about either, but he remembers that you're merely here to do volunteer work, so don't go around causing trouble. Our MC turns away saying, I'm sure there is a reason, and I'm going to search for that, and she says, why is he so down in the dumps before? Or he wasn't like this before. The Doggo brothers are just chilling like they're in some sort of anime protagonist role here, and they wonder, are you a student at school? And they're asking the teacher. She says, really? Oh, come on, I'm a teacher. I'm not that young. And yeah, this is literally an elementary school, bro. Nonetheless, they say, we're students and you're an educator. Don't catch feelings. And the crowns strike again. We see the janitor, or the security guard. He says, welcome to the UIL school. This is our school security guard and janitor. He says, I'm sure that you noticed that this is actually in a rural area. And he laughs at himself. And of course, only the teacher laughs, and our MC and Yuna are like, bruh, that was so cringe. He even told him to stop. Nonetheless, we hear, from what I can tell, these school grounds are clean. What can we do? He says, follow me. And Yuna says, something isn't right. Were we really sent here to do some fishing? To do some sweeping? These group of thugs then walk up. They say, your school rent's overdue. When are you going to pay? He says, I'm sure you know, but we don't make a lot of money. So come on, we can't turn on the heating even. But you know what? Take these things. It is a bunch of potatoes, and they're like, oh yeah, look at this. But they just drop it to the ground, and the security guy is sent flying to the floor. And of course, the teacher says, Yejin, there's no need for violence. Come on, this wasn't in the contract. Yuna is about to step up, but she says, you know what, Sangdo, don't get involved. I got this. But it seems like they're actually just going to watch from the sidelines. The guy goes to the security man, and the teacher saying, there are other ways to pay us back. And he has a cigarette in his mouth as he looks at teacher Yejin saying, with your face, you can put up a lot of cash, you know that, right? But then somebody stops his face, and that is, oh yes, it is Junior Doko. He says, I'm gonna, but then he just gets punched in the face by the thug. And he says, how about I use these hands to beat your butt? And Junior Doko is like, something landed on my face. It was a mosquito, and bro, you're literally dripping blood. Nonetheless, we hear punches and punches, and they seem to have gotten beat up so badly as a teacher is taking care of them. We see the security guard, and his back is also injured. Oh my gosh, that's actually horrible. She says, don't worry, thanks to your work, our school is a bit cleaner. And what about you guys stay the night, and we can talk tomorrow. Our MC says, are you alright, Captain? I can tell you've really matured. And yeah, compared to back then when they first met, they really definitely have, and they've gone through a lot of experiences. He says the biggest display of strength is knowing when to hold back, and you really impressed me today. And yeah, they didn't do anything to hurt those thugs. And they're just like, oh yeah, that's what it's like to be. That's what it's like to be this cool. We see the beautiful night sky here, and we also see Yuna on the swings alone. And come on, she's always like this. We see it creaking because it is old, and she gets a flashback to when her MC told her to pick up the luggage, because of course Nathaniel left the potions intact. She says, Sanggu, how did you do this? She says, how do I even bring this up with him? I can't bring myself to thank him. He then says, did seeing the kids today make you think of your brother? And she's like, what the heck are you doing? You just popped up like some sort of ghost. She says, why do you always show up out of nowhere like that? He says, what do you mean, little baka? Okay, he didn't say, okay, never mind. But anyway, she says, never mind as well, like I'm like just what I just said. She says, this is the perfect time to bring it up. I'll try mentioning this. She says, I want to thank you for last time. Is that what you wanted to say? And her MC just looks into the sky, and he says thank you, because of course as well, she saved him from getting beat up when she told him to meet at the clock tower outside. We see, oh, this is sad, when she was literally crying on the floor. He says, I'm sure you were scared at that moment, but you tried to protect me, and that took a lot of courage. She says, you know what, that's nothing. And also, I've been curious about something. Are you related to Peter or something? Because of course you're so strong, but nobody's as strong as you. You even took down Nathaniel on Apostle, and how could a mere D-rank killer be that strong? He says, you know what, as he closes his eyes, I'll tell you everything. I truly promise. And Yuna says thank you under her breath. He wonders what she said, and she just pulls a swing around herself because yeah, this girl is a tsundere. She then yells out, thank you, and of course he says, yeah, just calm down. He says, you definitely did that on purpose, and yeah, she's blushing because this is way too funny. Our MC gets up saying, looks like both the Dako brothers and Yuna have done some maturing, and of course now that that's wrapped up, it's time to get going, and I wonder what he is talking about. He is then roaming the school right here at night, and he sees the janitor's office, and the dude is actually a janitor, not a security guard. But he is technically a security guard as well. He wonders if there's anything he can help him with, and this guy says, you're still awake. Don't overwork yourself and get some rest. He then laughs, and he wonders if it's pressure, but then our MC says, I'll get going now. But then the man says, you're not fooling me. I've lived decades around the smell of bloodshed. And he says, you were wrong, boy. You reek of bloodshed, and he takes off his hat, and it was a disguise. Our MC just says with some sass, volunteer work was the only way I could make it here under the radar. He says to meet you, Apostle Simon, and oh my gosh, this guy's his broom is actually a glistening blade, and this fight's about to be awesome. He says, I know you can wield a sword better than anyone in this world, and you're the best swordsman that Glory has created. He is known as a spiral swordsmaster, and this is absolutely sick. He says you did your research, then I'm sure you also know you won't leave this place alive, and no freaking way, this is about to be awesome. One slash. When anyone swings a sword, there's obviously a small gap, and then the opponent's opening, that's the opponent's opening to pretty much counterattack, but for this man, it's as if he has the ability to read minds as he slashes towards our MC, And of course, not even the strongest weapon could fight or dodge a sword, and he cuts the bamboos perfectly around him, and this is obviously just visualization, until it's not because there's actually a bamboo forest near them. He says, let's see, do you live up to your name as the best swordsman in the world, Spiral Master Apostle Simon? He has a rosary around his neck, and he says, there have only been 2 people I haven't been able to defeat in 10 moves. You should be proud, because you are one of them. And he slices the bananas, the bamboos, and he dodges it. And he says, one thing that people cannot hide is their habits, and even their way of breathing as well. And he says, you know what, I wasn't sure at first, but it couldn't be possible. He then says, I, Apostle Simon, greet our brother Peter. And oh my gosh, this is actually so sick how he actually knew that it was Peter. He says, I've missed you gravely, as he of course kneels before him. And he says, wait, what? You returned to your youth? He says, I guess so. I can't believe any of this crap either. He says, you look great now, brother. And you know, in your past life, you never really looked this put together. Anyways, he says, I was right. The unrivaled swordsman of the sword, you really do bring honor to the Spiral Swordmaster. Anyway, he says, it was all thanks to you. And he then says also, I'm getting rusty a bit with my sword after spending so much time sweeping. And we find out that, oh, our MC was the one who taught him when he was also younger as well. And this is such a W reunion. He says also, have you heard about what happened to Nathaniel? He says, yeah, there was a commotion there. He says, wait a second, was that your doing? He says, yeah, that was. And he really wondered who would be willing to do all that trouble. He then asks why he actually did it. And he explains, my plan is to completely eradicate glory. He says, I see. That is super dangerous even for somebody like you. So please let me join you. And this guy really is a nuthead as well. He says, no, focus on keeping the school grounds clean. He says, no, with me by your side, we're actually going to be a strong duo. He also says that I still get that night in my dreams. We see Peter holding back Simon. Oh my gosh. He has a sword out ready to kill somebody. And it is that apostle that of course took over glory. And it seems like Simon definitely wanted to get rid of him. I would have even sacrificed my life, don't you agree? As our MC looks at this rosary in his hand. 60 years ago, we find out that Father Gabriel founded this orphanage, and out of the children that resided there, 12 of them were selected, carefully. They went through a horrible process. Like, guys, look at them. They're literally under the barbed wires. This is some military level training. They were treated like wild beasts, and they were literally enduring hell on earth. But these guys became secret special agents known as the 12 Apostles, and these guys look super menacing. Anyway, before they realized it, it had become a force that had influence across the globe, until one day a young boy came to the orphanage, and we find out that Father Gabriel took him in as an adopted son for no reason that they knew. And as soon as time passed, that child wanted to get the crown for himself. And in the end, oh my gosh, he took the crown for himself after he eliminated his own father. And of course, Simon got absolutely furious at this, but our MC held him back that day. He says, I'm doing this for my sake. Or no, it's for our sake. Trust me, this is not our time yet, and our MC is wise. He says with glory in the palm of his hands, glory turned into a filthy house of killers, and that's why it started to be corrupted. He says I really had no power back then because of his contract, but now he has the greatest power of all time, and this is youth. He then says, I want you to watch. That man destroyed our kingdom, and I'll be the one to destroy his. And this is such a cool scene. Anyway, we see the Dako brothers, and they say, this is so sad. They say if you give love, you get love back. But our MC is just filled with these kids on top of him, climbing him. And yeah, he doesn't even have any reaction. Nonetheless, the teacher Yejin says, thankfully those thugs aren't here today. He says, don't worry, those thugs won't be back. And well, it seems like they took care of it, and they probably just tossed them in the water, and that's exactly what they did. Nonetheless, they say thank you as they begin to get going. They say thank you to Yuna, to our MC, and to the Dako brothers. Even our janitor is there, or Simon. He laughs, saying, I told you that you will enjoy your time at UIL, and we will look back at these fond memories. And Yuna seems kind of pissed for some reason, because, he got her name wrong on purpose. We hear Miss Yejin, we'll come back to see you every year. And he says, I'm super glad for that. Come anytime. The janitor, or Simon, says, please call me anytime you need me. And he has his gloves to, of course, cover up his actual hands, saying, you know that Apostle Simon has been supporting you for all these years. I'll be there in a flash if you ever need me. He says, take care of yourself, Simon. And the rain begins to pour, and this night seems to have gotten dark. We see the waves crash as well, and there are even thunderbolts and thunderstorms in the school. We see Simon just reading the newspaper as he says, "I'll be having many guests today." And yup, there are two people wearing the hoods, and this is the person with a sword. This is the girl, oh my gosh, the sword ghost or whatever. She says, "Oh, this is where you've been hiding. Apostle Simon, of Father Gabriel's 12 disciples, and you're also known as the best swordsman in Korea." He says, "A swordsman and a husky bear-like fellow. From what I heard, you're the best swordsman in Japan, right? The sword phantom." She says, "Since you already know, I'm flattered." He then asks why she is here as he takes off his little jacket. She then says, "We're here for the money." He says, "Oh, you poor thing. You're not going to be able to make any of it. Because who dares have the nerve to say I'm the best swordsman in Korea? And yeah, bro, go show her who the heck is boss." She says this is going to be worth it. And he launches at her, and she launches at him as well, because one of them definitely is not leaving alive. We see they go back and forth with each other and their swords are coming in contact. She then says, "I had my hopes considering how famous you were, but you're not as good as I thought." And this girl is acting kind of cocky. She wonders if he's getting old and yo, his right arm just, oh no, he has a deep wound on his right arm. He says, "I suppose so. If I were as good as I was back then, you'd be already dead." And oh my gosh, there's a lot of wounds right on her body. And why does she have a perfume in her hand? Nonetheless, she dashes towards him saying, "Get off your high horse." He says that I'm also concerned about that big guy she came with. If he's going to take both of them on, he definitely needs a bigger playing field. He then slashes at her sword as well. He then says, "Let's not vandalize school property, or else I'm going to have to fine you." We see oh my gosh, the window just explodes, and yeah, he just went outside. She then says, "No need to worry about me." And because the person behind her, I'm guessing it's her bodyguard, said, "Come on, it's raining pretty hard. Are you going to be all right there?" They're now in that forest, this bamboo forest, and he's dashing super fast. He says the definition of a sword is pretty much a hunk of metal that can make clean cuts. And what she has is not a sword. Oh my... Yeah, this is more of like a knife or some sort. It's a saw, exactly. And this is what's used to gouge out human flesh. And that's why Simon had like a deep cut on his arm. Nonetheless, he says she may not slash many times, but each time she does, it's going to be deep. As we see her following, and look at her with her crazy smile. This kind of reminds me of Harley Quinn. Anyway, they're now on a ledge right here, and he looks super cold as he begins to even smile a bit. She then says, "What's this? You got a penchant for drama, old man. This is a perfect place for your heroic death," as we see that right over the cliff is the ocean. He says, "Do you know why I'm called the Spiral Sword Master?" She says, whatever, I don't care. I don't really want to waste my time with this." The man behind her says, "This is getting dangerous." He says, "You know what, fine. I can just show you at this point." And oh no, you messed with the wrong person, girl. He said, "This is Spiral Sword Mastery." And oh my gosh, she stands there so coldly. And yeah, things are about to get crazy. We then see the waves, the rain. Everything stops when he's about to use his attack, except the spiral. We hear "run." She's like, "What the heck is this? What on earth?" He slices her neck just like that, and there is a huge spiral just, oh my gosh, that's crazy. She couldn't even react, and the sheer power is a result of hundreds of thousands of battles, and wow, that is actually crazy. That is a heavenly state, and what an amazing attack as you see the sword slashes on her body. He says, "Now, it's your turn, big guy," as she is on the floor, and he then says, "If you hadn't retired all these years, you would be dangerous, but it's too late." He says, "What do you mean? You're the one that's going to be defeated." But there is a huge cut at his abdomen, and he's wondering what just happened. He says, "You really thought you won this battle? What's wrong?" He said, "I could have sworn I slashed her with my sword." But oh my gosh, he wonders if he's seeing ghosts here. It might have been an illusion, and now he realizes that the perfume was a hallucinogen. And wow, what a very sneaky brat. He says, "If I'm seeing illusion now, all I have to do is not look." He then goes for it again, and oh, it seems like it works, but look at him in real time, guys. He's just swinging his sword around weirdly, and I can guarantee if he was able to swing his sword around, this girl and her partner would be dead in an instant. She says, "That's why I'm called the Sword Phantom. I know you can't hear me though. It's because I literally am a ghost." And oh my gosh, she then goes to attack him, and hopefully he is still alive. We are back at the academy, the Shin Yong High School. We hear, "Guys, can I ask you something?" The Docker brothers seem to be quite down. They say, "Miss Yejin won't answer my texts. Is love always as painful?" And yeah, what is this guy even saying? Anyways, She sent a picture to them and it says woman with a sword and a bear like man. And of course he says, Yuna, how do you deal with a woman who's acting like this? Our MC just ignores what they're saying and he goes into a serious mode as he makes a phone call, and we see the cliff where of course Simon was fighting. We see the blind lady as well as the captain saying, why is it so cold here and it smells of salt water? Our MC looks at this box here with an image and the dog looks super angry. She says, what's wrong? What's gotten into you? And oh my gosh, our MC has veins on his head. This is the first time I've seen Sangdo or Peter mad. He remembers to when Simon was asking if he could go with him, and also when they bid farewell to each other. And if only they were together, then it would have been fine. And there is an arm that says, Dear Peter, and it is, oh no, it is Simon's arm. And Peter is so frustrated. And yeah, things are about to get crazy. We then see somebody spying on them with binoculars. He says, Master, the target has received his gift. He says, are you sure it's Peter? He says, I'm sure of it. It's an old man, right? But he's not alone. They say there's a woman with a dog, a young guy. Wait, where's the young guy? Our MC grabs the phone and he looks behind him in a split second like, what? How does he know I was here? I have no choice. I'm going to stab this dude. But then it's the lady and we hear, I'm flattered. He says, you're the Phantom. Listen here. You're not going to get away with this. You better make sure he's alive. And you know, for this guy that was going to attack him, his hand's already destroyed by our MC's left hand because his grip is crazy. He says, if he is not alive, just know you are going to die a very slow and painful death. And look at his eyes here, yo. Oh my gosh, our MC is not playing any games, yo. This is sick. We see our MC on the phone and somebody asks if he's going to be alright. We then see they are going to her house and it's pretty much this huge yacht, and the blind girl says there's info on the name, ID and stuff, and the information on the passengers. However, there's only one boat that has absolutely none of that revealed. It's called the Ghost Cruise, and yup, that's the one. They're the ones who kidnapped Apostle Simon, and this is kind of spooky. He says, one thing I do know is where they got that boat from. He then explains, in Korea we have glory. Ever since the Kamakura shogunate to modern day, there's been an organizations for a millennium called the Kitoryu, and they are pretty much like the strongest Yakuza gang, and the incident that happened at the boss's 60th birthday banquet is responsible, or they are responsible for that, as you see a ton of dead bodies. He says it was all at the hands of 2 people only. Oh my gosh. And she says, yeah, I know that one, but why was it called a missing case? Isn't it like a massacre? He says because even after a gruesome of 2 versus 2,000, not a single body was left behind. And of course the police immediately put out a wanted order on those 2, and I'm guessing that is the girl as well as her bodyguard, and this is a tragic story. He says now in Korea she's become the new Simon of Glory. Oh no. She asks why he's doing this. She says not to mention it's ocean terrain. If you die, nobody's gonna come out to find you. He says don't worry, I'll be fine. No matter how many people I fight, I will make sure to avenge my fellow comrade. Anyway, we hear, why do we have to wear all this goofy stuff? And yep, it is the Taco brothers and they are on this mission as well. He says, trust me, I told you not to come, but why the heck are you here? He says you guys could really die here, but they don't care. A killer does not fear death. And this guy begins to smoke a fake cigarette. Yeah, he is way too funny. That's literally a lollipop, bro. He says, how are you liking the yacht? And this is Yoon Chang Choi. Let's go. He's helping our MC for this mission. He says it's cold out. Go inside where it's warm. And he says, why do you look so nervous? Because he's literally sweating. Because he says drugs, legal weapons, and all these different stuff. There is a lot of stuff on that boat. And usually you cannot enter without permission. But of course, he says, whatever. We can finally see our destination. It's the Ghost Cruise. And our MC says, I can't finally wait to meet the Sword Phantom. But most of all, I want to be the one to punish her, and it seems to be a crazy party going on top of the ship as a lot of other yachts begin to approach it. And that was a rhyme. Nonetheless, we see it's a really fun time, and this guy hits one of the workers, saying, I want to speak with your boss, and wow, that's so mean. A lady with high heels comes, saying that everybody calls me master, and there's a bodyguard from before when they had their cloaks on. Her name is of course Simon, at least for now, and she is the master of this cruise, and she is an apostle. We see that she has kind of short hair as well as a piercing on her eyebrow, and her partner, I'm guessing her bodyguard, just kind of looks like a thug. No offense. Nonetheless, she sits down beside this man. He says, have you forgotten who I am? He says, I'm the president of Dusang Group. She then sits on his lap as she begins to caress his face. She says, I could get you feeling even higher than you already are. And just at that second, he then cannot move and he's frozen. He wonders what happened, and she says, I didn't think you'd be into this stuff. He cannot breathe as he holds his neck, trying to. She says, throw him into the ocean. Of course. And this guy puts him on top of his shoulder like he weighs nothing. And she really asks him, what do you think Peter's like? And this guy says, I don't know. I don't even know if he will show up. She says, I've got to kill him to get my cash. And she says, hurry up, Peter. And yeah, this girl's a psycho. The Dako brothers are like, what the heck? A club with a huge pool? This is pretty much a hotel. There are a lot of billionaires, as we see like this Arabian prince or some sort, and some people from England. And he says, I bet they wipe their butt with dollar bills. They then look at each other, Junior and Biggie, and they say, let's go and go to the VVIPs. And we see Donald Trump here, and he says, would you look at that? Hey, over here. They're then cleaning like crazy, and they give them like a $800 tip. He says, wait a second, $100 is about 100,000. So we just got 1,000,000 won for cleaning. We then see them lying down on a mountain of money, and they're shooting with their money guns, and they say we're rich, when in reality they're on the floor just rolling around. Our MC's like, really bruh? Anyways, it seems like the host has finally called out to everybody in the main floor. She says, I would like to extend a warm welcome to everybody, and we have a few items before the auction. She says, so you're the new fake Simon of Glory, huh? The main auction today is called the Podarok. And she says, do you know what the most powerful weapon in the world is? This little guy can take hundreds of thousands of lives in less than 2 minutes. And it is a biochemical bomb. And wow, how the heck is this here? She says she really defeated Simon. What the heck? People are beginning to be skeptical and gossip, saying that's a bomb created in the Soviet Union. How did it get here? She says it's more silent than a bullet, and of course more painful than a bomb. This old man says, dang you, I was wondering who stole it, and this is Victor Igora, who's a top weapon merchant in Russia, and dang, they really finessed this dude out of his own bomb. He says, bring that thing to me right now. The man then stops 2 of his bodyguards going for them, and of course they just walk past him. They say, move man if you don't want to die. They then approach the lady, and she says, it's taken you a while to feel it, huh? They then begin to go crazy as they hold onto their heads, and I'm wondering if they've been affected by the Podarok. They're, oh, what the heck? Their face begins to like burn off or melt, and he wonders if the bodyguard did something to them because he put both of his palms on their face. Everybody is just looking at this like, what the heck just happened? She says, no, don't worry about it. Apologies for my delay. The auction will start tomorrow night, and it will be starting at $200 million. Okay, that's actually crazy. She says, I'll also let you all in on a special little secret. There's one more special item going for auction. She says it's something so crazy and it's beyond your imagination. They wonder if it's some sort of relic or artifact or even perhaps a weapon or shield. She says, don't tell anyone, but this will be revealed tomorrow. They really wonder why she's doing this and why it's secretive, but our MC is here very disappointed. He says, Simon, where the heck are you? We then see the bodyguard as he says, do you think Peter is among them? She explains if he doesn't come, he'll lose a chance to ever see that again. And we are back to Yeon Chang Choi, and they're going back to the room, and he says, how about let's get some dinner first? He says, great idea. And he says, you must be careful though, okay? I'm sure you saw what happened earlier. This girl is so strong, and we were pretty much at her mercy the entire time we were on this warship. But somebody calls out for Mr. Choi, and it's exactly who they did not want to run into. It is the fake Simon. She says, it's been so long. How about we eat together? He says, sorry, I'm going to skip the dinner. The champagne has me feeling off. But then she goes closer, saying, you need to take my hint. Somebody then pushes her off. It is our MC. He explains rearrangements will have to be made for tonight's dinner, but if you truly need someone to dine with, I can join instead as our MC comes closer to her. And yeah, our boy got that riz, but wait, he's kind of like 70 years old, but whatever. Anyway, he guides the chairman back to his room, and she looks kind of pissed. She says, this dude actually has the guts to do that to me, huh? She says, I'll take you up on that offer, and she sprays some perfume on herself. She says, just a fair warning. I suggest you loosen your belt, and she gets closer to him as the aroma begins to spiral around her MC, because we're going to have an awesome night at this table. And yeah, our MC's probably going to use that table and hit you in the face with it. She then runs her fingers through our MC's lips as she says they don't even know what's coming. Everybody who is a victim to me. We hear there you are, master, and it is the Dako brothers. And of course, it seems like they actually saved our MC. They then say, we are at your service. We will clean everything and anything. And of course, give us the word. Our MC finally comes back to reality, and she says, oh well, looks like you got lucky, babe. And yeah, guess what? Luck isn't real, little girl. Anyway, she walks away with that suspicious bodyguard. He says, what was that? How did she do that in a blink of an eye? He then says, it must be something. Anyway, we see the Dako brothers, and he says, did you see? She's going to tip us $1,000. And yeah, these guys are definitely going to come home rich. Our MC is looking really clean here, and it seems like he definitely knows that this might not be an easy fight. We see that she is now bathing in her literally, look how big this bathroom is. It's the size of like an entire mansion, and the bodyguard is just here on the pillar. She says, "Aren't you curious to see how steamy it'll be?" He says, "What do you mean?" She explains that 100 killers from Brazil. He also completely pulverized Nathaniel. She says he can really light up a battlefield, and yet he's an older man in his 70s, and oh, I thought she was talking about Sangdo, but yeah, she technically is. Nonetheless, he says, "Are you sure that that was Peter? That dude? This place is nothing like Yong Hospital. Do you really think he would be able to get on here?" She says, "I'll have to ask you. I'll have to find out who he is and why he's prying into this business's organization." And she says, "Have you forgotten?" As she splashes the water, "We have that at our disposal." And she then asks, or he then asks, "Are you worried about that man?" She says, "Come on, you must be kidding me. I don't care if it was a man or a woman. I just really wanted to see what he looked like." And she's talking about our MC. We see the beautiful yacht here, and they're having a blast, probably 24/7 and gambling, and I want to gamble, just kidding guys, nonetheless. We see our MC pretending to be a worker here, pushing laundry. He gets a flashback to Simon. He says, "I don't have any other family, and you're the only person I can call a brother. Thank you so much. I'll give you my life if I have to." He says, "I don't really want you to get hurt at all." And then he says, "I can't die. I can't die until I fulfill our promise." And he says, "Wait, you still remember that?" Our MC says, "What do you mean? I've got one of the best memories," and yeah bro, he's the greatest hitman alive. Memories, nothing. He says, "Simon, I'll definitely get you back," and W for our MC, he is the GOAT. He is about to turn this corner as we see two people guarding this door. They then say, "Hey, what are you doing here?" He says, "Don't worry, I'm delivering room service." They say, "Go ahead, blah blah blah." But the man says, "There are no Asian waiters on this ship." And he says, "Maybe we should take him to her." But then our MC just puts them inside the bag or inside the cart, and that was like 0.5 seconds. Nonetheless, our MC goes to the fridge and, well, like he's gonna get a snack, but he just beat up everybody in there. And of course, he then goes and destroys the people maintaining this sort of engine. Our MC goes to these other bathrooms and he's looking for everything. He says, "I've searched everything and there's only one place left to search." That means that Simon is going to be at this last location. We see a dot right in front of these people, and it is a piece from 1780, and you call this a masterpiece, bro? Anyway, everybody is flabbergasted. And he is like, "Hey, we will begin the bidding at $1 million. Some lady from England says 1.1, and this prince says 1.3 million. She says grazie or thank you, and it seems like Farsari has the highest bid at 1.35 million. And she says glory to Italy, and the greatest masterpiece of Monet, Martri, is now here. She says now is a real highlight. It's something really special as they unveiled the red clothing behind this safe. And everybody's like, "Wait, I wonder how much that's gonna cost. That must be awesome." She says, "Biochemical weapons? What could this be?" Just kidding, it pales in comparison to those things. She explains this is more precious than any jewel, and she then uncranks the wheel as it opens, and these two people who were bidding earlier are shocked. It is a former apostle, no, Simon, and oh my gosh, his right arm is chopped off. Or I guess at least his forearm. She introduces him as the greatest swordsman in the past, the Spiral Swordmaster, and these people are like, "No way, you mean that Spiral Swordmaster? But isn't that guy just a dead body?" And yeah, Simon looks kind of lifeless here. She then says as she looks to the crowd and turns her head, "I bet your blood is boiling right now, Peter." And she goes crazy. She says, "Come on, I'll find you anyway, even if you don't react." Everybody is like, "What? Is that really the real apostle?" Everybody then shifts as if there's a strong aura, and it is our MC. And look how infuriated he is. And she says, "I finally found you." There's a lot of shock and talking amongst the audience, and her bodyguard says, "Have you found him?" He says, "I did, but I also didn't." She mentions that he was just there in the crowd, as you see her MC, and she mentions just that bit of a second there was like an animosity like a sharp knife, but there's no way. She really wonders who it was, and she says, "No matter, of course, let's begin the bidding for this body of Apostle Simon, or actually still alive." She said, "Let's start at 10 million. She says, "Come on, somebody take him away before he passes." Our MC's just looking at this helpless because he doesn't have the money. He then gets kind of pissed because she's using Simon as bait to catch him. And second of all, if he does bid, he'll expose himself, and he's holding onto his wrist really hard here. And he says, "What can I do to save you?" And even the greatest hitman is clueless. She then pats him on the head, saying, "You're nothing more than an unwanted hunk of flesh. Could you imagine that?" She then brings his face up with his hair, and she says, "No bidders. I see. It's pretty much because he has no arms, or a missing arm, right? Then I guess we're going to get rid of it. 5, 4, 3... to 20 million. And it is Yong Chang Choi, the GOAT. And yes, let's go. Our MC's friend is a legend. She then says, why is Yong Chang Choi here? And why is he getting in my way? She says that he's supposed to be the right-hand man to our boss at Glory, and she says she is confused, but 20 million, is there anyone else? As you see Yong Chang Choi's hands literally shaking. She says, congratulations Yong Chang Choi, chairman, and everybody's clapping, and yeah, our bro is probably nervous as heck. We see it is of course Simon, and he is getting treated here, and it seems like he has a fever come up upon him. He says, thank you so much. I'm worried that you bidding on him is going to put you in danger, and also, you know, because of his life, and bro, he just lost 20 million. Nonetheless, our MP says that this really is quite a dilemma, and obviously if they had not bought Simon back, he would die so easily. Anyways, Yong Chang Choi is sweating, chairman. He says it's really dangerous for them to be here because they could become a target. He says, don't worry, I've prepared for something like this. I've got a hidden card, you could say, or maybe an ace in the hole. And oh, it is the Go brothers, and they're dripped out in Gucci, Louis Vuitton, even some Coach, or no, that's probably some rich brand I'd never heard of. Nonetheless, they say, what do you want with this peasant? And they're talking to our MC. He puts his arm around our MC, and our MC just has his hands folded. He says, come on, just follow our lead. You'll be rolling in dough. He says, I thought you came here to become a legendary killer like Peter. And they then reflect like, yeah, wait, what the heck? What happened to that? All of this money disturbed our main goal. He says, don't worry, cleaning floors may buy us Gucci and Louis Vuitton, but don't worry, it won't make us legendary killers. So exactly what is our mission? Our MC says something dangerous is about to happen, and since you two cleaned this entire ship, you must have some good knowledge about it, right? He says, yes, we've cleaned every single spot, even down to the shoes of the VIP clientele. And our MC says, perfect, because all of his efforts, or all of their efforts, are going to become awesome and useful in the mission. He says, from this point on, you will be assigned a special task of an A rank caliber, and yeah, technically that is technically true, you know. He's looking at Simon right here, and he looks kind of sad. He gets a flashback to when they are on a rooftop in school, and he says, I wish I could eat a homemade lunch packed by my mom, because I'd find out that they're actually just posing as students. He says, I wish I could just run around and play. And he's looking down at these kids actually having fun, like ordinary students. Our MC wonders what's gotten into him. Our MC says there's no way we could ever attend a regular school, and he has his sword, saying, that's absolutely true, but a guy can dream, right? He says, our MC, you know what, let's make our own school instead, and he looks back confused. He says, you and me. It'll be for the ones with no money, no home, and no parents, or with nothing. And our school will be for the poor children, similar to us in the past. He says it'll be the first of our kind, and look at our MC stance here, that's very typical of a protagonist. Simon is looking back like, oh my gosh, really? He says, I'll even lend you the textbooks for free, and oh my gosh guys, it seems like it has become a full circle to where MC was working at a bookstore. He says, brother, absolutely not. Our MC is actually kind of surprised, like, wait, what, bro? What do you mean? He says, I'm gonna buy the textbooks with my own money, as he gives a smile. And wow, what a beautiful scene in the manhwa. He's really hoping he wakes up, and he says, come on, we have to go to school. And Yong Chang Choi is right here, and this is so sad right here, guys, and hey, hopefully it all works out. We then see the fake Apostle Peter, or no, fake Apostle Simon. No, there ain't no fake Apostle Peter, bro. No one's replacing him. She is definitely furious, and she says, I never liked Yong Chang Choi. Why did he do that? She then yells out saying, he completely ruined my plans, and why does he even care about the Spiral Swordmaster? She says, let's kill him, and he then says, wait, what? As he begins to put back her high heel, and yeah, this ain't Cinderella, bro. Nonetheless, she says, let's behead that dude and hang it up everywhere. She says, you know he is the Deha group chairman, right? We can't kill him without the boss's permission. She then slaps this random dude on her right side, saying, don't get it twisted. I am the shipmaster. Everybody answers to me. She says get rid of the Spiral Master and Chairman Choi, and eventually Peter will come out. We see a door knock, and our MC says, don't worry, it must be room service, let me get that. It seems like it actually was, as we see a tea here, or a teapot and a cup. He then says, my goodness, I guess I really did set up that young lady, huh? She's now sending him crappy food to make sure I have a horrible time, and yeah, this is probably drugged. He says, I haven't had much of an appetite as well, and he says, really, you don't want to eat? He says, I'll be back though, before the tea gets cold, and he says, really, fine, I'll be waiting then. RMC exits the door, and he goes to the other one. He says the hospitality on the ship is very bad. He says that tea you just served, the usual hot tea is 60 degrees Celsius, but that was 75, meaning you lack the qualifications to be considered a quality cruise and luxury, and there are a bunch of guys with guns around him, and yeah, these guys are about to get wrecked, and the only things he has in his hands are some salt shakers. He says you guys really don't know the predicament you are in, and come at me, as he puts the 2 shakers right in his hand, and yeah, these guys are gonna say goodbye. These guys are all wondering, what the heck does he think he's gonna do with those pepper shakers? This guy must be bluffing. He says it's a common tactic I've seen many times before, but something's off about him, as he says, what's wrong? Can't shoot? And it feels like he can see right through them, and yeah bro, he definitely can. He says eventually you'll reach a hard ceiling by putting all your faith in that gun, and our MC is literally faster than the speed of a gunshot. He then has a pepper shaker in his hands as he comes towards this guy. He says this guy, he's eliminating everybody by striking them in the temple. Is this guy even a human? He says that this guy's eyesight is way above those of anybody that I've ever seen. They say, come on guys, stop waiting, shoot, shoot, shoot. RMC says, don't worry, it's useless. You'll end up shooting an ally instead. And now as for the real show, how fearsome Pepper can be. He then tosses it at them and it explodes, and obviously they cannot see. He then gets it back and he catches it, and he hits one in the face, and look at these guys shooting like they're crazy. He says, what a shame. You could have lived a few more seconds, but you were using a short-range weapon instead of guns. And yeah guys, look at that, they're all here on the ground, and yeah, GG to them. Somebody reports like, miss, it's about the men. They're all dead. And she says, really? Are you kidding me? That only means one thing. I knew it. That old geezer was being hidden by Yun Chang Choi this whole time. This guy's like, shipmaster, the restaurant. Peter has appeared at the restaurant and everybody there is gone. She says, what do you mean? He is not at Yun Chang Choi's room, or Yun Chang Choi's room? And anyway, we get another call. He's at the swimming pool. Peter's at the swimming pool. No, he's at the control room. And this dude is almost everywhere. She says, what kind of trickery is this? She then says, find out what's going on. And look at these dudes, guys. They're literally fighting against each other. And yeah, this is definitely deceit and chaos just at its finest. She says, come on, get moving. Who the heck is causing havoc on my ship? And actually, it's probably the Dako brothers because of what they said. And yeah, W for them. We then see them right here and they say, it's all part of our big plan. We get a flashback and they're talking to our boy Peter. VIP means very important paychecks. I mean people. He says, you know, those people are in danger. And they say, what do you mean? We want more stuff to buy. He explains that the woman's subordinates killed that VIP member's bodyguards. And this girl definitely wants to take out all of the VIP members on the ship. They're then like, what? No way. How dare she? And yeah, this is going to be so funny once it's animated. He then brings their heads together as he says, listen closely, you guys are going to be assigned a task of an A-rank caliber, and it is also of special operations. He says, go on and clean as you do have, but you need to spread a rumor. And they're spreading the rumor right now. It's pretty much about them saying, do you know that the shipmaster plans to kill all the VIP members? As you see Donald Trump right here, and there's also Prince, and they're like, what the heck did he just say? And he says, should we tell the VIPs about this? Of course, if the master finds out, we're going to be in trouble. And they both look at each other like, bro, boy, no way, boy. They then forgot what they needed to do after the rumor, but then of course he said, oh yeah, Sangdo just said to wait. Our MC is looking at his clock or at his watch. He then pulls back his gun, and he says now is a final signal as he shoots up in the air, and everybody wonders what that is. They then say the rumors are true, she's going to eliminate all of us. Our MC mentions once you hear a gunshot, this is the most important step that you guys need to execute. They then say, they yell, someone help, there's an old man here fighting with the ship's crew. And let's go. That's pretty much them saying that Peter is here. And yeah, this is such a master plan. She says it seems like people are saying that Peter has shown up. This old guy says, don't worry, we're trying to take control of the situation, but still the VIPs aren't really trusting us. He gets hit in the face with an ashtray, and she begins to literally hammer this guy's head, yelling out Peter's name. She says, come on, and we see her ugly face here. Oh my gosh. She says, that old fart, that disgusting little mole, why the heck is he doing this? How dare him? He then gets beat up super badly as his eyes turn red. Oh my gosh. The ashtray drops to the ground, but we hear the bodyguard say, don't worry, I will do it. And she then looks at him, and she's like, what did you just say? She then smiles, saying, really? She then pats off the literal blood or wine or whatever is on her skirt and legs. She says, baby, there's no need to get hasty. You can dig all you want, but of course, these guys will go somewhere else. He says, let me. But then she puts her hand on his chest, and she looks at him, saying, no. I know what to do, all right. Remember our promise? You are a servant. I am the master. I'll deal with this. And this is what we're gonna do. She then breaks something. She says if you want to catch a mole, you need to blow up the ground. As she whips out the biochemical sort of poison right here, she then licks it like an absolute maniac, saying we'll take out that mole, as well as 200,000 people aboard the ship. And yeah, this girl has lost it. We then see the smoke begin to rise and go through the doors, and her MC is like, no, she wouldn't. And we then see a vision of people dying here, saying did she just really detonate the Potter Rock? He then begins to run, saying I don't have time to get to the control room. Everybody needs to go above ground, and at this rate, everybody's going to die. But wait a second, why is everybody chilling here? He says even Simon will die as well as the other people here like the Dako brothers and Chairman Choi. And he says no way. But then our MC is smiling as he says I've been in that situation countless of times in my day, and yeah, our MC just always is prepared. The Potter Rock is actually something that can kill hundreds of thousands of people with a mere few drops, and that was just released on this ghost cruise. Coughing up blood, hair whitening, and also eyes beginning to bleed are all signs of this. But what makes it so fearsome is actually something else. It's the panic that everybody goes into, and that is true. He says from hallways, casino, lobby, and swimming pools, it's pretty much like the gates of hell had opened. And the best way to really get them out of here is by using the emergency alarm or making an announcement on the ship. But as he searched the ship, he realized something. It doesn't have an emergency alarm or equipment to make those announcements, and so that's definitely so bad. He says Simon is completely unconscious and vulnerable, so he's in the most danger, and he then goes through the people here, right through the crowd. He says, what am I supposed to do? It is a goat Chairman Choi, and he is running in the direction of our MC while he is carrying Simon on his back. Our MC says, I'll carry him. He says, no, Gu. Listen, do you know how Deha became the greatest thing in the world? We never let go on friends or people. And let's go, that's a W mindset. He's literally sweating here, and he says, leave him up to me, I got you bro, and go do what you have to do and get revenge on these guys that are trash. He says, Mr. Choi, thank you so much. He says, I'm glad that the children I once knew became a dependable and responsible adult in the blink of an eye. He then says calmly as everybody has left already, I'll leave it all to you then, and I'll be right back. He says, by the way, Sungu, wait, the poison gas is coming from that direction. And our MC does not give a crap, and he really wonders what he's trying to do there. Our MC is jumping through stairs and this stuff. He says, I can't help but feel like he's capable of making the impossible possible, and you can't spell impossible without I'm possible. He says back then he felt the same way with Peter, and I wonder if he's getting the same vibes. We then see a music player right here, and everybody is dying, including the mercenaries. This guy is fine. And she says, it's time for a toast to my victory, because she thinks she's won. And yeah, look at your dress, it's already spilled on, and get a new dress, bro. Or girl. He says, I just know that gas melted off the flesh and bones of everyone. I am truly curious if the boss will be able to tell the corpses apart, and yeah, don't worry, there'll be no corpses. The ship is now shaking, and the two of them are like, wait, what's going on? Things begin to crash, and she says, wait, this boat is swaying? How is a ghost crew swaying? And look at it right here, it's getting crashed by these waves. 5 minutes ago, we find out that our MC shut down auto control mode, and he accessed the tank compartment 1. We hear, how would you like to open the tank? We find out that the reason ships can float above water is because there are of course tanks that hold water inside to maintain balance. And so when one loses it, then it goes off balance. And guys, I guess I'm learning a few things here. I'm pretty sure you guys are too. He says there are no emergency or alarms, and all of the passengers go crazy. And so the best way is to of course open one of the tanks, and it rises up. And everybody realizes that they have to get to the surface because the boat is sinking. Everybody's climbing up these stairs, and let's go, the gas has nowhere to go. He then opens up this door, and he says, I'm going to take down that sword phantom now, and let's go. He found his way. Somebody says, over here, the deck is just beyond this door. He then gets shot in the shoulder and in the chest, and these mercenaries are like, where do you guys think you were going? They then crash open on the door, like, come on, let us in, because the gas is beginning to go towards them from the stairs. They then begin to laugh, like, ha ha ha, but then something happens, and they see a fist go through the metal, what the heck, and they get launched flying. He says, you put up a good fight. I mean the door, of course. And yup, let's go, it's Junior Dako coming in clutch as well, and we also see Biggie Dako right here. Everybody is cheering like, let's go, we're saved, and our heroes are basking in their glory. She then sees, as she sees them, what the heck is going on. Somebody runs in saying, Shipmaster, Peter is there. She says, the auction area, huh? She then begins to undress, and she begins to put on her usual clothes, which are her short jean shorts, as well as her tank top. She says, what scent would Peter like? As she looks for the best perfumes right here. She says, what about this one? This one worked on the Spiral Swordmaster perfect. She says, actually, I know exactly which one I should use. Not even the great Peter will be able to escape from this, and it seems like she's bringing in a crazy one, and oh my... She got a tablecloth and she put all of the perfumes inside, and yeah, our MC isn't going to be able to make it out of there. He is standing at the top of the staircase in the center stage where the light is beaming. She then opens up the door saying, I knew it. Peter and Yun Cheng Choi were in cahoots. But wait, what the heck? Why are you here, young man? Where is Peter? He then says nothing, absolutely nothing. And well, what a legend. She says, little brat, answer me when an adult asks you a question. He says, we will now begin the final auction of the Ghost Cruise. Today's prize is a new apostle recruited by the boss of Glory Club, or a fake apostle. We have the Sword Phantom, and she says, shut your darn mouth. She says, of course, as she smirks, as she's listening to her MC say, she's probably best known as Glory's rusty fake sword. And let's begin the auction at 10 cents, and she is literally held back by her bodyguard, and yeah, she calls her MC a brat. This guy, the bodyguard, looks kind of pissed as her MC brings it down to 5 cents, 2 cents, 1 cent, and nobody even takes it. He says, what a shame, and don't be too sad, you little sword phantom, because that's what you're worth. You are worth nothing, and I'll pay you to make up for the lost cost. What about that? $0 and 0 cents. And she brings out her blade, which is so ugly. It's not really a true blade. It's literally like the saw thing. But then he says, let me ask you a question. And she begins to get calmer. He says, that night, did you truly believe you surpassed the legendary master of the Spiral Swordmaster? And he says, you've got a long way to go. And he brings out the sword, and both of them are shocked. He says, let me truly show you the sword technique that has been with me for generations, and our MC gets in the spiral position, and yup, this is going to be literally the Spiral Swordmaster's technique at its peak, and let's go, Peter. She then says, whatever, cut the act, kid. But this guy says, wait a second, this dude is a high schooler at best. There's no way a kid like this could actually replicate that technique. But yet somehow, it's pretty much like he's got the skill to back it up. He says there's something strange about this kid, and look at his eyes right here. Yeah, our MC ain't playing no games. He then tells the fake Simon, you know what, come on, let me make the first move this time. She says, I said get out of my way. And she then looks at him with a crazy look, and yeah, you do not got the Renengan, little girl. He says, that gaze, I see. It seems like she's actually getting serious. She says, I'm going to show you how I chop up little trash like you. And that's the same look she had when she literally obliterated 2,000 men. That's actually absolutely crazy. We find out that a killer organization that's been around for 1,000 years would fall completely in a single day, and it's all because of a betrayal of a Yakuza gang. This guy is then pouring up his wine and he's saying, so you members are of the Kitoryu, right? The Sword Phantoms. He says, who the heck uses swords in this day and age? And this guy seems to be the head of somebody. This guy has a gun right here, and he says, I doubt you're faster than a gun. He says, I knew the moment I saw you, you look like your mother. And of course, come here next to me, and let's see if you look like her down there as well. And she gets super furious as her eye turns crazy. She literally activates the Renengan, and oh my gosh, this girl's about to get revenge. He says, say hi to your mom as me as well. He then shoots his gun, but then, oh my gosh, his head is on the ground, and she looks like she's here for revenge, and that's what she did. 2,000 of them were gone by that weapon, and she says, you want to get sliced or diced, as she takes off her boots. She says, your wish is my command, and he wonders why she is doing that. She says, there's no point in trying to scheme up a new plan. I hope you're excited, as she licks her lips. I specially prepared this for you. And it seems like she literally teleports so quickly like Saitama, and her MC's eyes cannot keep up. And she is bouncing on top of the pillars like this, like crazily, and she then goes to attack her MC, but he has a sword here, and he manages to dodge it, but of course, he's literally now kneeling on the ground. She says, how is she this powerful? Is that what you're thinking? No, and her MC is probably thinking, bruh, this girl is cooked. Nonetheless, she then disappears again, and she is attacking her MC from a lot of different angles. He then tosses some wine at her, or some alcohol, and it misses, obviously. We see that on her foot is actually these spikes, and I'm guessing that's helping with the, of course, the grip on the ground. And he is now tossing all of this alcohol, but it's missing at her, and she uses this physical power equal to an exponential amount of her body weight that comes from her speed and recoil. She then, so that's how she gets stronger, is with the speed. She then hits her MC swords like shockwaves, and the guy watching is like, this kid hasn't been able to fight back because my master is so quick. But something's strange. This kid is definitely barely defending, and he's being overwhelmed, but he hasn't even blinked, and he has no signs of exhaustion. And yeah, this girl is in for a rude awakening. She's then about to slash her MC with her full force, but her MC dodges it. She says, time is ticking. When are you gonna attack? He says, it feels like I'm fighting with a dozen people, and this kind of reminds me of Speed of Sound Sonic from One Punch Man. Anyways, he says this kid is definitely not able to fight back, but how is he still going on? This guy is just watching every move. He says, wait, he's watching her. He's just watching her attacks just like that. Maybe the reason why he's not choosing to do it is for a certain reason. His master is right beside him now, and he says, master, please stop. I feel something. She says, come on, I don't want you to fight. Let me take care of this. As she literally kicks him. Oh my gosh, she's losing control now. Her eyes seem to have gone rampant. I'm not gonna lie, guys, these eyes are actually pretty cool. We then see him crash into one of the tables here, and her MC says, you're breathing pretty hard, but her MC didn't break a sweat. He says, your little sword techniques are pretty fast, but yeah, they don't even hold a candle to the spiral sword master, and it's funny. He then says the Kitoryu was around for over 1,000 years, yet this is all it is. She then begins to twitch and go crazy as she disappears once again, going crazier than last time, and she is about to bite off her MC because look at her mouth right here. She looks like a titan. Just kidding. He says, master, wait, no. Our MC then gets a flashback to when he was talking to his brother Simon. He says, there are a lot of strong people, and I want to be stronger like you, brother Peter. You think I can pull it off? He then says, yes, you are one of the strongest men in the world, Simon, and you were the one to create this, a technique nobody would dare to surpass. Her eyes versus his sword. This is a spiral slash, and oh my gosh, he gets sent flying. But wait, we then see they have the typical, where both of them do their attack and they're both standing. He says, you're wondering how I stopped all of your attacks. You kick the ground beneath you to fly. They have a glaring weakness to them, and that's that you require something to launch off of. And all you had to do was make sure that she was in the air, and oh my gosh, her right arm is chopped off. As she's looking at it, she yells, no, there's no way. Her bodyguard then goes to her like, master, are you alright? She says, detonate it. Detonate all the perfume. He says, I understand why you are so confident in yourself. I see. He says, this is a losing battle from the get-go, and you will die at my hands, she says. And we see a huge perfume explosion right behind him. And look at him right here. He says, wait a second. Could this be the perfume from last time? She says, don't even bother struggling, she says, as she smiles with her last breath. You're basically dead, and Peter can't save you. And look at this, our MC is going to go up against a literal biochemical attack, and let's see if he could actually survive. And yeah, probably. Our MC is surrounded by the smoke, and he says there's no way to escape. We then see the fake Simon laughing like crazy, saying that this is my favorite part. He's now going to go crazy, like of course the real Simon did earlier. Our MC is of course just going crazy and swaying in the smoke, and his eyes are wide open though. She says, the moment you smell this, you are going to die. She says both you and Simon are going to be floating out on the water like fish, but she then gets surprised like, wait, what the heck? He's still there. And it seems like he whips out his sword, and it is covered in his tie. The guy then says, wait, what the heck? What is he doing to that sword? And how is he not even, of course, high off that perfume? He says, let's just see how long that will last, as she leaps towards him. And her MC puts some wine or some alcohol on his sword that was wrapped up with his cloth or his tie. He says, I've been waiting this whole time for you to spray that, as we see the cologne go around him. But then this guy says, her bodyguard, wait a second. It seems like it catches on fire. And it seems like the hallucinogen perfume is actually very combustible, and it's on fire now, and so he can easily use it to light one. He says, wait a second. That moment, that's when he figured out the properties of the perfume, was when she touched on his lips. She says, you piece of trash, and she's literally, keep in mind, she's missing an arm and it's bleeding out like crazy. She says, whatever, that fire's gonna get you nowhere. But she says, wait a second. Our MC says, I'm gonna light this place on fire, as he stabs it into the ground, and it seems like it begins to run towards her. And wow, she says, how is this possible? He says, the bodyguard, this dude has been planning this from all along. And yo, he was throwing all of that alcohol and stuff so that it gets on fire, guys. And yo, this guy is way too smart. She yells out, "You impudent brat." She then jumps across the places where it isn't lit on fire. Our MC blocks it though. He then says that the arms are crucial to keep one's balance, and so with her left arm gone, this is going to be hard for her to maintain her normal fighting stances and stuff, and so she's become weaker and slower, and this girl has truly reached her limit. As her MC says, "I did not expect this," and somebody then knocks her out, and it is her bodyguard, and this guy just did that in a flash. And he then says, "Are you my next opponent?" And look at our MC right here with the fire behind him. This guy really is in an action scene. He says, "You've made a grave mistake here," and the bodyguard then leaps away, and it seems like he's going to leave this place for now. We see the fiery halls lit up, and he's going right through them. He says, as he gets a flashback, "What do you want in return?" And this is, I'm guessing, the leader of Glory Club. He says, "Master and I will be returning home," and this is at the hospital. He says, "What do you do, and what do you plan once you get back? Are you going to find a new organization or something?" He says, "I guess that's the fun of it all. The people of Kitoryu have a lot of secrets, you know." Our MC goes up the stairs here, and I guess this is the first time he probably used an emergency exit for an actual emergency. He said he had no idea that their ties were this deep, and we find out that the lady was a leader of Kitoryu at a young age. She killed thousands, but there's one thing she doesn't understand. How did she become Simon? She then says, "You know this better than me. Their beings are at levels that are irreplaceable, and so of course they're more dangerous than nuclear weapons itself," as you see our MC right here when he was younger, as well as Simon. And yeah, these guys just look so cool. It reminds me of John Wick and the Japanese guy. He then says, "What do you mean?" She says, "Sword Phantom is a skilled fighter, but did she really make the cut to become an apostle?" We see Simon's stats right here, and we also see the fake Simon stats, which is that girl, and she's definitely wait, what? She's lacking in the stamina and strength aspect. She then says that she is far inferior to real Simon, and I just don't buy it, that this dude or this girl would become a new apostle. She then wonders what it could really be, and she says, "Who let this girl become one?" Our MC says, "It seems like you were right all along." She then goes on the keyboard, and it seems like she actually understood what got that girl to be an apostle. And I'm wondering what this is. Our MC is now on top of the ship here, outdoors, and he says with his hands in his pocket, "Why would you continue to live your life in the shadow? You didn't really have to do that." Apostle Simon, and oh my gosh, it was the bodyguard all along. That is such a plot twist. His name is Simon, or Kageo, and he is a member of the Japanese killer organization Kitoryu. And did any of you guys expect that? Because I sure did not. He then says, "Ever since I was born, I was told that in this industry, the curious die early." Our MC says, I have no other information on this man, and so he doesn't know how he fights and such. And so this is definitely going to be a hard fight. He then says, as he looks at him, he possesses unearthly force, and yup, he then tells our MC, "Who really are you, and what the heck do you have to do with Peter?" Our MC just chuckles and smirks, saying, "You know what, I would love to tell you, but unfortunately, the curious die early in this industry," and he leaps towards him, and yeah, GG to this guy. We then see him going right at it, and I love the fight scene in this manhwa. Our MC says this guy cannot be read at all. And yeah, bro, because look at this guy's face. It's completely expressionless in a way, and it reminds me of Vasco from Lookism. Nonetheless, our MC gets into his karate stance of some sort. He says this guy must be using a secret of Kitoryu, but really, I don't understand. There's so many openings around his body. He says it's only confusing me. The way he moves, it's like it was just merely born with talent for combat, and it's like fighting a wild animal of sorts. He then says this guy is not using his sight to make decisions in combat, and so this guy was literally born to fight. And yeah, guys, I don't know about you, but that's definitely cool. Anyways, he then puts his hands out of his pocket. He says he has no special attacks. Is that really possible? An apostle without any of those? He has extreme flexibility, and we see our MC launches some chains at him, and he dodges it easily. He says he is unrefined, and he has an unorthodox sort of fighting style. And yeah, this guy is definitely not Mike Tyson, or probably more like Mike Tyson. I don't know. They then both slide on the ground. He says that's all he is. He's strong. Our MC tells him that he's too clumsy, and he then wonders if he never learned to fight. And he says you were never allowed to learn, and this guy's like, how the heck did he know? We find out that he remained in the shadow of the Sword Phantom, and he really wondered why the heck he kept himself suppressed this entirety. And yeah, I'm definitely interested as well, guys, so let's go ahead and find that out. We get a flashback, and it is a beautiful Japanese night. This is Kitoryu's 23rd chief, Uesegi Hidaki. We see an alleyway, and it's filled with bodies, and he says this is a doing of an untamed beast, not an actual person. The man says, "Alright sir, my apologies, I got it." He says, "Wait a second, This isn't actually the work of my team? Then who did it then actually? We find out as somebody walks out of a 7-Eleven. This mission was too difficult for the team, so Kageo did it on his own, and this guy got the Adidas tracksuit on. Like, yo, this guy is such a cold dude. But of course, you know, that doesn't mean that he's good. Nonetheless, we see they're back at the house, and this guy is speaking to Kageo. He says, you possess great talent, truly. If only you were of our bloodline of the Kitoryu, you could have been great, because you are truly somebody who was born to eliminate people. The other assistant says, Chief, should we take care of this guy? He says, well, as he looks at his sword, and yeah, bro, you're not cold, bro. You're just some old bald guy. Okay, never mind. I'm not even gonna roast this guy. He says, you know how to take care of fleas. He says they can jump 200 times greater than their own size. But if you put it in a jar, then that's the amount of height that they can jump now. And he says, I have trapped you like a flea in a jar, Kageo. And so pretty much, no matter how much he wants to jump, he will never suppress his master. And yuck, he's literally holding onto the ears of the master or that lady so that she doesn't hear what's going on. We're back in the present, and he says, I'm really surprised that you live your life like that. He then says with a gloomy face, enough, bro, stop it. Just kidding, this guy probably wouldn't say it. He would probably say it in a deep voice. He says, I'm getting sick of your blabbering, as he launches towards him like some sort of rabbit. They go crazy once again. He says, come on, bro, what's wrong with a little conversation? Our MC is a goat. He says all of his movements are reckless, but they're really creative. And so this guy definitely is like the Da Vinci of fighting, or I don't even know what I'm saying anymore. Nonetheless, he then tosses him away, and he says this guy really never learned to fight. His jacket is on fire. Our MC just glares at him with a wrist stare, saying this guy uses his instincts to make sure that he eliminates something, and that's pretty much like a panther, as we see an example right here. He says, wait, that actually doesn't explain one thing. He surely is hiding something, and I wonder what it is. On the other hand, Kageo says that this guy has been going for my legs this entire time. He says he's been setting up traps to stop him from using his legs. And so this is kind of our MC's plan, I'm guessing. He says the next time our MC comes for his legs, that he knows what to do. He's going to knee our MC. But then our MC disappears and wraps him in chains. What the heck? Our boy's about to get wrecked right here. Definitely did not expect that. He says, really? What the heck? I'm done for. He then remembers that that's why our MC threw that chain knowing he would dodge it, and this guy is way too calculated. Our MC says, you're probably so lost that you didn't know I was setting up a trap, you little boy. Our MC's probably younger than him right now. Nonetheless, he says a chainsaw could shred through these things, and yeah, that's not ever happening. He then says it isn't over as he brings out the claws like he's Wolverine. Bro just watched the Wolverine vs. Deadpool movie. He then begins to try and break it. He says, wait a second, there's no way. And he just shatters it in an instant. He remembers it during the auction. He put his hands on top of these guys' faces and it burned. He says that means it can't really get anywhere near him because of that unique ability. He says you can try all you want, but you're doomed to disappear today, as he launches towards him, and he's about to grab our MC with his hand, and there's some sort of acid on there, and our MC might need to go see a dermatologist after his face gets burnt or something. Our MC actually stops it by grabbing his wrist, and this guy is way too smart. Our MC pretended to get hit so he could look at his palms, and yeah, our MC really is just a genius. He says that's not actually going to help because he has his other fist with the Wolverine claws, but our MC just falls down and literally does a spin move like he is doing some breakdancing. He says that it's not that he's using a special technique of some sort, but there's a strange liquid coming out of his hands of some sort, and I wonder what's the reason for this. He says from what I can tell, that is able to melt anything from metal to actual flesh. He says, fine, if you want to find out so bad what it truly is, come on and get hit. And yeah, our MC is not that dumb. Anyway, our MC is managing to dodge it, and look at this, it literally burns through the metal pipe that is behind him. He says that this guy is way stronger now that he is actually trying, and his unique blood really is an amazing factor that is going to be detrimental against him. They are going back and forth and back and forth. He then grabs his wrist again, and he says, you're one of them, aren't you? I thought they went extinct. He says a word, and it actually gets this guy absolutely shook. Kageo. He is actually a part of the Doku Yoryu. And of course, he says, how the heck does this guy know? Our MC says, I thought they were all extinct. So how did you survive? We get a flashback to this old Japanese house getting burned. He says, we took out all of the targets, boss. What's left? This guy then says to him, yeah, bro. Let's go back now. But then there are a lot of the babies right here in the barrels, and they are dead because of poison. Oh my gosh, this is so sad. There's only one left, and this is Kageo, and they wonder if they should take him out. He says, actually, you survived. This actually must be meant to be, and there's no harm in keeping one alive. And that kind of rhymed, but that's not even a good part of the story. Nonetheless, he is now back at the Kitoryu, and everybody is tired and beat up. They then say, are you okay? Because it seems like Kageo punched somebody's leg, and it begins to bleed, and oh my gosh, it got burnt off. And it seems like Kageo's hands are filled with blood, that was from his opponent because of his special unique blood in his body. The man is watching like, I see. They would feed those individuals deadly poison so their blood becomes acidic. As you see Kageo here literally shivering, and oh my gosh, I would not want somebody to go like this. He explains that he needs to start covering the jar for this flea, and that's what that old man explained before, because a flea can only jump to where, the limit is. Anyways, they then begin to use and practice a sword, and Kageo was just watching from the sidelines because nobody dared to come towards him. He was forced to be a cleaner as a rag hits his face, and the people are like, go ahead and clean and get the heck out of here. Kageo is right here punching on a tree. He says, what did I do wrong? Why was I born like this? But then, the tree falls down. He's super strong. He is sweating, and he sees a dead bird right here, or a bird that's struggling. And he was really like a loner, like Kageo. He then climbs up the trees, and he says, wait a second, what the heck? The bird died, guys, from his blood. This is so sad. He says, I'm doomed. Everybody will avoid him, and everybody will hate him as well. He says the only thing that he wants to do now is to make them fear him, because that's the only way for him to live. And that is a lie, of course. Our MC says, I thought the Kitoryu completely eradicated them. But he says with a gloomy look, you don't know me. You don't know anything. Who the heck are you? You have swordsmanship that rivals my master's, and you're literally so young. Our MC says, if you want to know, then you have to defeat me. And it seems like he gets pushed away, but he goes back, dashing towards our MC. Our MC just looks at him like, those little jabs here and there are not going to work. I need to do something huge. This really is a catch-22, and I haven't heard that in a while. And by the way, guys, a catch-22 is pretty much a situation where one is trapped by two contradictory conditions. So it's like a paradox, I guess. Anyways, our MC is dodging this literally by the hair. He gets kicked and sent flying to the windows, and he crashes through one of the warehouses, I'm guessing. He says this might be difficult and I'm truly at a loss, but then he spots a mop behind him, and this guy Kageo enters through the broken glass with his hands touching it because it will just burn it. He says, if you fess up now, I'll let you die a painless death. But our MC just, stretches his shoulder and rolls his shoulder. He says, come at me, bro. And Kageo's like, you've got to be kidding me. And our MC is holding a mop, and yeah, our MC is way above your thinking, bro, so don't even bother it. Just accept it. He says, I'm going to use my secret weapon. He smiles and says, you don't know how dangerous this mop is, right? And oh my gosh, our MC is literally holding a mop. I would not expect this to happen. I guess he's going to mop the floor with them. Okay, anyways, continuing on with the story. Kageo says, bro, you literally lost it. You want to attack me long range or something? He remembers to when our MC was throwing the bottles, and he says this guy must have something up his sleeve. And our MC is literally stabbing at this like it's some sort of spear. Kageo says that he cannot get close range, and if that's the case, it seems like he gave up on defending to attack our MC, but our MC just moves his head to the left as he still has his eyes on him because he has Ultra Instinct, bro. Kageo's like, what the heck is that? What? Our MC uses the mop to hook around his Wolverine claws, and he then spins it. He wonders what our MC is doing. Our MC just smiles, saying he is trapped. He says, what a choke. But then of course he cuts up the mop in an instant, and those are actually pretty sharp. He then knees our MC, but he blocks it with his two hands or two arms. He then slides like he just arrived at the scene like Spider-Man. And of course Kageo says, I overestimated your abilities. Kageo says, you and that mouth of yours just keeps on yapping, doesn't it? He then leaps forward again, and oh, it seems like he just slips right here. Our MC wonders what happened, and if he slipped on some water from the mop or something, but he cannot move at all. And he wonders why his arms are like this, as you see smoke coming out, and our boy just became, I don't know, a evaporation machine. He then explains, that poisonous blood of yours has one fatal weak spot. Oh my gosh, what happens when acidic blood meets a chemical of high alkalinity? It seems like that has now been rendered useless, and this dude has just been put inside of a pickle, and that's why our MC threw that mop. He says, I don't need blood to win in a fight, but then somebody says, I'm going to kill you, and it is the fake Simon girl. Oh my gosh. Our MC just says, you know what? Just get out of here, little brat, if you want to live. And she says, bro, it's actually kind of sad right here, but hey, life is cruel. She's missing an arm. She says, I'm going to behead you right here. But she falls to the ground. And she says, that's enough of you, Kageo. She is in his arms, and he says, I can catch Peter. We made a promise, didn't we? We would run away after all of this. Kageo says, I would get Peter myself. She says, no, I need to be the one. Please, just follow me. I am your master. And our MC is just standing there like the emoji. And of course, this is such a sad scene to be unfolding, and W for our MC for not even attacking them. We find out that in the past, of course, it seems like she was actually so kind as she hands Kageo some flowers, and she was the reason why he kept on going. He says, "Thank you, master," and he's literally holding on to some cleaning materials. She says, "What did you say?" He says, "It smells good," as he goes down to smell them. He says that the scent of these flowers brought us together despite the differences. We see them walking home right here, but somebody catches them. It is the master, and this guy looks very intimidating, and yeah bro, you don't want to mess with people who look like this. We then see Kageo get to be beat up, and he says, "How dare you lay a finger on her, you need to die, you beast." Yuika, or of course fake Simon, is looking at this. She is scared, and of course Kageo is taking the beating, and he says, "The difference is only our blood," and that's a not line that we cannot cross for eternity. We then see it is a rainy day, and Yuika is training, as Kageo is just watching from afar, holding his little mop, or his little cleaning device. Yuika is so happy as we see her perfumes here, and she's also getting dressed. She says, "This smells nice." They tell her it was an expensive gift, and she then asks how much it is. She says it definitely was pricey, but we see Kageo right here, and he has a perfume in his hand that's only worth 800 yen, but hey bro, it's a thought that counts. He then leaves it in the trash right here, and he says Yuika was so happy and bright. But after that incident, things have changed. Oh my gosh, we see a group of, bro, we just see some gangsters with an AK-47 M4A1 just invade the Kitoryu house. He then grabs onto Yuika as he covers her mouth to keep her safe. He then runs down the stairs, and that was the day that sweet little Yuika changed forever. She then goes crazy and she begins to train and train. He says, "Come on, you can't do this." She says, "Let me kill them all. I need revenge." She then comes up with a fever as Kageo takes care of her as well. And yeah guys, these guys really are just a W couple, but it's sad that it ended up like this. He explains that many years passed and she finally got revenge. But of course, after their revenge, they had nowhere to go to, and they became wanted, as we see them on the flyers right here. We then see they are hiding inside of an apartment door, or an apartment room. She says, "Where do we go next?" She seems so fed up. And of course, she says, "Kageo, you can leave me, you know?" She says, "What about this?" One day, as she looks at this billboard or this poster, "Let's go somewhere where nobody will recognize us," and she is looking at a tour for Hawaii, and of course, this is a beautiful dream. Anyway, she is lying down here absolutely defeated, as Kageo promises to be her shadow and protect her, and what a beautiful scene. We are back in the present as she is literally dying in his arms. He then says, "Kageo, listen to me. I have this perfume, remember?" He's like, "Wait, why do you have this?" She says, "I kept this with me for 10 whole years. You really are a blockhead, aren't you?" She sprays it on him, mentioning it really smells nice. And whenever they are together, she feels like he truly is her shadow. And she says, "I'm sorry that we couldn't keep our promise," as she kisses Kageo. Oh my gosh, no. They then begin to kiss each other and they cry with tears coming out of their eyes. And he says, "Wait, that's my blood. Spit it out, please." She says, "Don't worry. This is what's best. And live like this from now on. Finish this for me." He then begins to cry crazily and he yells out, and what a sad, sad scene. I did not expect this, guys. Hopefully we do not catch feelings for these villains, or maybe this guy could turn good, I don't know. She actually passes away, and he says as he hugs her tightly, "I will definitely fulfill our wish." Our MC is standing there, just literally no reaction. I don't even know what's going on. He says, "I'll kill you," and this guy he slashes his own body for some reason, and he says, "I'm gonna take you out and kill Peter." And oh my gosh, we then see a wall get literally crashed through, and these guys are going absolutely bonkers. Our MC mentions that this is more than a fight, this is like his purpose of life. This guy's coming definitely at full force, and of course this guy's ready to die for this as we look at his expression. And wow guys, this is so sad, but hey, this is what revenge and vengeance and true sadness really gets you, and you really need a good support team. He says this really is a predicament, because even the slightest contact could really end our MC right here. He then launches for our MC again, but he says, "What is this?" We see 3 fire extinguishers, and our MC throws 4 of these cards right here for rooms. He's like, "What the heck? These guys trying to use these as weapons?" But no, our MC is actually using it to stop the bleeding so the blood doesn't get to our MC. And wow, he says that everybody that have fought faced despair in their final moments, and it was all futile in his presence when he was a bit younger. But now, he says what I'm seeing right now is probably what they saw before. He's lying down here and he's bleeding horribly and it's sad. He says, "You're as skilled as an apostle. You're more than an A-rank killer. There's no way I don't know you. Who the hell are you?" He says, "There's no point in me finding out, right? Even if I do survive, what's the reason to live on?" He says, "Just take me out. Please just do it." Our MC just kneels over him as he says, "Do you know the reason the Yamatogami ambush the Kitoryu. The reason why is actually because of Glory. And he says, what do you mean? He explains 10 years ago, Glory's current boss, in the process of recruiting new apostles, found out about Kitoryu and that caught his eye. He wanted to own the organization, but the chief was a proud man, and so obviously he rejected. And this guy says as he leaves, one day before you realize it, this will be mine. And so it seems like he went to the enemies of the Yamatogumi, oh gosh, I mispronounced that. And that's why they completely eradicated the Kitoryu. And that really is a crazy story. And so when they walked up to Glory, it seemed like that was all part of this man's plan. And that's when Glory swooped in to offer them up an apostle position. And that really is cruel. And he got exactly what he wanted. And what he wanted was actually Kageyu, the true shadow of the Kitoryu. And that is a hard truth to swallow, our MC says as he looks at him. And he says, no, there's no way I'm going to fall victim to that. Those vile snakes' twisted lies. Really? He then says, go ask Raphael by yourself. And he really wonders how he knows the boss's codename, because only a few know about it. Kageo was offered the crucifix, and this probably represents an apostle position. He says, no, I don't want to. He says, what about this? Let's give that title to your master, and that way you can serve her and me as well. He says as he looks at the ground, and he's super angry now. Was everything a lie? Was it all for nothing? He then melts the ground beneath him, and he really says, there's no way this is true, and he wanted to live a completely different life. As you see Yuika or Simon completely looking beautiful here, and she was probably going to be his wide, as you see the flowers she used to give him. He then yells out, how? Our MC says, don't overexert yourself. You'll only kill yourself. And of course, Kageo says, your friends are going to be in grave danger. We sent our pirates to kill them. He says, I see. But don't worry, because there is a plan. They're then escorting the VIPs out, and these guys have guns and such. They put their hands in the air, like, oh, hold up, we got it. They say, everything leads to us losing. There's just too many of them. How do we do this? And of course, they have the guns right here. And yeah, I don't know how they're going to do this. I thought they were going to actually fight. Nonetheless, it seems like they are in a predicament. But Dako says, you've been the best brother, Junior. You've been the best as well, and I'll see you in heaven, Biggie. And these guys are going to sacrifice their lives. And oh my gosh, what a W. Kageo says, if you don't go now, all of them will die. But he says no. There's already a glory killer among them. He mentions it doesn't matter. They're defenseless against those guns. But he says, wait a second. Our MC says, there's also another really good one. And we see a Glock here cut in half. Look at the barrel. We see sword slices literally in thin air. And it is Simon! Let's go, guys. He's actually still alive. And they're like, what the heck? They sliced that dude in an instant. And Yong Chang-choi is watching like, yeah, how did he do that? Of course, look at him. He looks so cold wearing that coat over his shoulders. And he looks really pissed here. And this guy definitely is in no mood for discussion. We get a flashback back to him talking to our MC. As our MC asks him, what do you think is the absolute worst case? He says, what do you mean? What is the worst case? That's stupid. He then says, well, one of them is actually having your right arm chopped off. And so pretty much that would, yeah, that actually makes sense. Like that pretty much just ruins your ability to wield a sword or even just live. He says, what would you do then? He explains, I actually know what I'd do if I did lose my arm. I would open a noodle shop, and yeah, this guy is like, really, what the heck? Come on, bro. Nonetheless, this guy is taking it too far as our MC notices something, and it is Simon. He is slicing things up, and oh my, he broke his own arm, and he's using his left arm to cut stuff up. Our MC goes up to him like, what's wrong with you? Did you really break your own arm? He explains, I'm being serious here. Just wait. There will be a day where I won't be able to use my techniques. And yeah, this guy just really has good predicting skills. He says if that day comes, I will be ready and make a new sword technique. And that's exactly what he does. As you see Yoon Chang-choi watching, and look at him, bro. He's in absolute awe, just like all of us. He's using his left hand, and he's going even crazier than before. And this has really transcended logic at this point. And this is a left-handed spiral slash, and nobody has ever done this before. And he says in his head, and even out loud, I told you I'd perfect a new technique. And W for Simon, bro. Everybody welcome him back to the gang. And I'm definitely sure that him and of course Simon are going to be able to do a lot of damage to Glory. Just like that, everybody on board was able to escape, and that was the end of the Ghost Cruise because it sank completely. We are now back on a yacht, and it is the Dalko brothers. They say, thank you so much. I never knew that we would meet an apostle. He says, oh yeah, I pissed myself when I saw your cool move, and they were trying to imitate it, and bro, why did you just admit that you did that? Anyway, the Dalko brothers say, have you met the legendary Peter? He says, of course, the rumors say that he destroyed a whole nation like a tsunami. And of course, oh gosh, Simon says, what? Destroy? Are you looking down on disciple Peter? They say, oh, that wasn't our intention. He says, that man is a tuna. And, phonetically, it's like tsunami, so it's a dad joke, but that's so cringe. And our MC is just like, bruh, what the heck is going on? He then hugs him, and he says, I heard you guys from Peter recently. He says, what? Peter knows us? He says, say that again. And our MC just like puckers his lips like, really? You gotta be joking me. He then winks at our MC, and he also tells them that they're going to be future apostles as well. And they're like, me, an apostle? No way. We love Peter. Anyway, our MC says, by the way, Mr. President, can a bodyguard rest while on duty? He says, yeah, you should. Simon also says thank you so much for the president, and our MC looks forward to what's about to happen. He then says 3,348. That's the number of islands in Korea, and that's actually pretty crazy. And the one where Simon was on, Duel Island, is really remote. And he wonders why the heck they found him and how they did that. He says right now Raphael will be gnashing his teeth because of the humiliation, and he says don't get ahead of yourself, Raphael. This is just the beginning of my revenge, and yeah, this is absolutely awesome. We hear, who is this? What the heck? It is a blind woman, and of course she says, no way, it is the old and merry man from before. She then touches his face, and he said, Anji-won, who doesn't support us, how can somebody change so easily? He says, you brat, your eyes were working so much back in the past. He says, you kept asking me to marry you and followed me around. And then she hits his back like, what do you mean, what the heck? Get out of here, because I did not say that. And yeah, she's joking. Anyway, he mentions, what is Raphael skimming now? I'm so confused. There's a lot of questionable things about the hospital and the ghost cruise. They're both silent. And she then says, Raphael wants to eliminate Peter. And we are back to 2013 at the Divine Cathedral and the former church of the Glory Club. Also, finally, we got a name for this lady. Her name is An Ji-won. People are discussing that Korea has become independent, and of course the chaos and stuff has subsided. He puts his hand on the Bible, and somebody mentions, I believe that you know, my sons and daughters. This moment, I command the 12 disciples to dissolve, and it seems like it's finally over. But there was one person who was against that, oh my gosh, and it was Raphael, who's angry. He was the current boss of Glory and the adopted son of Priest Gabriel. He says, Father, no, come on, I cannot accept this. This is the adopted son, by the way. He mentions, what about honor? No, Glory, our business is growing. He then says as he looks out the window, they're the Lord's precious children who put their lives on the line to save millions. And so, of course, you may now leave, Raphael. We then see a statue of Jesus, my best friend, and of course, oh my gosh, Raphael is punching the statue right here. He says, what happens to me? He says, this isn't who you are, Dad, come on. We see the statue fall down, and he then says, in the end, I want what's beneficial for the people of this country, and there is him sitting on the throne with his father, and oh my gosh, he really eliminated him. Anyways, we find out that as soon as he went on the throne, he moved really quickly, and there was a halo effect of the Honor Orphanage. And so the age's best organization of killers became known as a Glory Club. He searched all over the world to find the best perfect disciples. As you see them right here, some of them are unnamed, but we know that that lady was one, and also of course Nathaniel. Pretty much he wanted to expand his business globally, and in order for that to happen, he needed to eliminate Peter, our MC, and yeah bro, no chance. An Ji-won says that really gives me the chills and I really don't like him. She then says as she grabs her MC, wait a second, there is a disciple that also gives me chills. And oh my gosh, they then look at him. And it is Kageo. What is he doing here? Even the dog is kind of pissed. They then, Simon and her MC, then pull her up and they drag her out of the room. And yeah, this is so funny. Nonetheless, our MC explains that he won't bare his claws at us right now. And she also says, by the way, if he does anything crazy, do not stop me and I'm going to take him out. He then says with a smug look, really? What are you really trying to do here, An? She says, how about you go take him out because I can't see him, really? This is way too funny. They then open the door and well, just like that, even in the Versace bedsheets, he has disappeared. He says it's highly likely that he went to that place. You see a very eerie looking building with a square opening from above it. Wait, who even made this? This is actually pretty sick. Somebody says, Peter hasn't shown his face once. So tell me exactly what happened, my disciples. And oh my gosh, look at these guys in white. These guys look absolutely awesome. They say Kageo was defeated. Peter was that strong, huh? He then says, hey dude, are you scared or something? Come on, just stop eating protein and go work on your skills. And yeah, this guy's probably a bodybuilder. Somebody holding a sniper says, what are you guys doing being so unsexy? And yeah, this guy needs to pause right there. Nonetheless, we see Raphael saying, guys, why can't we even catch this old dude? Come on, bro. And bro, this old dude is probably gonna wreck you in the future. We see the door get shattered in an instant, and the sniper wannabe says,
That was unnecessary.
And yeah, bro, that sniper is gonna not be able to do nothing in close range. It is Simon, and he still has the scars on his body. Of course, Raphael says, "Oh, I'm so relieved you're here." He says it's a pity though, because what about Peter? Is he still alive? Anyway, he says, "Is it true?" Raphael says, sorry, I don't really get what you're saying." He says, "I'm asking if you annihilated the wandering ghost blade, Yuika." He explains she had a place to stay and rely on like an idiot. But you know, that things like this happen. He says, "Simon, so you're asking me, right? You're asking me if I should take full responsibility." And then he just lets out a grin like, "Yeah, bro, I was gonna reveal this one day." And look at him, bro, Simon's gritting his teeth. He looks super angry as he remembers their agreement. And yeah, I'm not gonna lie, if I was in that agreement and this happened, I would be absolutely pissed. Anyway, he says, "Listen up, disciples. One by one, you guys will get out of here, or else whoever's here, I'm going to take out." And look at the blood in his body still and on his mouth and eyes. This dude really is going to get revenge for what happened to his loved one. Raphael says, "God, bruh, really? Just look around you. Do you really think you're taking out everybody here?" The bodybuilder says, "Did you just come here to complain, boy?" And yeah, bro, just go do your reps, bro, or do your bench press. I'm just kidding. The sniper also says, "It's not sexy again." And why did this guy keep saying sexy, bro? This guy's weird. He says, "No one's leaving." "Fine, let's all die together," as he rushes towards them. But then somebody kicks him, but our boy just manages to dodge it. He says that of course Simon talks way too much. He goes to attack this dude as well, and he gets hit. Oh my gosh, that was a pretty good one. He then of course seems to have the upper hand, and he manages to strike him with his claw, but he dodges as well. And it seems like there is a riot shield. Where did this come from, bro? He's about to get punched with it, and that's exactly what happens. He gets sent flying to the wall. He mentions that this dude is really strong, and he has a fist right here thinking he's Saitama from One Punch Man, but then somebody stops them, and this guy's like the dancer, that Brazilian dancer from Tekken. He says, "You know what? I'll use my arms if you make me angry," and yo, that's actually pretty cold. Anyway, he says to Deus, "Move your ugly dirty foot out of here." He says, "Come on, don't you guys ever have any compassion?" Kageo explains that he actually lost way too much blood, and so he definitely needs to come back here after he's regained his strength. We see a beautiful looking building, and that's where he was. He then breaks the glass and leaps out of here. One of them says, "You bullied him and ran away, Philip, come on." This guy says, "Don't worry, we're gonna chase him and eliminate him one day." Raphael is just playing with his fingers like he is trying to be really that villain in any anime or manhwa. He said he's just a child hitting puberty, don't worry. We'll meet him again soon for sure. We now see Raphael looking out in the broken glass. He says, "How did he know about all these things?" He says, "Surely somebody was helping him." He says it might be Yon Chang Choi, because of course they saw the owner of the Deha group there. He then laughs hysterically saying, "Is he really helping Peter?" And he says, "Come on, I really needed another warehouse for weapons, and it seems like he's going to invade the Deha group." He says, "Disciple Johan." He says, "What do you want? Stop acting like you don't know." For somebody who literally eliminated Gabriel's disciple, he said this guy should be nothing. And so of course, he explains that you know that this is a large entity, right? He says 372 people. That's the amount of people inside of his security team, Eskedo. And so he says, "Let's go and eliminate him. And please do not, I hope Yon Chang Choi doesn't die." Anyways, we are now watching the news, and there is a big word of blood on top of this building. It says Alipede, and the public is uneasy. While Simon says, "This is really strange." Our MC says, "How the heck did they write that on the building?" Anyway, he is a current S-rank assassin. His name is Alipede, and he is also disciple Johan. He explains that several years later, he assassinated the former one, and his alternate name is Alipede, like I said, and they wonder what they should do. We see a group of soldiers protecting this man or this little young boy. Somebody here says, "I greet your highness. I'll make sure you return safely." And oh, let's go. This is the real Johan. Bro, this guy looks so sick, like a seasoned veteran. And he is 59 years old. Of course, he's a former disciple. And he has 359 missions with a 100% success rate. Bro, that's actually wild. He then says, "I will wrap things up here, earlier than you thought." The young man is like, "What do you mean, sir?" He then stabs the guy's throat that is actually one of the soldiers, but he catches it, saying, "How did you see through my disguise?" He explains it was way too obvious because of course your scent was really different. He then has his clothes taken off and he sees his shadow. Anyway, we see gunshots and gunfire and all of the other soldiers are dead, but Johan seems to be doing a pretty good job. He puts on his binoculars and he takes off his shoes, explaining, "I don't want you to, of course, drool over them because it's one of the way he can be sensed." And he says, "I have this feeling that his presence and sound have completely vanished." And you really wonder why he can't feel a thing. But then we see his eyes right here. He says, "That's impossible because there's like a knife floating in their air to karambit. He says no, but then he gets hit right in the face. He tries to shoot right here, explaining he can't really see a thing. He looks nervously left and right, and oh my gosh, bro, this is the one mission that he think he can't complete. This is actually crazy to me, guys. Like, this dude literally reminds me of the old Peter, but like a bit more cooler because of his outfit. But I wonder what Peter was rocking when he was still in the business. He says this is the blood of an honored disciple. I wonder what it's like. I guess they are watching the recording, and Simon says that's really impossible. RMC just says, listen, that Alipede guy has condemned so many people. We should also assume that he has already have his next target, which is Yon Chang Choi, and so they need to protect him. Because of course, Apostle Johan, or Alipede, always does the bidding himself. And so we see right here is Alipede, and he is standing right over Yon Chang Choi. I wonder if this is real time or if it's just a vision of some sorts. Simon says, whatever, I'll ask one more time, Junior Jiwon, are you really blind? And bro, he's really trying to test her. An Jiwon says, you're so annoying. And she says, do you see this? There is a sort of ear. I don't know what this is exactly, a hearing aid, but it actually explains everything that's going on. And she hits us back again because he said, really, you must be lying. Our MC says, come on, sit down and sit down. These glory team will now do anything they can to purge the people they need gone. And so Simon, he needs to be the one to find them before they do, because of course his sisters and his brother will get hurt, and he's talking about the other apostles in the past. We see an ice cream convenience truck right here. I'm guessing this will be their sort of undercover place. He is now at the Seoul station. He says, I'll bring them back home. And guys, I am so hyped to see the old apostles and see them go up against these new dogs, and yeah, they're definitely going to put them in their place. He says, Mr. President, are you alright? And Young Chang Choi seems to be quite nervous. He explains this is An Ji-won, and she's super nervous and ecstatic because, this is of course a genius hacker, and his group is definitely important when it comes to that kind of stuff. He explains that I made up my mind after the Ghost Cruise. Sunggu is affiliated to Glory, but he's a complete antidote to Glory Club. And he says, I knew this day would come, and so I didn't think a deep connection between Deha and Gabriel would of course be severed like this. He explains that Raphael tried to purge him and is now trying to do something he already predicted, and that means that our boy Young Chang Choi is kind of smart. We hear Alipede. He's also somebody who has never failed, and he always takes out his targets cruelly. He also explains that Johan was attacked by him, and yeah, that's pretty much how he became the new Johan. And our MC says, you guys can ask Glory for help because of this. And so they are in the armory, as she explains, yep, that's why I've also brought people to help you. And yep, guys, this is what Johan mentioned before, the 372 people. This is Escudo, and this is Europe's #1 security detail. And yo, I'm definitely hyped to see these guys in action. I think these guys look definitely better than the Brazilian one that Nathaniel had. He says, this kid is a glory killer. Really? Are you the lover of the president or something? This guy's name is Costa, and he is also using the KC fighting method, and he is the A-team leader. He throws something at our MC, and our MC catches it, and it seems to be a pen. He then puts it back inside of his own suit, and Costa says, whoa, would you look at this guy? He's actually quite good. He says, you know what, make sure you're not a burden to us Escudo. And yeah, I think our MC is definitely not a burden to you guys. You guys are A rank, and our MC is like SSS rank. Anyway, we are now back at the Deha Group Security Operations Center, and we see our goat An Ji-won, and look at the dog just looking at it cutely as well. She says even an ant can get in noticed, and so this is really effective. There are also thousands or maybe hundreds of CCTVs in blind spots, and even with Escudo there. But guys, the security team is nervous and they're literally sweating and I don't know why that. Anyway, there's probably a reason for that. He explains that forget about security, we're all dead meat. And oh, it's because of all of the Alipede rumors and stories, and yeah, because Alipede incinerates all these dudes. Anyway, the one behind him is Marco. He says, guys, why is Europe's strongest shield so scared? And this is the B team leader, Marco, and bro, this guy definitely has charisma and he's pretty cool. He then smashes his hand on top of An Ji-won's desk. He says we should not show our nervous side to this very beautiful senorita here. She says, yeah, please piss off this senorita. He then says as he looks at her, I'm not sure how amazing this guy is, but trust me, our shield is impenetrable. And he also explains, you want to come to the Italian restaurant with me later? NW bro, this guy got Riz. He then yells out, and this is honestly a W thing to do. He says, come on, where's the energy? We are the strongest experts, guys. And yeah, strongest security experts, and energy is definitely a big part when it comes to staying calm. One of them mentions, team leader Marco, you need to step outside. He explains, let's go and catch Alipede. Let's do it. He then says, Senorita, we'll be going on a date, alright? She then says, kind of pissed off, whatever, I want kimchi, but yeah. She says, Senorita, my butt. And oh, she blushed and yo. I'm guessing that Anji-won doesn't really get compliments, probably because she literally lives in a bunker. Anyway, we then see our MC and he's getting a tour of the house. He says, do you know what the key to this protection is? He says, as he puts his hand on the shoulder, it's experience. And bro, our MC probably got like 70 years of experience at this point. He says that there's no way that Alipede has not been found yet. He wonders if Alipede is already inside of some sort, because of course, that's the only thing he can think of. We see gunshots begin to occur and everybody looks nervous. Costa then points over there like, hey, guys, go to the 36th floor and I'll take care of these floors. We see Costa looking at his watch and he seems like our MC is actually kind of suspicious of this dude. This guy explains that somebody has been killed and he says, wait, the head is missing. They're all wondering who it actually is. And they say, wait a second, it's team leader Marco. And oh my gosh, this dude says, how the heck did he get in? And they're all pissed as to what happened. And it seems like our MC was wrong. He says, if I was Alipede, the only way to break in here is like that. And he says, I need to think more like Alipede if I want this mission done. Our MC says there's only one answer to this. Alipede is inside the building and everybody's nervous, including those two, like, look how large these bodybuilder women are. Or maybe they're just like that, but yeah, they're pretty cool characters in the story. He then says Alipede truly is among us and it seems like they're going to download the game and play. Oh, never mind, it's not the game Among Us. But anyway, they all receive a video on their cellular devices and it seems like it is CCTV footage. The lights are off, but of course the CCTV has some built in. Marco is running and he's confused. He then gets dragged away and we see blood coming out of his fingertips as he tries to grip and it doesn't do anything. And there is somebody standing here with the head. And oh my gosh, this is so brutal, guys. This guy planned this thoroughly so easily. And Alipede likes to hide himself, but he won't do that anymore. And we see it is written on his face. Nobody will come out of here alive. And let's see who wins, old man. And he's referring to our boy Peter. And wow, guys, I think this is definitely going to be one of the hardest matchups for the series so far. Costa then pushes our MC against the wall and our MC has no reaction. He says, what do you mean anyone here could be Alipede? If we have a traitor, then it's probably 78% likely to be you. And he says, no, you know what? You say it as if you were waiting for it to happen. Prove it, because I think that you're the most suspicious. And then he says, would you look at him? I know he's not your average Joe, but our MC has a fist ready to hit this guy in this liver, and it seems like he was ready this entire time. The secretary says this is exactly what Alipede wants to happen, and he says, don't worry, it should almost be finished. Of course, he says, what is that? We then are back at the security room, and he says, we're gonna die. We're definitely not gonna survive. They finally finished analyzing it, and we find out that nobody has entered the building from the 36 floors. And so we see it is, of course, our girl, as she wonders, this dude must be really smart, huh? Ji-won then begins to ponder, mentioning he's made an opening for himself to escape. But what the heck is it? She notices something to her left, and it is one of the dudes. He yells out for Alipede, and he has appeared, and no, man, these two people have guns, and they're just hopeless against it. They then shoot, but it seems like he is dead now. They then confirm, but oh, they then pulled up into the air and they are stuck hanging, and he says, catch me if you can. And that was such a cruel scene. She says it was so strange. CCTVs usually don't capture sound, but when she got here, the CCTVs changed to record sound, and I'm really wondering what's happening. Also, in the video of Marco's ambush, sound wasn't recording. So that means it was not today. Wait, so that means that Marco might be a fake imposter. She's walking with her cane and she's going crazily. She's calling onto her senior. She says that dude really is clever. For some reason, he keeps sending me a signal as well. And that is, I'll tell you when I see you. But then somebody walked right past her and it is Marco. Oh my gosh. He then says, Ji-won, are you okay? It seems like she's going to take this on herself, but Costa is in the way. He says, please move. I'll explain when I'm back. He says, fine, whatever. But, we can't actually let you go for one more reason. And he says, until your suspicions are cleared, then of course, we're not going to let you go through here. Our MC says, I'll break your legs, And Costa says, do it, if you can. Our MC's eyes right here activated the hunter mode, and do not mess with our MC. We see Anji-won, and she is inside of this sort of storage room. She says, you must be great, Alipede, but no one can find you. You really are great. However, you chose the wrong opponent, because the first thing I did here was turn on the audio recording function of CCTVs, and so she definitely knew that that old dude Marco was definitely him. He says, your deduction is almost right. She says, Alipede, no. Or should I say team leader Marco? He says, Senorita. She mentions that things were strange at first because I smelled your scent before. I remember that disgusting smell. It is of a disguise, I see. And she says, take it off and greet me with your real face. She says, what an honor to see Elapide's real face. And yo, guys, this is not Gojo. Everybody relax in the comments, but it kind of looks like Alucard for some reason with white hair. This guy's name is Johan. His specialty is assassination, 187 missions with a 100% success rate. His rank is an apostle, and yo, this guy is like the opposite of Gojo. He literally has red eyes, and bro, these character designs are so awesome. I just love this manhwa. He says he wanted to meet her first, and she says, come on, stop talking trash. For the record, I only go for good-looking men. He says, are you alright? Because of course, this dude is definitely good-looking. Anyway, she says, take care of yourself. But she says in her head, something is wrong. It's like the air is electrified or something, and I wonder if he did something. She then smashes on the light and it turns off, and he says to himself, I knew it. This girl really is blind. Oh, and we find out that Anji-won was actually, he wasn't born blind, but she of course became blind, and she has something that people don't have. It's echolocation. Oh, so she can use the sounds to analyze what's around her to the maximum, as you see an image of Elipide standing right in front of her. She says, you're my prey, as she is right, oh my, bro, she is right behind him and she's about to swing at him. He manages to react enough to put his hands in front of him, but he still gets sent to the wall. He then says with a chuckle, oh, so you must be one of Gabriel's hunters, I see. She then throws her cane at him because she does not care about all this yapping. We find out of all the senses, eyesight is, oh my gosh, bro, 80% above the rest. I'm not gonna lie, guys, my vision's not that good, and yeah, I can see how eyesight can be definitely a lot. She says, how is it possible for him to do that? And he literally caught onto the stick. She says, just how did you know? He says, you know, humans have a thing called neuroplasticity. If one loses their sense, the other senses make up for it. But he says, you can't beat me because I was blind since I was born. Yo, that's actually crazy, guys. And look at him right here. This is going to be an awesome fight. And there's even a light here. And yeah, bro just really thinks he's a protagonist now. She says, no way. The reason why she felt that eerie feeling was because of this barcode of some sorts, and I wonder if that is a high frequency she was talking about. He says, you've learned echolocation well, but no matter how hard you try, you cannot overcome something, and that is despair. And look at his echolocation, it's literally red instead, and he can sense fear. She says, I understand why it had to be me, huh? He says, that's right, and this guy has a barcode on him, like, bro, you're gonna get scanned at the grocery checkout. Just kidding. He then charges towards her, saying, blind people are annoying, and bro, you actually just called yourself annoying as well. But just, again, guys, this guy looks super dope, and I'm really hyped for the fight against Peter. Costa says, do it, if you can, and of course, our MC goes to hit him, and it is a hook. However, he then rolls on his body and runs away, and Costa's like, wait, how the heck did that bro just do that? They're trying to chase after him, but of course he says, no, don't worry, let him be. He mentions that our MC actually grabbed his jugular vein, and he could have easily, he could have took this guy out easily if he wanted to. He says, don't worry, I'm worried about our newbie, so let's just follow him instead. We are back to the main fight, as the apostle says, you were the first person that I wanted to target. He then leaps at her and she gets sent flying into some boxes of some sorts. We find out that this high frequency exceeds 20,000 hertz. That's actually crazy. And so of course, for normal people and experts like her, they find it difficult to actually feel the sound. And it's pretty much the sound that bats are able to make, and that's definitely so hard to overcome. She gets a flashback to her personal trainer, and he says, you're almost the best. He says, it's very surprising actually. She then says, wait a second, what do you mean? Who are you talking about that's better than me? He says, no, don't worry, Miss Chiwon is the best so far when it comes to your echolocation and such. However, there seems to be something different. He says, there's something though. Somebody has surpassed that skill domain. She then says, it's probably a non-human. He says, no, they are. And it is a person blind at birth. And yup, guys, it is Nathaniel. And this is absolutely crazy. Because of his neuroplasticity, all of those have transcended humans. And bro, guys, just look at his eyes. This guy looks so awesome. And so, for example, his hearing, smell, touch, and taste are so good, and it's pretty much like he can see in general, and that's actually crazy. She gets hit with a karambit on her back, and probably because you should be opening more cases in CSGO and gambling. Yeah, don't do that, guys. Nonetheless, she says she trained for 25 years, but this dude is at such a high level to the point where she says she maybe needs like 100 more years to do this. She then also says that it's pretty much like he has a 360-degree camera on him at all times, and it looks like she is actually done for. Just kidding. She says she has a special plan. He then begins to walk towards her, and he says you cannot overcome the difference because you were once able to see because you wasn't born blind. But then, he then begins to yell out like, what the heck is this? She says, that's right. I know you're very strong. However, you're more sensitive to sound if you are blind. She's then scratching this thing across the wall, and she goes to attack him while he is panicking. However, he then smiles at her, and it seems like our boy was just acting. Give this man an Oscar right now. He then launches 2 more karambits, and she gets hit on the arms, on the forearms, and it has strings attached to them, and she gets kneed right to the face, but she blocks it with her 2 arms. He says it really was a shame, but you weren't as bad, and this is reminding me of the same scene that we were shown when he eliminated the other Johan, and it's finally over. He says, I'm just gonna wait until Peter appears as he goes to stab her, but our MC just knees him right to the face. Oh my gosh, that was hard. He gets sent flying, and of course, she then wonders, what the heck, senior, why are you here? He says, senior, G1. And she says, oh yeah, I am your senior, because obviously he's younger. She then says, be careful, because this dude is Alipleed. He then wonders if he is blind, and he mentions, so you're the one that's bothering G1, huh, my senior? He explains, how does this make sense? How the heck did he just block my ambush attack? We see Alipede and he is wondering, what the heck? This can't be Peter. He's way too young. Of course, we see the other people mentioning, where are you? Which way did you go? It seems like he throws a karambit at our MC, but our MC just catches it easily. He says, Alipede, huh? I see. He says that he's actually gone already, and he's actually hiding behind this wall. They're then yelling, come on, I'm going to catch Alipede, let's do this. He then ruffles through his hair, as he says, no matter how I think about it, it's way too strange. I thought I blocked the attack, but I actually didn't. And he says his feeling is ridiculous. And yeah, bro, look at his left arm, it's literally shaking. And yeah, this is going to be an awesome fight. We see Alexander, or the dog, literally licking her. She mentions, come on, stop. It hurts so much, I'm going to die because that dude stabbed her. She then kicks off the blanket because her MC says, don't worry, you won't die. She also mentions, wait, are you going to do a monologue? Because he's literally in the thinking... He's in the thinking pose, and yeah, I just absolutely love this manhwa. Our MC wonders, if I was a blind person, there's only one answer to disguise myself as Marco perfectly. He then calls Costa. He says, we've searched, but he's disappeared without a trace. Costa really wonders where he's going, or where he went, as he's holding onto this briefcase. She then also says he's probably going to assassinate the President Choi right now and as soon as he can, and Costa yells out, everybody quickly, Alpha Team to A Wing and Bravo Team to the utmost floor. He then says to the other people, everyone make sure you're on high alert because anything could happen. As you see this lady right here, the secretary, as well as the other, well, I guess it's a substitute team leader, they're worried. He says stay focused and not nervous. RMC wonders there must be only one method that is actually effective. Costa then says, you know what, I'll go see the president and come on, I need to report this to him. RMC then ponders, wait a second, the only way to disappear that well is to disguise himself again, and he might, oh my gosh, I think Johan might have taken out Costa and replaced him with himself. Anyways, G1 says, come on, we can't sit here. Or she then gets up like she's not injured, and he says, don't worry, it's fine. I placed a drug in the president's room as a countermeasure, and she says, wait, what do you mean? And oh my gosh, somebody is stopping Costa from entering. It is the 2 bodybuilding girls, and they say nobody is allowed the room. Even so, you cannot enter, even though he's, the president of the emergency and the team squad. He says, come on, this is actually really urgent. She says, I understand. However, please go back to the way you came from. We hear team leader Costa, and it is a woman. As a president secretary, I will relay this message for you. He hands her the briefcase it has a passcode, so it is secured. He says, whatever you do, don't open it. And she then says, should I destroy him? And yeah, you guys should probably destroy this dude. Our MC is walking around, and of course, G1 says, I'm certain that he has an assistant. Our MC is talking on his sort of ear device, and the other people here are looking at him, and these guys look kind of suspicious. Of course, this dude is finally on Alipede's radar, and they are now on the 58th floor as our MC runs into Costa here. He says, don't worry, nothing bad will happen, as our MC says, I'll call you later. It seems like Costa really is Alipede, as he says he remembers our MC scent, and they're just standing here nervously and just quiet, I'm guessing. Of course, Costa says he doesn't know who I am, and I'll take care of you after I eliminate Choi Yun-chang. He then says, Costa, I had an important document that needed to be given to the president. He says, is that why you're curious? RMC says, no, that's not the reason. Of course, he's remembering back to the info given to him that this dude was a D-rank killer from Glory. He says, no way, that hit really was real. His scent is of a young man, however his skills are definitely not like those. He says that he's bulky and controlling his breathing, and so this guy's not B rank, no, not even A rank. He says, no way, this guy might be Peter. He then says Peter, and our MC just exclaims what do you mean? And he doesn't even budge an inch. He says, do you know the man Peter? He says he was a legend of a glory killer, and everyone wants to get him because of the bounty. Our MC says, since we're on the topic, I'm curious about something. Alipede, and this guy just shivers as well. He says, I heard he was mostly active in Europe, but for somebody like that, why did he come to Korea? And why the heck does he only fight in the dark? He says it could be that he's blind or some sorts, and yeah, this guy just got caught in 4K. Our MC says, because he already knows this, he already knows the truth, no matter how great Alipede is, he's surely nothing compared to Peter, and look at his Costa's face or this disguise, it's starting to wear off. He also says, I forgot to give this back to you. You said it was a valuable pen, and so, I didn't want to have it for too long. And our MC remembers to when Costa threw it at him. He says, that's valuable, and make sure you give it some love. He says, oh yeah, this pen is difficult to get in Europe. That's why. But our MC says, oh, I gave you the wrong one. It's such a precious pen and you didn't recognize it. And yup, our MC is just rage baiting this guy. He wonders if Costa's eyes are bad, and Costa says, you know what, stop beating around the bush. He explains that prison guards and other firefighters have certain habits, and so of course, he says, just like you did before, you have a habit of reading Braille with the fingertips as he was doing so with a Coke can, and oh my gosh, the last time he saw Costa with a Coke can, he was not touching the Braille. He then says off and the lights turn off and they are now in the darkness. We see the karambit come out from Costa or Alipede. He goes to stab our MC and there seems to be some solid cuts. Our MC seems to be struggling, and this seems very hurtful, and of course our MC is mentioning that all of his attacks are fatal if he gets stabbed even once. They reach the 20th floor and they jump out at the same time. Of course Ji-won's like, what's happening? No, reply if you're dead. And wait, how is he gonna reply if you're dead? Anyway, our MC says, just now I had a conversation with Alipede and he seems to actually been cut a bit. He says, first tell them to find Costa's body, because of course it seems like Costa was the one taken out. He mentions that Alipede is truly dangerous, and he has the cuts around his body and his hands. Alipede is now taken off the costume, and dang bro, this guy's jacked, but he's also hiding in the vents. He says, no way. I stabbed him 52 times. They should all be fatal. There's no way he was able to stop my attacks, right? But he says in that instant, this dude created triboluminescence, and it's pretty much like, when you rub something or because of friction, there's like a little light that pops out. And there was oh my gosh, our MC was using the pen to combat his karambit to get a spark of light. Our MC is a legend. Alipede then begins to sweat, saying, this is the only time that I really want to eliminate somebody outside of commissions because our MC is just that skilled. He says a plan has changed. Use that now. And it seems like he actually has some inside people working for him. We see somebody running. It is our MC. He says, come on. Alipede just made a smoke screen to divert attention, figuratively. And Ji-won says, what the heck? Did you find Alipede's assistant? He explains it must be somebody that's able to be there during the most important moments. Somebody who can go in and out the room. And he says, yes, there's only one person. And it is Yoon Chang-choi's secretary, as she has a syringe right behind it. And no way, I did not expect this at all. Our MC dashes quickly and he says, come on, we gotta go and save his life. Alipede then hears, Johan, this is bad. He says, what's wrong? We find out that Sanchez and the Escudo members are headed towards them. He says, what? Who's Sanchez? Oh, that's team leader Marco's subordinate, I see. He mentions that they're already dead, and yo, I thought that dude was suspicious, the yellow-haired guy, but dang, I definitely did not expect this. The secretary says, I'll finish him off, Johan. Next is that young guy. And he says, wait, about that, what are the two of you doing? And it is the two bodybuilder ladies, and they say, tell us the truth. She then says it is an important letter, and so she tries to enter. They say, oh yeah, sure, that's not suspicious at all, you may enter. They then grab the briefcase, and they say, is the important document this? And it is a holder for a syringe, and oh my gosh. They then demand an explanation, and she says, you seem confident that you can beat me. And obviously, she then says there's no way she can beat these two because these guys they've been in the military for 13 years and they've been in 270 guys. These girls' names are Grande and Ariana, and probably a reference to Ariana Grande. She says die as she goes to stab one of them, but it seems like she just grabs her arm that's so small and breaks the knife in half, and she's about to crush her arm. She says, I'm going to die either way. I have no choice. She says, please, I'm powerless. Please save me and spare me. They then say, answer the questions. Where is Johan? And oh my... She just gets stabbed by Johan right in the neck. He says, Johan is what? Were you going to snitch on me or something? They then ask if that dude is Johan, and he says, it doesn't even matter. You're an obstacle to me, and you won't be leaving here alive. He then says, I need to take out the witnesses, and please know, these girls seem so chill, Ariana and Grande, and this is so brutal if they get hurt. Our MC is there with Ji-won, and she says, what is this? And no, I think they've been taken out, guys. This is so sad. They say, Johan, why'd you need to do this? Ariana says, please, Take it, he's looking for you. He then picks up the phone, and Alipede says, we didn't come to finish what we started. And he mentions, come to the warehouse on the 10th floor basement alone. And our MC's wondering what he's scheming. He says, don't worry, little boy. You'll understand in real time and in due time. And yeah, our MC is definitely like 10 times older than you, or probably at least 3 times. We then see Ji-won. She's like, no, how can somebody do something like this? He has attached a bomb onto his neck? No way. He mentions, you need to put that thing in the elevator like I explained to you before. And I'm wondering if there's some sort of plan that they've made. He says, I got invited, so it's natural for me to go ahead and meet Johan. And so she yells out, you can't beat him. Come on, he fights in the dark. He says, what's my name? It's Peter. Isn't that enough of an answer? As he looks back and this guy got the ultimate charisma and riz. And she literally says, this is what she says, crap, this dude is so cool. And yeah, I think we're all going to agree with this. Anyway, we see Raphael, and one of the assistants says, Peter might be with Cho Yun-chang and Johan is all alone. Wouldn't it be better to send someone else? He then says, don't worry, you know what type of person he is. He's able to complete all of his missions. 2017, we're in a village in Malta. We're getting a flashback of Johan. By the way, Malta is a country in Europe with only like 500,000 people living. He then raises rabbits, he says, but why is there an octopus hiding in here? And oh my gosh, it's Octoman, and this seems like he is actually assisting Raphael. He asks how did he know, but Johan says, if I couldn't sense your presence, then you would have not come here, right? Octoman gets his gun ready, and yeah, you're a B-rank killer, bro, that's not going to do anything. He then tries to shoot him, but Johan is right in front of his face and strikes him like 50 different times. He then says, if I use my hand, or if my hand was a knife, you'd be dead by 10 times. And yeah, Johan really likes his karambit. Anyway, Octoman falls on the ground, literally injured. As Raphael says, I see, you defeated that man so easily. Johan then says, what's the reason for honor being here? Because that's what Raphael is trying to represent. He says, you know, it's not honor anymore. It's a glory, and he throws a card and it lands on the map beside Johan and Korea, and he says, I'll see you in Korea, Johan. He says, are you talking about Peter? Is that the man that's super strong? He says, he's an old man now, but I think he's better at assassinations than you. And if you are curious, well, call me and we can definitely find out if Alipede is better than Peter. And yeah, it seems like that actually triggered our boy Alipede. Anyway, our MC is now in the basement, floor level 10, and this room is very excessive because it seems to be filled with a lot of stuff and supplies. He says, Alipede, why did you want to interview me? And he is standing on top of the scar, and he says, what do you mean? From the first time I met you, I kept thinking about what this strange feeling was. He says, whatever, quit yapping. What is it that you want to say? He says, you know what? This is the truth. You're Peter, aren't you? And of course, our MC's like, dang, this guy is quite sharp. He says, if you know that, then you need to die. And it seems like Alipede has a button here mentioning this is going to blow up anyone within the radius of course, Yeonchang Choi's collar. And he says his friend Matthias is also one of the apostles, is really good at making these things. Our MC says if you press that switch, you'll also disappear without a trace. Obviously, he won't press that switch, but then he says that's what I wanted. He then clicks it, and we hear, what the heck? What did I touch? They hear a beeping, and Ji-won says, what the? No way. And just at that second, we see an explosion in the building, and don't tell me that our boy Yeonchang Choi is actually gone. Alipede then says, it looks like I misjudged you. You're not Peter. If that was you, if that was actually him, then you'd be so composed right now. Oh my gosh. He says, do you know what you just did? Choi Yun-chang's head exploded. And he says, will that woman Ji-won's body even be identifiable? And of course, Alipede says, there's something I really want to show. Somebody as confident as you, so that you'll never get up again. All the lights then go off, and he says, I'm going to show you despair, as he holds his karambit. Our MC says, if I think about the past Johan, he used a special type of equipment, and yes, let's go, this guy's definitely a goat. He says he used a special type of equipment that made him undetectable to thermal lenses, and so he says that this is going to get quite annoying. He then throws some things at our MC, and our MC gets hit by it. It's of course a bit shallow though. Our MC is looking clueless right here, but our MC is probably a better actor than this dude. He is right behind him and he goes to stab our MC, and he is getting hit, and we see a little blood sort of splurts come out. Our MC ponders, wait, if I really want to capture this dude, I need to crush his weapon, echolocation. And guys, I just want to say our MC is always calm and composed. He's never been like kind of out of it. Anyways, he says I can't even see him, and it's like I'm being touched and grabbed anywhere by the darkness. And yeah, this is pretty much how good this dude is. He tries to counterattack, but he gets sliced right on his shoulder. And of course, Alipede says, I know what you are and what you're doing, and you don't actually have that luxury because I can see everything. He goes and hits our MC or kicks him right in the face, and he gets sent flying, but still he is of course not on his knees yet because our MC won't give up. He then says, finally, I'll acknowledge it, you are quite dangerous. However, your great weapon is done for, as our MC lights up a flare. What the heck? He says, how about we get started? It seems like the flare gets cut up, and Alipete says, really? I thought you'd be different, but did you think you could fight me with that? Our MC just smiles, saying, don't you know that you need to listen till the end when somebody's speaking in Korean? Because I feel like the verbs or the subjects come in different places than English. Anyway, our MC says, I wasn't going to use the light. Echolocation in a dark room is a great skill, but it has a great weakness. For example, what if another wavelength and all of the sprinklers go off, and that is a wavelength? And of course, Alipete says, there is no way. And look at this, guys, his echolocation is dead. And dang, bro, I've noticed that all of these apostles actually have like quite a unique weakness, but only our MC would be able to figure that out. Our MC's IQ is probably 9 billion. Alipete says, what can you do? This doesn't matter. Are you going to catch me in close range? I still have extreme capabilities in that. He then launches towards our MC with his knife, his karambit, he slashes and slashes. Our MC says, you've already lost, because of course, he's going through some psychological warfare. He mentions, I also know that all my comrades are alive, because for somebody who's obsessed with perfect assassination, exploding somebody is definitely not your forte. He says, what? Why did he pretend that he didn't know? Was it all for what reason was it actually for? He says, why did you lie about it? He says, I'd have to guess that maybe it's because your pride took a hit because you couldn't even scratch me last time or, damage me fatally. And yeah, our MC is such a menace as he goes to take off his blazer. He says Alipete has an inferiority complex. As he says, you should smile a little because that face does not look nice. He then says, what the heck do you know about me? And it seems like we're gonna find out the truth about Johan. Anyway, we see a beautiful little rabbit right here and he is petting it, but one of the men also mentions, hey, I want to pet it too, or one of his, I guess this is in an orphanage. He says, no, this is mine, and of course he's blind. And so they say, hey, do you want to eat this? It tastes good. And it is obviously a fish with no meat at all. They then toss it at him and they even hit him, and it seems like he got bullied back then. Until one day, an incident happened where he got furious. He's looking for his little rabbit, and we see him right here, and they are literally beating it up in the gymnasium room of some sorts. He says, how dare you? That's mine. He then he bites on the foot just like the rabbit, and of course he gets beat up. He then cries in agony, and no, guys, the rabbit is actually dead. And that was his last bit of confidence in the rabbit. And so that's where it started. All the lights then suddenly turned off at the basketball court, and they're wondering, what the heck? I can't see anything. He says they're the same as me, but now I can see what and where you are doing things, and he has the advantage. He punches one person, and it seems like he definitely has the advantage in the dark, and he begins to cry saying, please, spare me, no. And he says, I was really getting bullied by these guys all that time. Of course, the keeper then walks into the gymnasium to see all of them are eliminated, as we see Johan covered in blood, and he then smiles saying, now I'm better than them, teacher. And what a very cruel and horrible thing to, go through and just see in general. Alipete yells, inferior or beautiful? You don't know anything. These sprinklers mean nothing to me. And bro, you're literally going to get sprinkled on and turned into a plant of some sorts. I don't even know what I'm saying at this point. Our MC dodges it and avoids it, but he's still sweating because he still knows that this guy is still a threat. He then stabs our MC, it seems. However, our MC put this guy in handcuffs, and he mentions, I'm able to reach you and see you now. Our MC says 34. That's the number of vital points a human has. And our MC gets his chop ready, mentioning, I wonder how long you can last. And yeah, bro, our MC is just way too prepared for any situation that he's in. He then strikes Johan in the abdomen, and he says, wait a second, this is an extremely fatal point. How the heck is this guy still enduring it? He then uses the intercostal space attack. He hits all of these things, guys, like the solar plexus, and that's gotta hurt. And even the Adam's apple. He says no matter how strong you are, you'll still collapse. And look at this guy, he's taking it all. He says, I'll never collapse. If you were going to cuff me, you should have got on my legs, as he hits our MC in the stomach. He mentions this dude's getting stronger and even stronger than before, and he even retaliates here. And he says, I was wrong. This dude's willpower is absolutely crazy. And this is definitely because of pride. And yeah, that's what's controlling him at this point. He's willing to put his life on the line 1,000 different times. He says there's no choice as he chucks him towards the door, the steel door, and he still stands. He says that wasn't a bad idea handcuffing me. However, he breaks it, saying, you should have chained my arm to yours so that I couldn't get away from you. And our MC just says, it is a shame, The sprinklers are still on, so you probably can't see as well. And he's then looking behind him. It is a sort of keypad, He says due to other frequencies, it's harder to use echolocation, and so he says let's switch locations as he leaves the building that's being sprinkled on. He says, are you sure you're okay with that? And our MC says it's really bright there, and yep, our MC has the advantage. He says the attack should have landed, but it seems like Alipede blocked it with his feet or with his shoe. He says, wait a second. You do know that light or dark, it's the same thing to me, and I did not expect that. Our MC then says, with his eyes covered like an absolute protagonist, I see. Johan then hits the button again, saying, the tides will be in my favor once more, and oh my gosh, the lights go off, and this time there won't be sprinklers. He says, I commend you though. Out of all the opponents I've faced, you're the first person to make him this excited since Johan, which is obviously, it's kind of sad that this guy actually passed away. He says, don't talk about that man. He was old and retired, and ooh, that's why, bro. I guarantee, bro, if Johan was in his prime, this guy would get destroyed. He then uses his echolocation, and he says, you're the same, you rely on your sight way too much. And so you cannot block or dodge my attacks because you can't create light. He then notices our MC looking left and right, and he says, panic, you're trapped in pitch black, and that's what I will use. But oh, bro, he gets punched in the face mid-dialogue, and yeah, that shouldn't happen. He wonders how the heck that happened, saying that there's no way a human could read those movements. He goes to attack our MC once again, but just like that, he gets uppercutted and sent flying to the steel or to the cement wall, and it literally cracks. He says, no way, how can you read my attacks? He says, you know, it's true that I normally shouldn't be able to see you, but of course, if I kept fighting like that, I would have lost. He says, you were handcuffed with something that you could never get rid of, and oh my gosh, he smells something, luminescence, and our MC used glow-in-the-light sticks to see where his fists and stuff were going, and that was actually such a big brain move. Bro, look at our MC here looking so cold, and Johan says, how far can this guy see in the future? And he'd ask when he planned this. He then says, I planned this when I was talking to Anji-won earlier, and wow, our MC really is a legend. Alipede hands it to him, saying, I shouldn't have fought you like this, you know, you're actually right and I was wrong, and yeah, finally bro, hopefully he becomes humble, but I actually doubt it. He then brings out a heat flare, saying, can you see better now? And he wonders if Alipede has two blades in his hands. He says, here, take one of my knives as well. And of course, our MC says, I can't not like this dude. And yeah, I think this kind of reminds him of himself back then. Our MC then charges towards him, and Alipede towards him as well. He says, I'm sure he was right in front of me, but this guy is so fast, I don't even know where he is anymore. Our MC then cuts him just like that, punches him just like that, and both of them get hit with the knives, but it seems like our MC has the upper hand. Our MC actually changed the grip on the karambit, and he wonders if he's going to go from an attack above. He says, I'm going to take him out before that, but our MC swings the karambit and uses a completely different attack. He says, what the heck? Everything Raphael said, I won't acknowledge them, because everything that he said is true. We go back to Malta, and Johan says, if Peter has a knife, he's got nothing on me. But Raphael says, that'd only be possible if Peter is ill, because that dude doesn't use weapons. He says, I don't know either the reason, but there's one thing that he says. He says this, those who use weapons are easy opponents, and Alipede yells out, there's no way, you're bluffing. He says, I can't see him or touch him, let alone catch him. This is absolutely impossible. How is it possible? He's even holding a knife. He says, wait a second. I understand now. I can see. Is it him? And no way, did Alipede just see him for the first time with his eyes or something? I wonder what the heck this is supposed to mean. Anyway, we find out that our MC goes to hit the finishing blow, and his knife then gets cracked in half. He says, is this guy really somebody I cannot surpass? Our MC says, your pectoral muscles have ruptured, so you know you should stop. Bro, where did our MC's injuries go? This guy is literally a goat, and it seems like he's not even breaking a sweat. Alipede is cut deeply, as you see his kind of deep wounds here. It's not as shallow as before. He says this guy is right. After that attack, I can no longer put my strength in my arm. He says what's even harder to predict and understand is our MC's way of knife fighting. He mentions somebody who's barely an adult has mastered the karambit. Come on, what the heck? Our MC says, I'll be going out with my next attack, so make sure you're ready for this, as he punches him right in the face. But then Alipede just bites it, and of course he goes to hit our MC with his right hand, but he gets kneed or elbowed right to the jaw, and yo, that's definitely gonna leave a mark. He says that he hit his masseter muscle, and it gives him the power to bite, and so even a gorilla will open its mouth once that muscle is hit. It seems like Alipede has finally lost it all, and he says, I'll remember you forever. He says, wait a second, what's happening? He then cut the flare. It goes dark again, and we see lights from behind our MC, and it's actually the security squad, and our MC says, wait a second, this is pretty much like a SWAT. He says, did Alipede sense them with sound? Our MC puts his hands up in the air, and they say, chase that terrorist away, and they're talking about Alipede who had the white hair. Our MC looks at the direction where he left, and our MC is definitely not going to let this guy out or alive for longer. We are back at the first floor and the first lobby. And look how many soldiers are here. Jiwon says, did you catch Alipede, please? What happened to Songgu? He is then saying, you know what, just stay here, please. I don't even know who Songgu is. Just stay here, ma'am, trust me. We hear, wait a second, that smell. And yup, guys, I noticed it was Alipede's hair right here. If you don't know if you guys saw it. She then notices something in her pocket. It is in Braille, and it says, let's practice our echolocation next time, and she really wonders what he is scheming. We are in the infirmary as the secretary is injured, and also the other two big bodybuilders, and oh my gosh, guys, thankfully they're still alive. She says, be thankful that the bomb around the neck didn't actually explode. As her MC says, when did you become a spy for glory? She says, from the beginning, there are people like me hiding in different enterprises, and so Raphael is definitely thinking of ways to truly take over glory and make it for himself. Jiwon then says, why did you even let Alipede go? He says, don't worry, that dude will help us in the future. And she says, wait, what the heck are you talking about now? And yeah, our MC definitely is very good when it comes to dropping some mysterious things. He says, just wait and understand. We see somebody doing push-ups on top of a bottle of beer. He says, Johan, did you get rid of Choi Yun-chang? He says, I'm excited thinking about tomorrow's breaking news. He says, what do you mean he's not dead? Because it seems like Alipede told him the truth. He says, what the heck happened? He explains, Peter was not there. Of course, Raphael says, what the heck are you talking about? Somebody then walks in from the shadows saying, I see a loser who lost to Petro, or to Peter, of course, that's actually the translation. And Alipede says, shut up or I'm really going to take you out. He says, it's no fun, it's a joke. And this is Thaddeus, and oh my gosh, this guy looks definitely like he has aura. He then throws something at the dais saying, I'll put 72 holes in your face if you say anything again. He then catches his knife and he mentions, I only have 7 holes in my face. And this is the dais, ranked disciple with black, absolutely onyx eyes, and he seems like a very carefree person. Anyway, he says, the world's best assassin. Alipede, huh? Against the world's best martial artist, said to possess immeasurable skill. I wonder how this would go. He says your success rate isn't 100% anymore, Alipede, and he sticks out his tongue. Alipede goes to attack him, and he's just blocking it with his foot. He says if you weren't blind, this would have been better. Alipede yells at him to unravel his arms, but he says nope, there's no need for that. If I do, you'll die, brother. And this guy seems to be very cocky, and hey, maybe it's for good reason. They then kick each other with both their feet, and he lands in a squat, and Alipede lands still in a kind of good position. Alipede then says, ignoring Raphael, hey, don't look for that young guy, because I'm going to take him out. Thaddeus says, wait, what are you talking about? Huh? Where are you going, my brother? Come on. You can finish your sentence or something? And yeah, Alipede is just mysterious. He says this dude really talks in riddles, and Raphael says yeah. And by the way, Raphael looks kind of jacked here. I wonder how he would fare against this dude. He says, by the way, big brother, what do you want me to do now? Do you want me to take out Yun Chang? He says no. There's actually a way to check. And of course, this guy mentions, yeah, it's that thing. He says, get the car ready and look at this dude's back. What is that though? That's a really scary tattoo. It's like a demon and then some sort of angel, or I really don't know what that is. Anyway, he says he's actually going to see him for himself. They're then literally in the front of the building and the SWAT tell him he can't enter. But then 3 people get sent flying inside, and it is of course Raphael, and he does not give a crap. The SWAT says, call for backup right now. But Raphael just says, the president of South Korea can't enter inside, right? Then how did I just do that? Does that mean I'm above the president? And look at his smile, guys. This is very crazy. And yeah, Raphael is not normal. He says President Choi is in here somewhere, and Peter might be here too. He says, very good. First, how about I see President Choi? And his eyes turn red, and I can guarantee that this guy is not sane at all. And the reason why is because he did not like the video. Thank you guys so much for watching. Make sure to like and also comment down below what you rate this series. I rate it a 10 out of 10. It's my favorite manhwa this year. The next parts will be coming out soon. I hope you guys stay tuned for that. And without further ado, I hope you guys have a blessed day. Of course, Raphael crashes into the building and he just smiles. He says Peter is definitely here. Anyway, we see Yong Chang Choi, and he's pretty much talking to speak because somebody is on the phone. He says there's a guest in a situation like this. It's the president of glory, oh my gosh, and he's struck with fear. Right behind his door, he hears a lot of noises, and oh my gosh, he's sweating. and Raphael just walks in with somebody, oh no, it's his bodyguard, literally held by his neck. He then says, I'm kind of upset. You have a guest, but how could you treat him like this? Bro, there's literally like 60 people with their guns aimed at him. Of course, Yong Chang-choi says, oh no, I'm glad that you're here personally, but nothing serious happened. This guy, one of the bodyguards, says, this guy came up all the way here by himself. And by the way, we're at an advantage, but why does it feel like I can't even move? The guy is right past him in an instant, and he just, of course, walks towards Yong Chang-choi saying, did somebody help you? For example, disciple Peter, as he comes closer to him. He's literally sweating with his eyeballs, and of course he says, it's hard not to look into this guy's eyes, because nobody possesses eyes like this dude, and look at these literally looks like the eyes of a dragon. He says, oh, Peter, if he was here, we would have caught him right away. He then sits down saying, I knew it. And also, let me fix your necktie. He says, it'll be difficult for you to look after your neck. And of course he says, I am telling the truth though, I did not meet Peter. He knows that Raphael will take him out in any instant if he finds he's lying. And of course he says, I don't actually think you're lying, Yong Chang-choi. He says, it's not Peter. But he gets a flashback of our MC, Sangdo, of course, and he definitely is making the correlation now. He says Gloria has a lot of skilled individuals, and of course he's sweating nervously. Raphael says, okay, I was just worried. He then says, that beef soup you had yesterday, was it bad or was it good? And of course he's wondering how he knew that. He says also, as he puts his hand in his back pocket looking kinda sus, he says, let me know anything. If you have anything on Peter, or of course, if you don't, I'll tear you to shreds. And look at his eyes, these are so fearsome. We see our MC and An Ji-won, and we hear, I'm going to die. Of course, it is Yong Chang-choi, and he seems very stressed, saying, the president came here. No way, I'm done for. Of course, even his doctor's trying to calm him down, and he says, I can't trust anyone anymore. An Ji-won says, wait, Raphael just visited. I'm sure it's nothing crazy. Our MC is just of course wondering how he can calm him down, and he says, wait a second, Ji-won, what's that? She explains that it is something that President Choi always kept with him, and it is an old hat. And he says, everybody please leave, because our MC has a plan. He says, alright, and they all leave the room, and our MC says, it's me, Kim Song-gu. Please calm down. He says, please calm down, but he doesn't even reply, and he just has his head down, saying, I'm going to die. Raphael is going to take me out personally. Our MC then yells out, Yun Chang, are you going to disappoint me like this? He then calms down for a second. He says, do you remember my promise? And oh my gosh, we go back to Moscow in 1978. We are on the train that's filled with blood as we see a small little Yong Chang-choi. Our MC says, it's a long way to go to Korea. And Yong Chang-choi says, come on, wait for me. Anyway, he tells Yong Chang, also wait right here and sit here. Just do what I say. On the count of 3, I'm going to do something. We then see the people hiding behind the entrance, and this guy says, wait, this guy just stitched the gun, let's go get him. They go to shoot him, but they see nobody. And our MC says, if you were smart, you would have jumped off the train, because he's right at the entrance in a second, and just like that, he takes them out. Anyway, it seems like he calls out for Yong Chang-choi, and he says, keep counting, but it seems like he was just amazed by what just unfolded. They're now on the motorcycle leaving, and he then tells him, you know, you'll face many trials, and don't worry, things like this will definitely happen. But of course, Yong Chang-choi wants Peter to stay with him, but he can't really do that. He says we'll never see each other again, and Yong Chang-choi seems kind of sad that he can't get close to anybody. He says though, also promise me, if you don't see me, don't become somebody who will embarrass me. He says I'll grow up to be somebody truly strong and powerful, and he then puts the hat back on Yong Chang. He says, get up. There are people below who look up to you, and they're waiting for you to keep on going. He then gets flashbacks saying, I kept having doubts. I kept on seeing Peter in you, and I've never forgotten you, Peter. I really wanted to see you. And look at this emotional moment. He is literally crying as he looks up to our MC. The MC says, thanks for growing up so well, Choi Yong Chang. And it seems like it finally has worked. And Choi Yong Chang steps out of the building, saying, I seem to have worried you all. Anyway, we are back at the ice cream truck, and An Ji-won says, what do you take me for? I'm not crazy about money. Anyway, she's super happy because it seems like she got a card from the president, and yeah, they're definitely going to be getting a lot of money from that. We are back at school, and we see the Doggo brothers saying, where were you the past few days? Did you skip school and meet a VIP or something? But before they can even have a discussion, Yuna runs in, and of course they're wondering what happened. She then says they're going to take away or remove the D-rank Glory Club members, and he says, you're ranked 335, so of course you're going to get the cut. She says, are you kidding me? You guys are going to get cut as well. She says only D rank members will be tested here, and she says out of 336, if you don't get into top 100, then you're doomed for. The Dako brother says, huh, top 100? What? How can we do that? Our MC says, yeah, I already knew about this, so I found a way for us to survive, and they wonder what it is. They are then shocked in absolute fear, or at least the Dako brothers are, saying, wait, how did he get here? Oh my gosh, it is Simon, and he says, are you guys the D-rank children? And yup, these guys are going to get the ultimate training arc. The Dako brothers are panicking, and she's like, what? Do you guys know this dude? He says, this guy is really strong. And of course, he gets a flashback to when he was talking to him back at the bunker. He says, go back home, and this is obviously Ji-won. And of course, he's just sitting there and whining. Our MC closes the door, and he says, it's just the two of us. He then asks why he came back. He explains, I've never seen somebody as strong as you. Who the heck are you? He says, would you really tell me if I believe you? He mentions, you know what? Even if you say Peter, I'll believe you. Our MC says, yeah, I'm Peter. He says, oh, I got it. Wait, what? And of course he gets tough, like, what do you mean Peter's an old man? He says, wait, didn't you say you would believe me? He says, this is different. He then tries to think back to everything, mentioning, those are all crazy skills. It doesn't matter if he's Peter or not. And anyway, he says, if you don't have anything else to say, he says, I went back. I saw Raphael. However, right now, I can't beat him with my current strength. And yup, this guy's never taught how to fight. And that's crazy how he's gotten this strong without learning how to fight. He says, I need to know how to get stronger. And you are somebody stronger than me who can teach me. He gets a flashback to Yuika saying, I want to carry out her revenge. So please teach her. Our MC looks at this and says, come on, stop saying this cringy stuff and get up. He says, I don't make my students kneel. And he gets up saying, I'll do my best and help you with anything you order me to do. And so he says this important mission was to train these D ranks. And yeah, look at their faces right here. They're literally ranked 334, 335, and 333. And he then says, top 100 for D ranks. I think you have all no chances of succeeding. And our MC is just looking like, yeah, you're definitely right. He says, I can't train them, so help them to survive. And it seems, he says, I will, even if I have to put my life on the line. And by the way, guys, this guy looks like a K-pop star. I don't know why. And of course, Yuna says, so what type of training are you going to make us do? She says, I'm wondering if I'm really looking forward to it. He says, this is actually pretty much easy and it's nothing special. And we literally see that one of the Dako brothers in agony as well as the other two. And yeah, this training is definitely going to be crazy. He then yells out as he is on top of the cliff, come on, if you're not on death's doorstep, you won't become stronger, I think. And bro, how can you? Anyway, we're just gonna ignore that part. We're back at the Glory headquarters right here, and this man is saying there's something in common between Nathaniel's hospital and the incident with Johan. There's someone and there's a helper on the inside who knew about all the things. He says, what if Peter is already inside Glory and he's moving along with the other members of them as well? As you see an image here and look at his bounty, dang, it's as high as ever. Anyway, he says, there's no way Peter would move around like that, right? What if he moved in a forest instead of a pedestal? For example, hiding in the D ranks on, oh my gosh, this guy is definitely smart. He says, by the way, Peter makes the impossible possible. We need to truly be suspicious of everything. And we do know Johan's good at disguise, but how can we find out Peter? And we see it is that dude Thaddeus, and he says, I have a thought, a very amusing method. We are back at the home of An Ji-won. She says, I'm certain they've caught you because they're going to get rid of 100 D-rank members. She says, come on, what I'm saying is that we don't know what they're going to be scheming, so please don't go. She says, you're really just going to go even if I said that? And our MC says yes. Of course, Simon says, then I'll go with you. How can somebody with a well-known face go? And yeah, bro, you're literally an apostle, and yeah, that's way too funny. She says, this is great, this is awesome. However, there is a way, and she says, what is it? He says, I'll find out when I get there. And she says, really? You've got to be kidding me. A week later, we are at the Dead Island, which is their new base, Holy Land they're calling it. He says the people who are here are all D ranks, and look at them, we got the dude from that ice plant before. We even got this Kwang Wu squad police. And Yuna says, what are they going to do with all of these members? She wonders if it's a training, and we then see the Dako brothers just, they're already having a tantrum, like, no, I don't want to do training. Because yeah, Simon or Kageyo's training was definitely crazy. We see it is the MC or the host. This is Kolma, he is your MC, and in this year, they're going to change the event now. All you have to do is to survive and become a bigger glory to glory, and everybody's wondering what this is. He says the test is super simple. He explains that we are on an island right here, and all you need to do is survive for 2 days. Some people say, what? That's easy. Are we on a trip or something, a vacation? He says, however, no, you're wrong. He says you guys can fight each other like ordinary members, and the winner of the fight takes a volunteer's ID, and pretty much when the test finishes, whoever has the most IDs wins, and only the top 100 with those with the most number of IDs actually pass the test. And so you can of course fight, hide, you know, this guy's hiding behind a bush, or even take it, and yeah, bro really thinks he's sneaky taking the ID. Anyway, he will see these people 48 hours from now, and look at these D-ranked members, guys. There seems to be a lot of them, and our MC's at the front, and yeah, he definitely should be. He's literally like 10 times stronger, or 100,000 times stronger than all of you. The test is about to begin as we see Yuna in her dress or in her suit right here, with of course 335 on her left side. We see all of them suited up, and these guys, well, this group looks very, very nice, as well as our MC. He says that the number is written on their clothes, and so the fact that their ranks are written down, a problem will occur because of these numbers, because they're going to be targeted. We see right here, it is Pumpkin Knight as well as Joker, and they are laughing at them. The Dako brothers calling them clowns. We even see a beautiful woman, and well, she is a rank 222 Jolie. She is a fashion model. Our MC says as he looks at the CCTV, there is way too many CCTVs here for some certain reason. I don't know what it is. He says they're not certain I'm among the D ranks, and so they're definitely trying to see if Peter is here, and yeah, they're smart. Anyway, somebody says, as you can see, I'm spotted. My name is Spotted Butterfly, and this is obviously Thaddeus, but he is hiding it, and he is ranked 330. He says, I have a question though. You're Peter, right? As he grabs onto this old man, and these other people are like, why is this guy looking for Peter? Do you know who Peter is? This is literally a D-rank member mission. He says, you know what should I do? I actually found the best idea. He looks at our MC right here, and our MC is definitely noticing the scenario. He says his guy is a variable in this test, and I want to see what he is doing here. He says, put your hand up if you're Peter. And these guys are, you know, the side characters always got to say something. Really, should we take out this dude right now? But our MC raises his hand with confidence, saying, Peter, I caught you. He says, does that catch your interest, Spotted Butterfly? And let's go. This is going to be a crazy rivalry, and I wonder who's going to win this battle. He then says, really, this young brother is Peter. Anyway, Yuna says, I really wondering what's going on here. Our MC says, I really don't know what his motive is, but he says, hey, Spotted Butterfly, look around. He says, what do you mean? And everybody's looking. Like, hey, where is Peter right here? He then says, you know what, little brother, and he goes to kick our MC, but he stops short. He says, you really are interesting. And the Docker brothers mention, his foot's going to stink. Does he think he's cool? Everyone can do that. And of course, our MC mentions not everyone can do this, because he did a middle kick, a Brazilian kick, and a side kick in that amount of time, and he changed his kick 3 times, which is actually crazy. He then says, I'll make it more fun for my brother. And of course, we then see one of the Docker brothers say, it is obviously Junior, hey, what are you doing? He's ranked 336. If you want to fight, fight me. And yeah, bro, you're gonna get wrecked because this guy's also an apostle. He says whatever, that was just for fun. Anyway, I'll see you later, brother 336. And it seems like these guys are definitely going to be seeing a lot of each other. The Docker brothers then hug him, saying, hey, don't worry, we'll protect you forever. Don't get too scared, alright? And of course, Thaddeus says, this guy's scared? Yeah, obviously you're right. He was looking at every single kick, and our MC, of course, was trolling back then. And yeah, he says there's no way this guy's a D rank, and they both say that each of them are suspicious. The Dako brother says, if Spotted Butterfly is rank 330, then we can reach rank 100, 200 easily, I mean. Yuna says, come on, don't let somebody steal them from you. Our MC explains, do you guys understand how dangerous the situation is for us? Think about it, if it's somebody who has an advantage, who will they go after? They point at our MC, and he says, yup, we of course have the lowest ranks, 336, and yeah, they're like, no, what do we do? And yeah, these guys are just way too funny. She says, we need to stick together, and W Yuna, W the power of friendship. The MC explains the game starts and survive until the end. Our MC begins to ponder, saying, everybody's thinking of the same thing. They then disperse, and yep, he's absolutely right, and they need to hide themselves and think of a plan. but the problem is that there's so many people watching from the CCTVs, and our MC can't use his skills freely, and that's definitely going to be dangerous. He looks back behind him, saying I need, of course, to move around with them, so he can't protect them and it won't be as suspicious if he was going alone. He says follow me, alright, there's a way for us to survive, and it seems like our MC knows what he's doing. They're then walking through the forest, and he explains that the east side of the island has lots of food and places to rest, and there's even a bunker on the south side as well. But why the heck did they choose this crappy factory? And he says the answer is simple. The fight's happening, of course, at these places and stuff, and this will be a good way to get resources and, attack the people when they're weak. Our MC says the thing that really worries me is this guy following them silently, and it is literally Thaddeus. He says this guy has something to do with Raphael, definitely, and our MC, look at his eyes, this guy's eyes look super sick. He says I need to be careful of this spotted butterfly. We see some of the rank Ds through 20, through 25, through 28. We see that dude with a pumpkin hat, or pumpkin mask, as well as his clown. He says I told them to come here. He then says, people with a high rank will mostly attack those with a low rank, and so that's why they're going to team up, and yeah, what a very smart idea. Yuna says that this decision is quite smart, and if they were in that situation, it would have been bad to be alone. She says, what exactly is this man thinking? He says, now we need to get to the top 100. He explains while they're hiding there, the other people, the other members will be fighting other crazily, and of course, no matter how strong they are, can they really fight 10 of the D rankers even though they're low ranked? And the answer is no. He then says pretty much they're going to attack them together and take their cards, and just like that, they're in. This Joker says, shall we split the roles already? He says, come on, you guys will come with me and search the forest. And look at this guy, it is Thaddeus. He's saying, this guy really is smart, I see. I wonder how you'll counter the things that will happen soon though. We see our MC running, and the Pumpkin Man says, to be honest, I was once a rising star in boxing, but life became tougher and so I had to become a member of Glory. He then begins to cry. He says, forget about C rank. I don't even know if I can become a D rank. And no, Pumpkin Man, don't worry. Our MC gives him the thumbs up saying, effort doesn't betray. And wow guys, I'm definitely going to keep that in mind. Our MC really hopes that the team at the hideout is doing fine. We see somebody knocking and he is literally has an injured arm. He says there's a B rank member outside. They then say, what, you fought against the B rank? Lock all the doors. But it's too late and this guy gets stabbed. Oh my gosh, this guy was faking it. They then take off their disguises, and this man's name is Shi Wei Zhu. He is a rank 27 B rank. And of course, there's somebody else. This is Do Jae Hyun, rank 39 B rank. And I'm guessing they learned from Johan or something. Thaddeus then says things have gotten quite interesting, and Yuna says what if there be rankers, and of course she gets a flashback of what happened to the Docker brothers when they fought them. Obviously they can't win. We see the other three and they're like, I think somebody barged into the factory, bro. He says this is bad 336, shouldn't we run away? RMC says, so it's finally happening. Of course they mention, you can't eliminate somebody during a test. Did you hear the explanation? This guy says, what did you say? There's no rule that you can't eliminate somebody, and he says, give us your IDs or die, and this guy's licking on his knife. Thaddeus says, if things get bad, should I really interfere? No, that's no fun. I want to see how people do. Yuna is nervous, mentioning Sangdo can't use his skills, so it'll be hard to win. The Docker brothers say, don't worry, Jay. Even though this is our last battle, I'll see you in heaven, and yeah. These guys are just funny. This guy licks his knife and he jumps up about to attack everybody, but then he just gets punched. And I wonder who it is. And they say, what? There's another B rank? Who's that strong? Yuna yells out, no, go away. And wait, it's actually Pumpkin Knight. And yeah, this is definitely not Pumpkin Knight. It is our MC. And he says, this is the only way I won't attract attention. He says I needed to borrow this man's name for a moment. And that was definitely a smart move by him. Anyway, he says, my name is Pumpkin Knight, and I use a growth technique. And look at the Dako brothers, they're completely fooled by this. This guy wonders who he is, the B rank eliminator or the member. He gets his knife ready saying, you're going to fight me at rank of 331. Our MC gets into a boxing position, and he's no Muhammad Ali, but I guarantee you he's definitely going to pack a punch. He says, I won the national boxing tournament. Let's see if you can beat me. We then see them ready to face off, and Thaddeus says this guy has no chance of winning. He says, now that I think about it, 336 from before and Pumpkin Knight who's 331, those skills aren't those of a D rank. He mentions what is he going to do in this head-on fight. Our MC is looking behind him like I see, and there's a lot of people here, so there's only one thing that he can do. The B rank says, fine, I'll just eliminate you with boxing, and he gets ready to punch our MC. Yuna then says he can hide his identity, and if it's Sangdo, he can take care of this dude easily, but then he gets hit in the face. The B rank says as he closes in, I'm a bit disappointed. For somebody who won a tournament, you seem like fodder. He then punches him a bit more, and the Dako brothers are like, oh, I knew it, this dude's getting wrecked, and I told him not to get involved. Yuna mentions there's no way Sangdo would let that happen, right? And of course, we then see Thaddeus, and he's just saying, really? I misjudged him? Brother Bumpkin won't do. He's then getting punched and punched. He says this guy's definitely not a D rank. He's at least an A rank. The B rank then says, I'm certain I hit him, but no way, I'm sure I touched him. He says, how the heck is he doing this? We then see the Dako brothers wondering what they are doing, and Thaddeus says, he's taking the hits very well, Brother Pumpkin truly is. He says, I want you to look very carefully, Yuna, and the second he's going to be hit, he dodges and turns his head so it looks like he gets it. And so of course, this is actually a boxing evasion skill, and yep guys, this is the infamous head roll. He mentions that the one who's getting beat up is the other B rank dude, so yeah, this is definitely hilarious. This guy goes to punch our MC with his final punch like he's Saitama, but our MC just steps on his shoe. He then elbows him and makes it look like an accident, and he then says while they're on the ground, what, I just happened to beat him and I got fortunate. And of course the Dako brothers as well as Yuna are like, wait, that guy's fortune is insane, there's no way of chance that happened. And of course Thaddeus says, this dude really pretended to be clumsy and then took him out, huh? I see. He only used head rolls and dodged all the attacks. He said that's something not even a pro level boxer could achieve, and this guy did it so easily, and he says I can't hold back anymore. I really want to fight this dude. The B rank dude, the number 2 one, says, wait, this guy really lost to a D rank, I need to run away. He then runs away, and yeah, this guy really is running away, and wow, that's so just funny. We then see our MC crouch down towards the body. He says that's not a problem because of course he can get his cards. He says it hasn't been that long and this guy has so many IDs already. He says that these dudes must be hiding something. And Dako brothers just go up shamelessly like, we haven't even gotten one ID. Should we go ready and go home? And our MC just gives them some and they're like, thank you so much, Brother Bumpkin. And yeah, this is just way too funny. He then gives one to Thaddeus and he says, I want something else. It's nothing too big, you know? He then looks at him and releases his aura saying, I want you to fight me. The Dako brothers say, huh, really bro? We should all team up. Don't fight Sue, Mr. Pumpkin, he's gonna beat you up. And Thaddeus says, you know what, you can easily obtain my ID. If of course you touch me. And he then gives him a very taunting look, but our MC says, then give it to me right now because you won't be able to lay a finger on me. And look at this right here, this reminds me of Gojo and Sukuna, and these two rivalries are definitely going to be awesome. He explained that the moment from he met this dude, Thaddeus, he hasn't even unfolded his arms, so he wonders if there's something up with him, and yeah, there definitely is something. He then gets out from the boxes saying, boxing, huh? I wonder if you can use weapons as well. However, there is an announcement saying, if you are still within the factory, you will be eliminated, and it seems like somebody's interfering. Anyway, they say what a shame, and of course he says, what's up bro, I'll go there, and he's on the phone for some reason, and we hear, Mr. Tiger Butterfly, where are you going? And of course our MC then arrives because he literally just changed his clothes. He says, I'm finally here, and they wonder where they're at. The Dako brothers says, do you know who we fought? We fought against 2 B rankers. And yup, Yuna's like, bro, you guys did not fight anyone. Anyway, he says, we can't move together. And she says, what do you mean? This is super urgent. He then has a supply bag right here, and he explains that split up into pairs and look for more supplies and such. And I'm assuming that our MC probably set this up. Our MC says there's a bigger problem to Yuna. He says that the host is increasing the restricted areas, and so there's no choice but to fight each other. And if that happens, then our MC also has to fight, and he could get exposed. Yuna says, wait, Kim Song-gu, do you feel this? And he wonders what she's talking about, and it's literally a supply bag with a lot of MREs and food, and yeah, she definitely needs to eat a lot. We then see the Dako brothers literally, oh my gosh, what are they wearing? And we hear a gunshot though as they all turn their heads, and she mentions, there shouldn't be any guns here, what's happening? Our MC then dashes towards their place. He says, I know that this isn't a simple test, but he needs to stop this before something crazy happens, because he knows that Raphael definitely has something up his sleeve. He then arrives, and he says this isn't a D-rank test anymore, and there is a shadow right behind him. Anyway, we also see Thaddeus on top of a tree. He explains, yeah, there's no old man here that looks like Peter, however there are 2 interesting people, and he is talking about our MC as well as the bumpkin guy. He then says something's about to go crazy from now on. Thaddeus wonders what he's planning. He says, you know what, you'll know when you find out. Anyways, we then see it is Yuna, and she's sitting here wondering who it is because she hears a sound. It is the event host, and she wonders what he's doing there, and this is pretty much the MC. She says, "Wait, mister, why are you even here? What's going on, and why is there blood on you?" He says, "Run away. This isn't a defense battle. This is something where everybody's going to die." And she's absolutely shocked by his words, and Thaddeus says, "Wait. Bro, please explain it properly so I understand." Raphael says, "Let's eliminate everybody, and if anyone survives, wouldn't it be Peter?" And yeah, this guy has absolutely lost it. He says, "Be careful, there are more than 2 B rankers, and even if all the D rankers team up, they can't defeat them, and so they can never win." She says, "Where are they, please?" But just at that moment, he then gets something stabbed right into his neck, and somebody says, "I didn't want to come here yesterday, but I guess, and I didn't know there was such a pretty girl here, and this man's name is Chimpanzee, and look at him, he literally looks like one, and yeah, this is going to be a crazy fight." She says, "This is a D rank test. What the heck? What are you doing here?" Because obviously he is a B rank. He says, "That's none of your business." He says, "Who cares about collecting IDs? I changed my mind. I won't eliminate you. I'll take you instead," as he licks his lips. And yeah, bro, this is definitely not good news. She says, "Look at this creepy pervert. He's a B rank, right? Can I really eliminate this dude by myself?" He then begins to approach her and he says, "I've been thinking about you," and it seems like she says, "This must be fate," but it actually isn't her. It is the Doggo brothers, and they're literally in distress up as a man jumps onto the tree. They then change in an instant, saying, "You seem like a precious little baby monkey, and we won't be careless." You know what? They just get a flashback to what happened at the fake church, and it seems like she's wondering, we need to try without Sangdo, so this might be actually a good chance for us to get stronger. He then says, "Yuna, save your strength for later." They then begin to stretch, saying, "Are you ready, Yong? Let's get this show on the road," and they then go their separate directions. The chimpanzee says, "Don't tell me they're running away," but they're actually forming an attack. Biggie tries to hit him, but the man just jumps off of the branch. He says, "When did he get there? That was so quick." Biggie then says, "I Dokyo Hyung," and speed itself, and they begin to literally just follow each other. He says something's not right. This dude is not a speed type, yet he's so fast. We then see, it seems like Junior has caught him, and it's over, so he can't escape. He says, "Wait, release him, please." And we find out, he says, "You can never be Peter, because he was a legend at your age," but he then chokes both of their necks at the same time, and well, he calls them D-rank trash. They say this guy is super strong, and he then yells out like a chimpanzee. He says the current grip strength of a chimpanzee is 130 kg, which is probably like 280 pounds, and yeah, this guy is definitely strong. However, they begin to literally, oh my gosh, they put their legs around his arm so that they can break it, and this guy says, "How do they even know how to do this?" They then say, "I'm sure you're great, but no matter what anyone says, we're going to become Peter." And wait, why do you guys want to become Peter? You guys can just become legends yourselves. Nonetheless, we get a flashback. Of course, it is Kageo. He's training them. He says, "Why do you guys want to be Peter so bad?" They then say, "It is our fate." And look at them. They actually have red hair and gray hair, so this might actually work. 11 years ago, we were in this orphanage and they seem to be lonely. People begin to say they didn't even have names when they came here, and these guys are losers. They then got beat up, and we find out that of course they got into a lot of fights. They then begin to talk to each other, like, "Do you think that mom is going to come for us one day?" He says, "Really, bro? She definitely won't." He says she threw us away without naming us, and look at his face right here when he was younger. This is so sad, guys, and really heartbreaking. They lay down on this dirty room, and they say nobody will come looking for nameless kids like us. And just in a moment, a book literally hits his head, like that is definitely destiny. He says, "Even an old book is hitting me, and it is a diary of a man who didn't have a name, and everybody who knew his name died in the war, but he will not be bullied because of that reason. Everybody called him the lone wolf. It is also an insult and a nickname, but he says, I'll let it go and let everybody mock me because I want to become a great wolf." He says, "Actually, I got a name. Even though it is stupid, I keep saying it. And of course, people won't say my name either." He says, "Wait a second. Is this really him?" And this, oh my gosh. He says, "I won't become somebody who's unworthy of the name Peter or Pietro." So they say, "No way, is this really Peter's diary? His nickname was Lone Wolf? That is so awesome." And let's go, that's a cool thing to find out. They then tell each other, "Come on, we're brothers, so I'll be Doko Hyung and you'll be Doko Jae." And it pretty much means Lone Wolf in Korea, Doko Dai. And Hyung Jae means siblings, so yeah, what a W name for these two. We find out that Kageo, they're telling Kageo that's the reason why they become like Peter. And he says, "You guys can't become Peter. However, who knows? If you guys become one, not two, then it might be possible, and they're wondering what he is saying. He then ties them together, and he says, what is this? Are you really kidding me? He says, now I can eliminate you now instead at the same time, and well, they're literally hanging. It's like when you're handcuffed, like that handcuff 24-hour challenge, and that's pretty much just what happening to them. They're getting beat when they're tied together, even the bathroom tied together. Are you kidding me? The chimpanzee yells out, you D-rank trash, and he's getting nervous here, saying, what did I see from those two? He senses the murderous intent from Kageo, and yeah, that's definitely scary, and he holds onto his arm, because of course, he got injured. Yuna is watching from behind, saying, that pervert, he was caught in an armbar. What should I do right now? He then turns around saying, just quit it, dollface, it's just us two now. But then he gets hit for some reason, and he wonders how the heck she just did that. He says, your adaptability is amazing. And the reason why is because she made us some sort of yo-yo or something tied to a ball. He says, do you think you can defeat me with a bouncy ball? He smiles saying, did you get trained by Peter or something? And actually she kind of did get trained, but nonetheless, the chimpanzee keeps on yapping and yapping. But he gets kind of nervous because compared to these two, he says that there's somebody more skilled than them. And yup, that is Sangdo or Peter. And yeah, you better take those words back, bro. He says, you know what, I'll admit it, you're not just a doll face. However, you're still rank 335 and a D rank. And he says, wait a second, what I saw before definitely was not a delusion. I've been a member of Glory for like 17 years and there's no way I can't unsee this. He says this person is a real deal, and yup, she says, what are you thinking of, pervert? Come on and let's go. We hear get a grip chimpanzee, and he literally smacks himself with his own hands, and she says, really, is this guy crazy? He says the basic rule of combat is if you can't win physical strength, you find a way in a long distance. He says you are smart. However, that weapon is useless because of course, well, it seems like it really was just a delusion, and she then launches her attack, ignoring all of his yapping, and he just laughs, saying throw it properly because she missed. He says if you keep going like this, you'll keep missing, but he gets hit on the back of his head, wondering who is that, and of course she's using this really well, saying just a bit more. She gets a flashback and she's holding onto this thing right here, this rope dart, as her MC is playing billiards, and she says, will I be able to survive? He says no. But he says, you know what, I just answered the question and I don't want to be dishonest. He says a rope dart is a good weapon that can inflict a great amount of damage, but there is a weakness. That weakness is, the location is kind of random. And so try throwing it from here to here, and that's a good way to practice. She says, what do you mean, how can I hit that? He says, don't worry, there's never just one path to strike. And yup, he just leaves he leaves, and what a sigma. And of course she says, really, just wait for me, but it seems like she was stuck to learn on her own. Our MC wonders what these two are doing, and it is the Dako brothers literally tied to each other. They then begin to cry, saying, if we can't sleep at the same time, he's going to wake us up. And they then say, wait a second, but actually, where did Yuna Lee go? We can only sleep 3 hours, and is she probably sleeping and having good night dreams? They then go back to sleep, and our MC says, don't worry, I'll check up on her. He says she's probably training, and yup, she's definitely dreaming on how much she can improve as she practices a rope dart, and she begins to hit this steel metal pole, and she even does it behind her back, and yo, she's literally going crazy right here, tossing over cabinets and boxes and drawers. She says it's not working though, as we see her bloodied hands. She says I need to work harder, and she begins to get more control over this rope dart, and it seems, like she mentions, there's no way I can't hit it. She says, wait a second, I understand, there's a lot of things in my way. And of course, she has to use this to her advantage. She then dodges one of the man's attacks, and this guy's jumping around like Killua, and this is actually going crazy. She says, I can't attack at all, and he is right behind her now, and she manages to hit him, but he just dodges it away, and oh my gosh, she launches a barrage of attacks, but this guy is kind of fast as well. She gets a remembrance to when Sangdo kept telling her something, that she could figure it out herself. She says, wait a second. This guy was pointing me in the right direction this entire time. And this chimpanzee says, how the heck am I getting hit by all this? And he says, I'm just going to take you out. And yeah, don't ever underestimate a woman in a manhwa, especially if the MC is friends with her. He says, don't be discouraged because of course location will changes and a new maze will form, but you need to trust your eyes. And that's something I remember that she had a really good time doing, or a really easy thing doing, was just keeping track with her eyes. She then remembers the practices she's done, and yup, she's ready for battle, and that will become her weapon. She launches a rope dart, and it hits the man right in the cheeks, and this guy spits out blood. He says this girl was really adjusting her trajectory so she could hit me, and the Dako brothers say that she is way too cool. And they also call it a coincidence, and yeah, these guys are way too funny. The chimpanzee is on the ground and he's about to get hit, and oh, it seems like the Dako brothers literally twist his hands like he's about to get arrested, and he begins to shake, and this guy's grip strength is still strong. Yuna launches her attack. He says, see, she was only fortunate before. And of course the chimpanzee says, I can finally escape and I'll beat all of you up. But welp, it seems like her real attack was hanging onto that rope, and then she just stepped on his head, and yeah, GG for this guy. It's finally over, and they wonder if this dude fainted, and they even put on this dress on him, and yep, they wonder if they're finally B rankers, and yeah, I'm gonna guess that, go ahead and say that they probably are at least C. She then says, come on, there's no time waiting. But to hear a voice that says, there's no need to find Sangdo because they're going to die here, and this is the 27th B rank, Shi Wei Zhou, and oh my gosh, where was this guy hiding? He says, it doesn't matter, we just beat the chimpanzee, we'll win if we work together. He says, actually, I don't even want to fight. Something happens and we literally see Yuna's weapon get shot, and this guy just brought a gun to a fist fight, and this guy's way too smart. One of the Dako brothers, it is of course Biggie. He says, hey, guns are cheating, you know that? And of course Yuna Lee says, is there really a way we can beat this dude? And he says, wait a second, I think somebody's here. It is Sungku. And nope, it is actually, oh my gosh, it's Deadliest. He says, hey, what's up? And the B ranker says, who the heck are you? He says, I'm Spotted Butterfly, a D rank obviously. We then see the gun go towards his head, and this guy just says cockily, and this guy kind of looks like he's from Lookism, for somebody who's going to die, you're acting so tough. Yuna says, that butterfly mister is so smart, so I wonder what they're talking about. She explains that if you're so close to somebody who's holding a gun, you can easily just steal it. And so look how close he is, he can definitely do what she is saying. He says shoot, and he puts it in his mouth as he bites it, and he says, I can't dodge with this, right? And yeah, this dude is definitely crazy. Of course, the Dako brothers are like, wait a second, he can't actually dodge now. Did this man really give up? She explains, he can't dodge like that. What the heck is he thinking? This guy's getting kind of nervous, saying if I pull the trigger, he's actually going to die. But the reason is quite simple. I saw it for a split second. This guy is going to die if he actually pulls the trigger, and so he then begins to bite it and lick it, and okay, this is actually getting crazy. He then puts his leg up saying, you know, if you don't shoot, you're going to die here. And so this guy has no choice. He says, how can you beat a gun? But in a split second, his elbow is literally twisted the other way, and he cries in agony because of course it's been dislocated. The Dako brothers are quite confused, and even he says, you're making a big fuss out of a broken arm. He says, your left arm is still fine, you know that, right? We see a bullet go right by his head, and the guy yells out, I was a first-class marksman, die bro. But oh my gosh, he missed all of his shots. He says 26 times. He then begins to get nervous saying, D rank? There's no way. He says, well, with a pistol like that, and of course with one hand, your accuracy drops by 50. And if your opponent is me, well, it's actually 0. And wow, that was a pretty cool line. He then of course just kicks the man, and he gets kicked like 7 or 8 different times, and just like that, he's passed out on the floor. He then says, did you collapse, Brother Scar? Go get some milk and a drink. And the bro, Biggie Dako brother is like, bro, no way, what's happening? And Yuna says in her head, who exactly is he? And this reminds me of Sangdo. The guy on the ground says, there's no way I would forget you. You've changed so much. He mentions there was a time when everybody feared you. Oh my gosh, he's the king of Kowloon, and I wonder exactly what this guy's past is. We're in Kowloon Hell, and we find out that anybody who goes here does not come out alive, even if it's the king. It's a complete anarchy pretty much, and this man's name is Long Fei Lin. He is the third boss of the Black Sect, and they are then charging into this room. And this guy is wondering, are you really going to go inside? Shi Wei Zhou says, and this is the guy, huh? What did you say? This guy mentions the beggar on the ground say, everybody says that they can conquer that place with ease, but you know, I've already seen anything, and it's pretty much like moths to a fire. And yeah bro, enough with the quotes, just kidding. Anyway, he's then dragged up as this guy yells out, hey, who do you think we are? We're the China's best, Black Snake. But then look at this man's eyes and his face. It seems to be like he has some sort of disease and one of his eyes is plucked out. He should have run then, like he said. And this guy, the bald head, says, what, are you joking? There's nobody here. What kind of trash is this? They then begin to laugh, and he says, why are you crawling out like a slug? and it is one person, and he is standing on top of here saying, "You get one warning. Of course, the moment you touch a speck of dust here, you will all be eliminated." The bald man and the leader of the group says, "You know what, my gun actually doesn't give a crap," and this guy's really holding on to a cigarette, like, just drop it, bro. They then yell to shoot, and they all release hellfire on top of the building, but then they stop. There's a huge crater in the wall. But that man is still fine, and it is Thaddeus, and he kicks all of them and slices them in an instant with his feet, and all of them are getting wrecked and their bodies are being literally manhandled. This guy says, "Where are you hiding? Come on, I'll turn you into trash." But his gun is broke with a single strike, and he says, "No, this guy he can't be human." He says, "I'm the king of Kowloon." And of course the guy says this doesn't make sense because his entire squad was taken out by one dude. This guy's not even armed, he says, and just like that the leader is beat up and this man's body is literally a weapon walking. And so this guy gets on his head and says, please, I won't do anything again." And he says, "Those who come to Kowloon Hell will be thrown off with their limbs." And oh my gosh, no way that's the B rank that we're seeing now. He says we need to run, and he looks at his boss, and all of bro, his body is like a spaghetti noodle. Oh, it has no bones, and wow, that's actually crazy. He did that in just like a single strike. Our trio wonder if he is alright. The man mentions, "I don't know what the reason is, but if he's here, he will turn this into a death island." And no, please don't tell me that is true. I mean, as long as Peter is alive, trust me guys, the island's gonna be safe. We see Raphael getting a massage here as oil is dripping or being dripped down onto his back. Somebody says the signals from the B rankers has all been lost, and he says, "I see, so that's what happened." He mentions, "Please give me all of the CCTV footage," and guys, look at his eyes, that is definitely creepy. We then see it is somebody running with the Joker clown guy, but then there is a fist right in front of him. It seems like there is another B ranker, and he says, "Why the heck are you destroying a great tree? Just speak. And when was this dude behind us?" We find out that this is Mikhail, and there was a time where prisoners rioted, and this guy was the only one left, and oh my gosh, this guy is rank 14, and he was a prison guard. He then lets... Bro, he looks like a titan, and he says the reason why he became a prison guard was that he could commit murder. No guys, do not follow this example. He says this guy is not just a member of the Glory Club, he's pretty much a felon, and this definitely is a different type of Glory member than it was when it was with Father Gabriel, the former head. He says, "But we can't run," and he begins to juggle some of his knives, and this guy says, "Really? How do you have a weapon? Weapons are confiscated." But of course he says, "I'm at an advantage here," and he just mentions the reason why is a secret. He then throws the knives at him, and it then goes to the tree. The guy dodges it, and of course Joker says that's easy, but then there is a knife stabbed right through his belly, and Mikhail says, "Aren't you curious about this? This is a bone, what the heck?" He then begins to beat him up very badly, and both of them are on the ground. He then says another one was hiding. "I literally found a gold mine, come on." And our MC is just looking at what's happening. And you know, sometimes I really wonder if our MC really cares or if he's just a spectator, but whatever. We then see Thaddeus, and he is stretching. He says, "Did you see a ghost, Taco brothers?" And they're definitely nervous as he's right on their shoulders, and I would definitely be too. Anyway, Yuna mentions that this guy really is way too fast. He easily took down a B rank, and so he's probably as strong as Nathaniel and Sangdo. And guys, I really miss Nathaniel, like bro, look how cool Nathaniel looks. He reminds me of a Hulk or something. Thaddeus then says, "I haven't seen 336 or Brother Bumpkin." The Taco brother says, "Wait, look," and somebody's on the ground, and yeah, it is the number 1 B ranker. They wonder how this happened. She then explains the only person who could do this is probably Sun-gu, and she doesn't know what will happen next. We hear, "Kim Sung-gu, huh, where?" She says, "Wait a second, Sung-gu, run, you can't be here." But then it seems like Kim Sung-gu is injured, and he's covered in blood on his head, and he says somebody eliminated the guy in front of you and left. And bro, okay, this is actually kind of brutal, so you guys can already understand what's going on. Anyway, Thaddeus says the Brother Bumpkin I saw was a boxer, and he wasn't strong enough to bash somebody's head in. Thaddeus says the broken ankle, the footprint on the tree. You guys are quite clueless. But he then, bro, this guy thinks he's Gojo with those little circle glasses. He explains, this is what happened. The rank 1 charged at somebody, and at that moment, the guy then began to go and kick his leg, but the guy's leg was so strong, and so he was sent into the air and used the fist to punch his head, and that's how things went down. He then says, so that means Brother Bumpkin didn't do it, but 336. What do you have to say about this? He smiles like crazy, and everybody here probably has a crazy smile. But then we hear, attack, attack, run, everybody run. And people are beginning to run, and the Docker brothers, what the heck just happened? And these guys are yelling, and this guy has a Carhartt beanie. This guy looks pretty cool. He says, oh, you guys were safe? Are you guys planning to leave this island too? And no, guys, no. These guys, they are all B ranks, and they are Raphael's subordinates, and they were all hired by them to take out the other rankers. These guys say, come on, let's talk this out, a conversation, we just wanted to do the test. But then he puts a knife up to his throat, and he says, oh, that's you know guys, that's pretty interesting, but we were paid here to do a mission, to eliminate all the D ranks, and Yuna is definitely nervous. Brother Bumpkin then says, there are no hard feelings, and he has a mask on mentioning, the only way to fight B rankers is by being Bumpkin, and he wonders what he should do because of the CCTV. They all begin to surround him, and of course he says, can he really win without being suspicious? But then Thaddeus says, you know what, let's do it together, and he wonders what's going on. He then does a peace sign and puts out his tongue. Bro thinks he's in an Instagram selfie or something. He says, let's see who will win, 2 D rankers or 20 B rankers. And yeah, you guys are not 2 D rankers, you guys are literally 2 SSS rankers, but hey, whatever. Thaddeus says, you look worried, it's simple. Come on, things are going to be fun. The people are then wondering, are the Docker brothers, we're all going to die. How is this guy going to defeat 20 B rankers? She then remembers it is Yuna. Wait a second, I know that butterfly dude isn't your average person, but is she really that strong? And of course our MC can't go all out either. One of the men begins to smoke and even has a Carhartt beanie on. He says, I don't know where you guys got that confidence, but you guys need to look at the ground and it is a beach. And they're like, wait, what do you mean? What do you mean it's a beach? He explains the terrain's a bigger problem than the number of opponents because of course, you can't really use all of your agility because of the sand. But then Thaddeus says, am I really at a huge disadvantage? But that makes it more fun as he fixes his glasses like he's Gojo, and yeah, these guys are in for a rude awakening. The guy has his gun, and he says, come on, will you be able to run here faster, or are bullets faster? And this guy does not care as he just stands there. Yuna says, wait a second, there are no obstacles and there's no place to take cover and such. Thaddeus says, my movements are restricted because of the sand, really? He says, whatever, there's no helping it. He looks back at our MC, and he says, sorry, Brother Bumpkin, as he jumps up into the air like he's about to attack Brother Bumpkin, but our MC plants his feet into the ground, and he then forms an X with his arms as he steps off, and he launches towards them, and oh my gosh, just like that, he takes out like 3 of them. He says, if my movements are restricted by the sand, then all I have to do is not step on it, and this guy is blazing right through them. This guy is way too OP, and the Dako brothers are in admiration. We find out that he broke all of their wrists of every single B ranker while they were holding their guns, and this guy says, dang it, I need to kill the weaker looking guy first, and trust me bro, Brother Bumpkin is definitely not weaker. He says that I can't expose myself and I wonder what I should do. Should I beat him up naturally? But then he looks at the Dako brothers and they're like, wait, why are you looking at us? He then jumps past them, and it seems like they're going to be the one to fight, and he says, I'll see you in heaven, Hyung. And it seems like the guy's about to go crazy on them, but then our MC is right behind them glaring at him, and he's confused what this is. He then steps on his foot, and he punches him in the face and in the body. Oh my gosh, that must hurt. And this guy says, what? Was it that masked guy? How the heck did that happen? He then says, wait, this guy was so weak. He asks if Brother Pumpkin is okay, and yeah, these guys didn't see it at all. Thaddeus says, this guy, Pumpkin Mister, is way too strong, and it's just as I expected. Yuna then has a flare gun, and she shoots it up into the air, and there's somebody who comes crashing into the doors, and it seems like he is Raphael's assistant. He then says, Thaddeus knocked out the B rankers, and Raphael is eating his steak, and he begins to eat, and he informs them, also they shot a flare gun. It means that they're planning to escape with the remaining D rankers, and he then stabs the steak, wondering if Thaddeus betrayed us, but then he says, don't worry, at the very least, Thaddeus should not, because we find out that he ruled the whole continent at one point, and he can never betray him, as we see him right here in his body bag, and he says, he will never betray me. He says, just watch, and we are back at the island, and of course Yuna says that the test has concluded. Our MC, or Brother Bumpkin, says, yeah, she's right. We gotta leave before something crazy happens, and she begins to tell everybody to evacuate and such, but Thaddeus says, hey, excuse me. And oh no, Thaddeus says, I need to find Peter before I leave this island, so I wonder where he would be. He explains who's able to hide their identity but can't hide their skills, and obviously they're probably connected to Peter, and he's looking for Brother Bumpkin. He says, isn't it strange? Brother Bumpkin and Sangdo have never been in the same place at the same time. And then he then says, as he puts his arm on his shoulder, come on, can I really call you brother bottom feeder? And the man says, that's absurd. Isn't it stuffy under that mask? Please take it off. But then he then wipes his hand away, and Thaddeus folds his arm, saying, come on, if you don't, then I will personally take it off. And yeah, I would not mess with Thaddeus. He says this really is a big dilemma because everybody's staring at him and obviously there's CCTVs and such. Thaddeus then launches at him, going to attack him, but he dodges it. He says, he dodged at the last moment, I knew it. You would not disappoint me. And oh my gosh, these people are like, what the heck? I heard the sound of a cannon. And that's just a shockwave from his kick. Our boy then begins to get ready to attack Thaddeus and he kicks him and the sand makes a huge explosion as well. And now, okay guys, this is actually used to conceal himself. He says, let's end this quickly as he goes to punch Thaddeus. And oh my gosh, they remember, wait a second, there was a fight between A rankers and B rankers and it isn't the same thing. And yeah guys, this is because this is from the gambling dude from before with the ice pick. And yeah, this guy made it look so easy. They then explain this looks like a dream and look at their blows going absolutely crazy. And Yuna spots the CCTVs saying Sangdo cannot use any more strength. She says though, when I saw Mr. Butterfly in the forest, I felt safe and I thought that he was really scary and dangerous though. But of course, it seems like she knows that Sangdo is stronger, but Thaddeus is literally just surprised because this dude is copying his skill. He says this guy kicked again the other way, and this guy improved his technique. What kind of skills are this? It seems like he gets launched to the sand, but he is squatting on one leg dragon squat. He says, have I met you before? And of course, Brother Bumpkin says he's not revealing his true self, and I wonder what's the reason. He says, stop acting tough and get lost, won't you? Your true skills show it. He says, fine, fine, fine. I'm going to attack you. And oh, he undoes his hands, guys, and he is in the stance right here. And he says, come on, and let's get to business. Raphael is looking, like I told you he would be here. A D ranker who's not a D ranker. He says, I'm going to take off that mask and reveal everything. And the man sweats, saying, if that's Peter, wouldn't that mean that Thaddeus is in danger? He says, do you like it? He says, track and field, sprints. He says, don't you know that their skill is pretty much based off of hearing the gun and predicting it? And we see right here that some people's reaction speed is so fast that they get a red card. He says Thaddeus' strength isn't human, and he wonders why this is. Of course, Brother Bumpkin says, I really need to be careful, but just in that split second, a fist is coming right towards him, and Thaddeus is right there. That was literally in a split second, and Raphael says, nobody can keep up with Thaddeus' reaction speed because his reaction time is 0, and pretty much this means that from his brain to his muscle, there is 0 time to process the information. And wow, Brother Bumpkin just gets beat up right here, and he's like, wow, as soon as I saw him attack, he attacked me again. And so that is the strength of the King of Kowloon. And yup, it seems like Brother Thaddeus is getting absolutely angry, saying you'll need to tense up, because in order to stop by 800 skills, an entire year won't be enough. And look at these fists right here about to attack him, and look at his eyes right here. Yeah, this is definitely going to hurt. We see all of the attacks hit him and his body, and it's definitely going to be ripped up. This is the 100 instant blows, and we see Brother Bumpkin absolutely injured, and Yuna says, Sangdo, no. And the Dako brothers are like, no way, is this dude actually dead? Of course, Thaddeus is quite surprised that this dude is still standing, and yup, he must be absolutely stronger than he thought. He says, let's take off this mask. But then Yuna steps in, saying, I can't. You can't do this. I need to protect him. He says, really? Are you really kidding me right now? He then says, get out of my way or I'm going to beat you up. She gets her little yo-yos, but then he just tosses it away and he goes right past her like it is Killua, and she falls at the ground because she can't move. Thaddeus then goes over Brother Bumpkin and is about to take off the mask, and Raphael is so happy to see Peter. He says, he can't defeat me. I have the world in my hands. He then says, come on, do it. Do it. And oh my gosh, the mask is removed. But wait, everybody is shocked for some reason. It was actually Kageo. Bro, wait. No, that actually makes sense because, you know, he has still a super strong physique. Oh my gosh. He says, Brother Simon, what are you doing here? And Raphael says, what? What the heck is going on? Somebody then barges into the room and says, boss, something happened. He says, come on, tell me what it is right now or you'll regret it. He says, Peter has infiltrated Glory, as you see Peter on top of these people. And oh my gosh, I wonder how they pulled this off. We see Kakeo and Anji-wan, and Kageo's like, what do you mean? No matter how I think about it, you can't go to that island. He says, Kageo, you need to become me. He says, wait, what do you mean? He says, that exactly is what I'm talking about. He needs to disguise himself as a D rank, and when he gives the signal, then he will come. And that guy from before was Kageo, and it seems like our MC is way too smart. He says, I, teacher, can defeat anyone. And yeah, he has Wolverine claws and this guy is way too cool. Anyway, he explains, wait, actually, you can't take out anybody with your cursed blood. And he says, wait, why is that? He says, obviously, it'll be way too suspicious, bro. Come on, I already told you this. He says, let's use this different method. And we are back at the present. And of course, Deadliest is like, bro, what the heck? Where is Peter? Why are you here, Simon? He says surprised as he's literally bleeding, and our MC is right there, standing like he's that emoji. And anyway, of course, he then begins to wonder, saying, these dudes weren't the same person. He says, sorry, my bad, my bad, my bad. Wait a second, are you starting out at a D rank again? You should have told me, and this is way too funny. He then begins to ponder, what the heck did he do? I was sure that 336's face was covered in blood. And oh, that was part of the disguise to fool him. And yeah, our MC is just way ahead of this dude. Thaddeus is walking, saying, hey, brother Simon, wait for me. And of course, he doesn't say anything because he hates all the other disciples or apostles. And the Dako brothers are holding Yuna, and they're like, wait, Teacher Bear and Butterfly are friends? When did that happen? This is so weird. They wonder if it's a prank, and they then say to Sangdo, you have no sense of direction. I told you to follow us. And these guys are definitely blockheads. It reminds me of Luffy and Zoro. Nonetheless, that was pretty much the end of the Dead Island test, and everybody passed who survived. And we see Brother Bumpkin still here, which is actually kind of funny. Nonetheless, they're now going back home and they're happy, and he says, Raphael, it's my turn now, and our MC is ready for his comeback. Somebody says Peter has attacked Glory, and Raphael says, what do you mean? He attacked us? Peter's real. And yes, we actually see a real Peter right here appearing in Kowloon Heck, or Kowloon Hell, and Raphael says, what did you just say? He then rushes towards him, saying, did you say Kowloon Hell? He then begins to shiver as we see an image of Kowloon Hell, and he tells everybody gather here. We find out that they are now at the end of the alley, saying, even if you're Peter, you're just a sick old man. It is actually Peter, as he says, I went here on the dead end on purpose, by the way, because I can get you all together. And he is above, and he has taken out these guys so easily. He is moving past them like the wind. Oh my gosh. We see the actual image of Peter here as Raphael is looking, and Peter is turning Kowloon into ruin. He says, no, not Kowloon Hell, and it seems like Raphael has some sort of secret there. And oh my gosh, Peter is looking from the rooftop like he is Batman. And oh, he takes off his mask, and it is actually Brother Simon, the real Simon. And he says, this place really reeks, Brother Peter, and I really wonder why he is here. We get a flashback, and he mentions, I was busy being disguised as you with a prosthetic, and did you really change sides? And oh, it is really Kageo in front of Simon, saying, you know what, looking at your face right now, my right hand is throbbing, but you don't have a right hand. Nonetheless, we see Anji-wan try to stop it, saying she hates it as well. But he then pulls out his sword out of that broomstick, saying, I can never acknowledge this guy is one of us. He gets into his sword stance. Kageo is actually about to move, but then he just bows down, saying, I'm very sorry. He says, I know I won't be forgiven, so please take off my right arm. He says, you really think I won't do it? And he begins to do it, and Anji-wan says, no. But then he flips the blade over so it is not the sharp side, and he says this guy really had no intention to dodge the attack. He says, put your arm away, and remember this, that arm belongs to Peter, and I have no idea what that means, I'm not a philosopher. Anji-wan says, what's up with that? And she's pretty much talking about the blood would have been on his expensive furniture, and we see the dog looking cute, and she's just super happy. Nonetheless, she's then talking to Kageo, saying, wait, that dude is actually Disciple Thaddeus? He says, yeah, he actually is. Our MC says, I already predicted that, and she says, why the heck didn't you tell me? She says, okay, Brother Peter, then tell me this. Why did you send Simon to Kowloon Hell? He then explains that I found out that Raphael was hiding something. He explains that it's something that can never be found by Raphael, and I really wonder what this is. He says, I never planned to fight this alone. And oh yeah, like I said, like Jiwon said, the current glory is so strong, as you see in images of the people right here MC has fought. And of course, it would be difficult for him to do it alone. So he smashes this onto the ground, and it is a royal salute or on the table. He says, I'm going to gather allies. He then says, the disciples are right here, and it is the three of them, well, four including the dog. And of course, everybody is so hyped on this mission, even the dog, and let's go, it is going to be a W arc. We see that he's pouring everybody a glass of wine, and she says, I knew you had a cutting side. She says, wait, then why did you take out Nathaniel? He says, I really don't know. Anyways, he then skips over the topic. From now on, Raphael will be more thorough, and yup, he destroys his table as we see a huge image of Peter on the screen, and he's super frustrated, saying, we're definitely going to take out this guy this time, and I wouldn't be so sure if I was you. He then explains, what do you plan to do about the difference in numbers? They have hundreds or, wait, even probably thousands, yeah, they probably have thousands of people. He says it's easy math. It's one of us against 1,000 of them. And yo, look, bro, look at this panel where they're literally looking so cool in the freaking sunrise or the sunset. And let's go. I'm so hyped for this battle. We see an image of Kowloon Hell, and it seems like it is some sort of dystopia. Somebody says, "Boss, as you've requested, I have all the Shadow Men on standby." And oh, okay, this is the Deus, and of course, he's the one who rules this place. He says, "I'll see you soon, Peter, and this fight is going to be crazy." He then says, "This is Raphael. They're going to break my door for real," as you see two mysterious figures standing. He says all you need to do is take out Peter, and they literally jump on top of his desk, and he doesn't even bat an eye. They then say, "Make sure you keep your promise, boss, because he's going to make them into disciples," and their eyes are on fire, mentioning that position was ours to begin with. The guy then has his gun, saying you need to step away from the boss right now. He says, "Wait a second, bro, why do you even have a gun?" He then grabs it, saying that this is why you're weak, bro, and he smashes it into pieces like it's some sort of toy. He says, "We'll be back, boss," and oh wow, they're walking away, and these guys look pretty big, and I wonder if they're like sumo wrestlers of some sorts. He says, "Peter, please, 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 if you step into that Kowloon Hell, you won't make it out alive," as you see his eyes over it, and this guy really thinks he's the MC of the story. Anyway, we see Kageo, or of course Simon, and he then tells Ji-won, "Raphael used to tell us a story long ago. He said that Kowloon Hell was a hell for him to take over the world. He explains that it will be a huge hit to Raphael if this plan doesn't go through." She wonders what it is, and we see images right here and some posters, and wait a second, isn't that the household husband? Anyway, our MC is sipping on some tea in a Chinese restaurant, and Ji-won says, "Make sure you blend in well," and he says, "Yeah, don't worry, that's second nature." But then I don't know if the other one knows, and it is literally Simon, and he's speaking Chinese, asking if he has eaten yet, and this guy is definitely sticking out like a sore thumb. He then sits down like he's about to lay down, and he then says, "Wait a second, this situation isn't looking really good." He wonders if he's talking about the security. He says, "Yeah, and also, I found something out. I realized that you told me to look like Peter, remember? But there is something interesting. They're the Shadow Men." He wonders, what do you mean? The Shadow Men? Yes, that is them, and they're the people who manage Kowloon Hell, and these guys look like fearless fighters. And he also says the leaders are Mishaku Kongo and Arian Kongo, and they're trying to be like the Dako brothers, or maybe our Dako brothers would be like that. He explains they're really different and annoying, but he just continued to sip on his coffee or on his tea, and Simon says, "Are you even listening to me right now?" He says, "You know what, you'll realize that we're going to go there in style." And he says, "What do you mean?" And our MC says, "Just trust me. We are now in Kowloon Hell, and dang, it really does seem like it, but not as fiery as I thought it would be." Simon is looking at our MC, and our MC is walking straight into the entrance, and Simon says, "You know what, I'm ready to risk my life." But everybody says, "Boss, welcome back." And wait a second, what's going on? Of course, Simon is like, "Wait, what just happened?" Our MC says the reason why they're doing this is because of the person behind me, and it is the Deus. Anyway, he puts his arm over him, saying, just be yourself and be, patient and kind. Two people look up, and they're really saying, why do we need to treat him like the boss? And look at his little friend. Has this guy ever fought anybody in his life? Our MC says, these guys definitely must be curious why he can enter here freely. Anyway, we are now back at the beach, and they're having a discussion after the war, or after the test. Of course, the Deus waves his hand, saying, I know I have a lot of questions, but I'll catch you guys next time, and, I don't think you'll ever see these ranks again. He then gets furious because he finds out that Peter is in Kowloon's Hell, and our MC says, this is my time to, of course, barge in. He explains, what should I do? He yells out, Butterfly, and he says, what do you want, Brother 336? He explains, you really are skilled, and our MC takes a knee, saying, please take me in as your student. And the Dako brothers are like, what? Our MC really is an opportunist, or, Sangdo is really an opportunist. And hey guys, that's what you gotta be. He says, since it's boring for me to accept you, how about let's do this? If you touch a single piece of my hair, then you can go. And oh my gosh, I think they're ready to battle it out. The Dako brothers say that this guy's definitely going to die if he's not careful. But then our MC just touches his hair, and bruh, this is so funny. And Dako brothers are like, do you really think that'll work? He says, you know what, I'll see you soon then. And yeah, I feel like the Deus is such a carefree person. Anyway, he explains that this is such an extravagant place. And of course, the Deus says, thank you, it's all thanks to Brother Raphael. He explains though, he breathed life into something like this. But our MC says, why aren't there any civilians? And the Deus says, don't worry, that is a secret. Anyway, he then wraps his hand over our MC again, and he likes doing this. He says, do you know about Peter? He says he's an incredible person, and he says, I don't have any ill feelings towards him. However, I need to meet him and eliminate him as his eyes literally turn like locked in mode, and her MC is just looking at it like, dang bro. Nonetheless, he also explains that you should stay next to me because this guy is super dangerous and I'll protect you. And two people are watching from the windows, saying does it make sense to ignore the ranking system? He's gonna get destroyed by the Congo brothers. And they then begin to gossip, pretty much explaining that among the glory disciples is the strongest person in the world, and they're referring to Nathaniel. And guys, I'm not gonna lie, Nathaniel's strength breaking through that cement wall is absolutely crazy. He then says, are the disciples stronger than the Congo brothers? But there is a huge explosion behind the wall, and it is the Congo brothers, and this is Narayan Congo. Of course, he is one of the leader of the Shadowmen, and this is Mishaku Congo, and they don't look so pleased. Anyway, he grabs him by the head and he says, you're so curious, and oh my gosh, we see blood come out. And wow guys, these guys are so ruthless, and they don't even bat an eye towards the people behind him, saying, come on, we'll return with Peter's head, Raphael, you better count on that. You see Simon being undercover, and he is literally acting as a beggar. He says, the more I think about it, it's quite upsetting as somebody just tosses some red bead bun on his little beggar thing. There's a little rat there, and Simon says, I'm working my butt off and you're living comfortably. Our MC is sitting right here in an apartment saying, I'm in a difficult situation. And of course, our MC is just sitting by the window under the moonlight smoking, and yeah, he definitely knows him. Of course, Simon also mentions, I'm here fighting for food against the mice, and these mice are definitely going to eat this like crazy. He then wonders, wait a second, so you need to become one of the heads and you can do whatever you want in the inside? He says, no, that's not the plan. Even if I'm one of the heads, there's a big problem. If a newcomer joined your company, how would that feel? And of course, our MC is just looking out the window, and he definitely has a lot on mind. He says, I would cut off his right arm, and well, that's kind of ironic. He says, yup, I've become the target of those shadow men, and wouldn't you agree, brothers, as we see the two people outside of his room, and there isn't even a door. It's kind of weird. Nonetheless, they wonder how he did that, like, bruh, Nani? Okay, that was kind of cringe. But our MC just says, this house seemed way too clean. And of course, we find out that the knives weren't even there as well. And he says, you are kind of quick to catch on, but it's too late. They then say as they laugh, really? Did you think somebody has your back just because you were friends with the boss? He says, don't worry, that's actually not going to matter, because we're going to destroy you. They then launch towards our MC, but in a split second, this guy is up in the air being held by a telephone. Oh my gosh, the telephone line. He is then twisted, and our MC goes to punch this other dude. He then wraps him in the tablecloth, saying, yeah, it's too late for you. And these dudes are literally on the bed, wrapped in the tablecloth, and of course this guy's on the phone while he's passed out. Anyway, Simon mentioned, I'll just continue my life as a hobo, and all the rats, or all the mice are just eating his food. He explains that the Shadow Men and the Congo brothers, I entered this place as a friend of their boss, but what are they scheming? And he then wonders, who the heck are you people? We then see the two brothers sitting on top of this sort of stool, and this guy says, boss, this is bad. They're just carving stuff, and of course he says, they aren't dead. He says, what do you mean they aren't dead? Because, they were thinking that Sangdo would eliminate them. He explains, please give me another chance, and he is literally shivering, and he begins to laugh, saying, stop talking, I knew it. You know what? Fine. It's obvious that he's after something, and we can use this to our advantage. We are in an alleyway, and our MC refuses the literally tongue hulu from Thaddeus, and he says, I don't like Dalgona, and he's like, bro, this isn't even that. He then begins to eat, saying, how was your lodging? Was it pretty good? He says, I understand. Thaddeus isn't attached to this attack at all. He is walking, and he says, what do you think about the Shadow Men? He then smiles, saying, they warmly welcomed me earlier, and I would call that an understatement. He wonders, aren't the Shadow Men brothers too? And of course, we see Thaddeus begin to laugh like, that's expected of you. You really are quick. You're like my grandpa. He then wonders, it means that everyone here is outsiders except you, right? He says, yup, you're right. He explains that among here, I was one of the originals, and they want to take my spot and try to take me off. He wonders why that is so and why he is laughing. He says, do you really think I would die? And you know what, knowing Thaddeus, he probably wouldn't. Anyway, he then says, why are you trying to catch Peter? He says, nope, that's not for you to ask. He says, actually fine, it's because of this. They're in front of some sort of building. He says, this is my mother's house, and that's the reason why he fights. He says he needs to eliminate Peter to protect his mother, and I wonder what he is talking about. They then both flip their heads in curiosity as they hear something, We see two bodies hanging from the building. He says, what do you mean? They can't be dead. He explains, I know the reason now. Of course, Thaddeus is wondering if he's met them before, and obviously he has. He says, don't tell me that these dudes planned it. Everybody then bows to the Congo brothers as they say, unfortunate, huh? There was an incident that two Shadowman brothers were taken out. He says, am I right? As they surround our MC, he says, after meeting you, their bodies have not been discovered. Wouldn't that be a surprise? He explains, they did meet me. However, their deaths have nothing to do with me. He then explains, I need to show you, as he has a phone right here, and he shows our MC the footage. It is them of opening the door, and I guess they did have a door in our MC's room. He says, do you have anything more to say? Our MC explains, this is how they plan to eliminate me, and they then tell to the boss Thaddeus, you know what our customs, right? And of course, he says, I'm well aware. It's immediate execution, and oh my gosh, no way. I hope they don't have to fight. Our MC is looking around, saying in front of everybody they've definitely cornered us. They then have their spears pointed towards him, and it seems like our MC is going to be executed. We then see Thaddeus go up on our MC like, wait, come on, tell them you didn't do it, right? He then begins to ponder. These guys are definitely using Sangdo as bait. One of them says, I forgot something important. Come to think of it, weren't you the one that brought this man inside here, Thaddeus? He says, you know more than anyone else what this means. He says, or they say to him, isn't that right, head? You need to be executed. And look at the other people, the brothers, I guess they're all bald here. They say, is he going to cry like a little baby? Somebody then begins to laugh, and it is nobody else than Thaddeus. He then says, are you sure you should be talking and laughing like this? He said, be careful with that tongue, and there's a fist right in front of his face. He then begins to wipe off his tears, saying, you guys look so ridiculous when you're trying so hard, and look at him, he just locked in, and do not mess with Thaddeus. He then says, feel free to fight us at any time, and I like how he's including Sangdo. And look how big these guys are, man. These guys definitely don't stand a chance nonetheless. He then says, you have no family to look after, and there's a kick right in front of his head. And boom, there seems to be a massive collision, and the two bald people are like, what? Was it really a kick from a human? It seems like he managed to block it easily. Oh my gosh. Our MC says the Congo brothers are definitely not people to be messed around with. He explains that the fact that they are disciple candidates wasn't fake, and yup, this makes sense. He says, Thaddeus, compared to your eloquent way of talking, your kicks seem to be lacking. But Thaddeus just says, you're a dog that barks and doesn't bite. As well, with how much you keep talking, are you scared because we're going to fight? And these bald dudes or the other brothers are like, what? The only thing we can do is watch, because of course if they get inside of this fight they're going to die. And look at this, they're about to go at it, but then our MC just stops him with his hands at his pocket. The Congo brother says, how dare you, there's no need to rush. But then he explains as he brings out his phone, is this enough to resolve the misunderstanding? He has a video and he explains what actually happened. He was in his room ready to cook something and he was smoking, of course, on the phone. He put up his phone to record let's go as the two brothers came in to attack him. He then took care of them, with very much ease, and he explains this is where the problem starts though. Not long after I put them to sleep, and yeah, they're literally sleeping, somebody came in and took care of these people. And do you really want to continue this? And the Congo brothers say, oh, we apologize for this misunderstanding. And of course, our MC just tells them, you need to apologize to the other person, Thaddeus or the sect leader. This definitely takes a hit at their pride, and he says, Kim Song-gu, how dare you mess with us when you're barely an adult? He then says, we are very sorry, sect leader. He just begins to laugh, saying, you guys make mistakes too, and I almost took care of you guys. And he just grabs our MC and walks away. It is the sun setting, and we see Thaddeus sitting on the ceiling. Wait, that doesn't make sense. I meant on the rooftop. And he says, what's good with you, boy? We see he is holding a picture of his family, and he says, what do you think? Our MC just smiles, saying, everyone looks happy. But then Thaddeus says, my father passed away not long before I was born, and I don't even remember my mother. It was a rainy day. She had been there in the rain. She promised she'd be back. I waited, but she never came back. He says, what am I even saying? That was embarrassing, and pretend you didn't hear that. But our MC says, I'm jealous, really. You have a family that you can't remember. And Thaddeus wonders if he has a family as well. He says, or even a family photo. He remembers this lady here. I'm wondering if that's his daughter. He says, a family? Huh, forget about a family one. I've never even taken a picture. And that's so sad. He wonders if he's from the 80s. And yeah, he definitely is, but he doesn't know that. Anyways, he then explains, after everything ends, I want to take a photo with my siblings. And he says, since we're both loners, how about we become real brothers? And look at them, guys. They look perfect for each other right here, for brothers. And then our MC says, I don't actually like the candy you like. And he says, why are you so cold? Anyways, of course, we are back in the lair and somebody is carving something. It is the Congo brothers. He remembers that they had to apologize to the sect leader and he crushes the tool that he is using. And of course, he gets furious, saying, I'm going to take them all out. And their connections are way too deep. Somebody then comes barging in, saying, Sir, oh my gosh, sir, they say Peter has appeared. And oh my gosh, Peter's even broadcasting. And they sit there sternly wondering what is about to happen. The guy on the video then says, adult-sized diapers, high intelligence, and a weapon for beheading. Oh, the location that I'm at is a secret, and it is obviously Simon speaking, and the Congo brothers are saying, you really want me to find you? You really want us to find you? He says, Ni chi fan lema, which is pretty much, have you eaten yet? And one of the Congo brothers smashes the speaker where it is transmitting from, and he says, it seems like everybody is picking a fight with us, so let's go and party. He says, we're looking forward to it. We're going to display Peter's head at Kulun's Hell's main gate, and yeah, you guys wish. Our MC and Thaddeus are just walking, and Thaddeus says he knows everybody is after him, so why is Peter choosing to provoke these other people? He says there's something I don't get as well. The Congo brothers are pretty much looking for Peter, and Peter's outnumbered. They also want to stop me while stopping Peter, and he says, don't worry, you know what, Brother Sangdo, I won't put you in danger, because of course, I'm going to be the one to take out Peter, and you're literally holding on to him, bro. Simon is putting on his prosthetic arm, as well as his disguise, saying, I wonder how many people will show up. I'm so excited, and let's get this crazy party started, as he bites onto the cigarette, and let's go, business is about to be dealt with, or business is about to be dealt. Another two brothers are discussing, what do you mean? Don't go in right now. He says, alright, I got it. And there was a lot of battles in the past, but they all united because of somebody or some people, and those were the Congo brothers, and they've unified several thousand of people in different sects. What's more surprising is they did it all alone, as you see them right here doing pull-ups and they're trading, and wow, that's a lot of weight here. One of them says, we're going to take back the title of the Disciple of Glory. And he says, we just let that kid borrow it for a bit, and look at them guys, they look pretty huge, and one of them looks like a bear and the other one looks like a bodybuilder, but these guys are definitely going to do damage. Anyway, we are then back at that place where our MC was staying. He says this just screams Peter. And he is referring to about the, the little cabin and that little house. He says, don't worry, bro. It's right under your nose. He says, sometimes the thing you're looking for is closer, and he's talking about the people on them. He explains the leaders, everybody gets prideful whenever they get lost or whenever their subordinates lose, and so they won't use the same tactics again to watch him, and yeah, they aren't watching him anymore. He then says, and guys, it's kind of weird seeing Peter talk to Peter nonetheless. He says, I'm talking about the feeling of sitting across and facing me. It's kind of weird. He just smiles, saying, if you met somebody who looks just like you would probably die. And he says, you would call that a battle ganger, not a doppelganger, and that was just a cringy joke. Anyway, he then says, you smiled, are you actually laughing at my jokes now? He said, one question, as Sangdo looks over the window. For somebody who has a crazy bounty, I want to know how it feels declaring war, saying I'm literally right here, because that's kind of ironic. He says, all I really wish to do is cause diversion. He explains, to open the enemy's eyes, we will lure them with a fake attack, and obviously he's going to be disguising as himself. And he will look for Raphael's weakness in this Kulun hell. And of course, Simon just bows down, saying, you really got everything figured out. And yeah, our MC is way too smart for his own good. He then takes off his mask, and our MC tells him to really be careful, because these Congo brothers aren't ordinary humans. And he says, don't worry, I won't lose again. Our MC is walking along this alley, and he wonders, where is Raphael's weakness, bro? I've been looking for a while now. He says usually the location is in obviously a place that's eye-catching, like something surrounded by guards, but in somewhere like this, it's probably somewhere hidden. And he wonders, where would I hide my weakness if I was Raphael? He remembers his own flashback, his own wise words saying it must be right under your nose, and he says, wait a second, the safest place, no need for guarding, I know exactly where that is. He says that dude is protecting that location, and he's referring to Thaddeus. And it is Thaddeus' mom's or his family's home, and nobody would ever approach this. He says, is it really here? As he puts on some gloves so there's no fingerprints. And oh my gosh, Thaddeus is right behind him as he catches him in 4K. He says, "Why are you at my mother's house? Please answer me, you're so silent, you're making me nervous." He explains, "Oh, I noticed one of the tiles here was broken, and so of course, your mother, when she comes back home, might get caught in it and it's dangerous." Thaddeus says, "Yeah, I see." Our MC mentions, "I'll stop by again if I have a chance next time." And he says, "Don't worry, you know what? How about you want to take a look around my mom's house now that you're here?" Our MC says, Sure, fine, let's do it," as they enter right through the front door. He then enters. And guys, this is such a beautiful, it's all well kept. It's like somebody actually lives here. He explains, "Welcome to my mother's house." He says, "This is an empty house. It's so maintained perfectly." He says, "Do you know that you're the first to ever come here because I never welcomed any guests?" Our MC smiles and he says, "This dude really looks so innocent, and yeah, if I saw this dude in public, I would just think he looks pretty cool and maybe he's like a cosplayer or something." Anyway, we find out that this is the mother of pearl wardrobe. He says, "This is something my dad gifted to my mom," but he says, "I can't open it though, because to be honest, I can't recall my mom's touch, voice, or anything." And so he then touches it, and he is definitely in despair and sorrow and longing to meet his mother. He says, "I was suspicious for no reason." And he says, "Suspicious? What do you mean?" But we hear Peter is there, as of course Thaddeus instantly turns around. He says, "Let's go and catch him." And of course he says, "I'll go too." But Thaddeus says, No, Peter's way too dangerous, so stay right here and I'll catch Peter." Anyway, we then see Simon literally just using his sword katana. I thought he was just about to start sweeping the ground. He's just walking casually saying, "I don't see these Congo brothers anywhere." But then something happens and he gets punched through the wall. They then say, "Who would have thought we would find him straight away?" And guys, look at these guys' eyes, like, bro, you guys do not have the Sharingan. Anyway, they say, "It seems like the rumors are true. You instinctively stopped a preemptive attack. And yup, that's why he is the GOAT." And I'm talking about Simon, but Peter could do the same. His sword is shattered, and he says these guys definitely are not your average Joes. But he then says, "You're attacking an old man? You have no respect for your elders, don't you?" And he says, "This grandpa's going to go ahead and discipline you." And these guys just say, "You know what, we're going to humbly tear you to shreds." And oh my gosh, Thaddeus says, "What is Disciple Peter doing in here? Because definitely he should not be in Kulun Hell." And our MC is looking at this cabinet, and oh wow guys, things are about to go down. Anyways, we then see another punch going for Simon. He says, "Is it even possible to buy some time for myself?" He then punches the wall and it literally shatters. And he then dodges and he's literally doing a backflip pretty much. These are the leaders who unify the continent, huh? This old man, or this other Congo brother, says, "I'm very surprised to see such movements from an old person, but you're nothing but a cat." But then he then looks to his side and he got sliced, and he says, "How the heck did that happen? The sword's broken, just how?" The other brother is right behind him, and look how big, these guys are probably like 8 feet or something. He says, "I want to break your teeth." But he just says, "That's amusing." Swirling scabbard, and this guy is literally just cut into a billion pieces. Oh my. He says, "I'll tear you apart with my gums," because obviously he doesn't have any teeth. And look at his sword. He's using this little sword, and this guy, bro, Simon literally is a master. Our MC says, "Congo children, where did your eagerness go to beat me?" This guy is definitely injured heavily, and he says, "I acknowledge we've underestimated you. A tiger is still a tiger no matter how old, and this is so much aura." He says, "We're going to give what you gave to us," and that's pretty much to, of course, beat him up, and they're going to go all out, and these guys definitely seem formidable. He says, "Wait a second, they're faster than before." He says, "Just like my sword, my body will get smashed into pieces if he gets hit by that." He then crouches down and he slices them easily. He says, "All that's left is for..." Wait, he uses another special move, and all I have to do is slice them relentlessly, but they're not even getting tired despite getting cut all over. He then begins to go blow for blow, but he's not getting hit at all, and these guys look like hungry maniacs. He's about to get grabbed by the throat, and this guy says, "I'll destroy you into pieces if I touch your bones," but he manages to parry him off with a single slap, and he smiles saying, "You can't catch me just by being insane." But then it was a diversion. Bro, right behind him is a huge wrecking ball, and where did this guy get that? Definitely not from Walmart or something. He says, "Oh crap," and yup, he gets hit right through the wall, and he gets sent flying into a house kitchen. He says, "There was a reason they kept charging at me, and it seems like his prosthetic hand, or the fake hand he was wearing, has been destroyed." He says, "I think this will mark the end of Peter," but he gets a sudden realization. They then approach him saying, "You should have lived a quiet life." One of the brothers says, "I guess you were too used to being a glory member and that's why you're back in the business. They then say, thank you for making us a disciple or a disciples, but then Simon says, you know, for this poor toothless old tiger, you guys implanted new canines for me and he has a small little knife. They then say, really? What the heck are you gonna do with that? He says, watch what happens when I hold any type of knife, and oh my gosh, look at Simon, he's ready to go crazy. They then say, wait a second. He then begins to breathe and he notices everything. He then stops his breathing in this house and the house is cut. Oh my, this house is cut and demolished, and they say we were so foolish. From the beginning, he wasn't going after the necks. This guy was going for a distraction. And Simon says, have you guys eaten yet? And this is pretty much a pun because it pretty much means you pieces of trash. And this is actually crazy. The name of this attack is Heaven. And wow, what a beautiful attack name. We see him jumping across the buildings, mentioning, everything aside, these guys really are the real deal, and yep, they have the ability to become disciples, but maybe get rid of their arrogance first, but I guess power matters. Thaddeus arrives on the scene, and he is surprised by what happened, and the Congo brothers say, you know about Peter, that dude is pretty much half of a corpse, so we're gonna get him. He says I was a step behind. This is Thaddeus speaking, and of course the Congo brothers say, what's with that expression? Do you think it's unfair? He just says as he smiles, no, I'm not here to get a piece of him, so don't worry. He then is inspecting the battle, and he says there's a lot of traces that I can deduce things from. But Disciple Peter is a master who can make anyone tremble, and he then begins to study stuff, and he says this injury is not from a kitchen knife. Was it something that isn't a knife? A master like him left a shallow cut. That means that the motive was not to kill. And he then picks up Simon's weapon, saying, why the heck did you come here? And he's holding it as he squeezes it. And I wonder what the Deus is thinking. Our MC is back and he's still looking at this cabinet or whatever, and he says, I see. Thaddeus, the strongest man, said that he will protect this place with his all, and I wonder what's inside of this place. He says, you know what? This may have the secret or it may not. From my deductions, I simply can't open these doors that aren't even secured with a simple lock. He then gets a call, and he says, Simon, thanks to you, my investigation is going smoothly, as he leaves the house, and I wonder if he did anything with that cabinet. He's just walking, and we see Thaddeus here as well, saying, let me think about it again. Why did Peter say, catch me if you can? He says, just why? If I was Peter, what would I do? He says, by putting pieces of this together, I can suspect something, as he is right behind our boy. Our MC says, oh, you're back. And he says, I made you wait a while, but who the heck are you talking to? He says, don't worry, it's a friend of mine, an acquaintance, and it's been a while since we've spoken. He says, if it's your friend, then they're my friend too. He then grabs the phone, and he then says, wait, I'll introduce you. He says, quiet, and Thaddeus ain't playing no games, and it seems like he suspected something about our MC. Anyway, they say, brother, the other person on the line, say something, brother. He says, I knew it. You're in a swamp. You are related to Peter. But then we hear, if you're ordering a delivery, then you should finish the order. Are you going to buy it or not? And of course, Thaddeus is like, wait, delivery? What's going on? He's saying, are you going to buy the tiles? And bruh, our MC is way too OP in thinking and outbraining everybody. He says, it's broken tiles kept on bugging me. And well, he then says, did you catch Peter? And Thaddeus says, unfortunately not. And of course, our MC Sangdo just says, you know what, let's just go ahead here, and we should just make preparations. Thaddeus is absolutely confused, wondering what exactly happened. As you see Raphael mentioning, the Congo brothers missed Peter when he was right in front of them. So they're really struggling to catch an old man? Really? To think somebody who's on death's door is super desperate. Peter, as he smashes... Oh my gosh, he smashes an hourglass on the table. He says, I'm going to call the devil again. And he, of course, oh, whoa, no, there is a rat that's about to be covered in the sand in the hourglass. He says there's not much time for Kulun Hell, and I wonder who he's going to call. We then see Thaddeus, and he's just sitting on top of the roof in this cold night, and it seems to be even hailing. We hear somebody call out for him, and it is our MC. He says, wait, what do you want? He looks at his hand, wondering where he got injured, and he says, no, don't worry, it's a few scars, and if there's a good doctor, then I could get it patched up. He then begins to draw out a map, saying there's a famous doctor near my house, and here, you know what? Time is more important than ever, the deeper the cut is, right? As he hands it to him. He says, thank you, but I'm curious. Why are you so angry? He says, why exactly? We see a metal tower right here, and it was punched multiple times by Thaddeus. He says it's practically screaming that you are super angry for some reason. He explains, to be honest, I went to see the Congo brothers, and our MC says, wait, What did you hear? We see them sitting on their little... Bro, they think there's some gargoyles or something. They mentioned, the boss didn't tell you, huh? That Kowloon Hell's demolition date is very soon. And of course, the Deus says, what do you mean? I thought that the boss was holding back the government. What exactly is going on? To stop the demolition, he needs to be compensated appropriately. And that's getting Peter. So now, how about this? You step out of the devil's shadow now, and it might be time for the Deus to take action. Anyway, our MC mentions, I don't understand. If it's about what's left of your mother, then you should be looking for another way, right? He says, the reason why is because of the person we call the Devil of Kowloon, and oh my gosh. He says the problem is that I need to protect this place from him, who can come back at any given moment. And our MC wonders, you know what, it's fine if you don't want to tell me. But he gets angry, saying that is the person I want to take out the most. We get a flashback right here, and it is in Kowloon, and it was abandoned, by the way, and it was outside of the government's reach. People were kind of happy here because, you know, the refugees who didn't have a place to go, they just settled down here. And we see, oh gosh, we see Thaddeus with his mom, and she says, Lebeo, is it that yummy? And his name is Lebeo, and of course, it is one of the uncles or grandpas who cooked it, saying, is it good, Lebeo? Is my tongue hula good? And everybody was smiling at him, and they were all friendly. However, it was until that day where everything changed, as we see a beautiful image of the little place turn into an absolutely bloody dystopian looking place. Man, this is sad. He says his mother left for some unknown reason, and he waited endlessly, but she never came back. Anyway, the village settled the uncles there, and they took care of him like he was family. And look at him right here cooking for them, making dumplings. This is so awesome. This is what love is about, guys. Anyway, but then, oh my gosh, tragedy started, and he says, what brings you here? He says, I've never seen you before. And this guy mentions, do you not sell dumplings to people you've never seen? This guy says the dumplings are super good, and they call this man the devil from outside. And look at this guy's face. This is absolutely frightening. We see he grabs one of the butcher knives and he slices the dude, and then he slices the dude's arm, and then he goes to slice this guy's off as well. He says that Kowloon is now mine, and that image is engraved into Thaddeus' eyes, or Lebeo's, and everybody says, get out of our village, let's force them out with their strength. And we see they all get wrecked in an instant, and this is actually crazy. And of course, he took all of the hands of these people, and he made them crippled. And Thaddeus or Lebeo shakes, saying, in order to turn this place back to normal, I need to be stronger than him. And he has an image of his dad and his beautiful mom and his handsome dad, of course. He says, if I was stronger, I wonder if they would return. And he is now in this sort of library, saying there should be a secret. He says that this man was always holding a book around, and he then begins to look for it. And that devil dude is right behind him, saying, whoa, who are you and what are you doing? He says, are you looking for my secret martial arts book? He says, I want to be a strong person like you. And so the only way is for him to become his disciple. And so yeah, he says, wait a second, kid, you don't have a dad. Why are you saying that your dad told you I was strong? He then kicks him up into the air, and he says, somebody like you wants to learn martial arts? He says, a thieving trash like you will never learn it. And he is holding onto the book as he begins to bleed from his ears and as well as his nose, and he's even crying. And of course, he says he just stole it, and he didn't waste a second at all. He begins to train like crazy. His blood even began to dry up and his bones broke. But then he said, I all did it for this one thing, and it seems like he got way stronger. And there came a point where he made an indent on the metal, and he says, it is now time for me to get my revenge. But then when he came back several years later, that man was nowhere to be found, but there was a document, and he fell to his knees. And oh my gosh, it was the demolition notice or the relocation documentation, and he wondered why the heck this was happening. He said that they want this wasteland after they made it beautiful. He says after he fought like crazy, he realized something, that they were planning to sell Kowloon Hell over to the government. And you see him right here, and there's literally the thing that goes over a dog's mouth. Why is he wearing this? And after losing anything, a thread of hope came. It is Raphael, as he says, I will make Kowloon Hell what it once was back again. Thaddeus says, why would I trust you? He says, I wonder just how great your trust is right now, but there are a few conditions though. He says, you need to become a disciple. He mentions, a disciple position? I didn't care about that at all. He says, I'll take it, because of course, if it means to get his home back, then he'll do anything for that. They're then back at the rooftop, and it's kind of silent. Our MC questions, I know now, you don't have a lot of time left, so you need to catch Peter, so that this won't be destroyed. He then says to Thaddeus, or he then says to our MC, don't worry bro, I figured out where Peter will appear next, and now is the end, and I'm really interested what's about to happen. We see our MC on the phone with Simon, checking on his condition. He says, well, I got caught on right away and I just ran, so I'll stop boasting now because he's kind of embarrassed. He explains that actually I have a few broken ribs and that's actually crazy. He says, I found the location of a clinic, so pretty much just follow and they're gonna put Tiger Balm on your broken ribs, and Tiger Balm is pretty much like Vic's favorite rub. They think it'll, heal anything. Anyway, he smiles, saying, alright brother, I'll call you when I get there. He's literally in pain here as he expresses his moaning and defeat after he gets off the call, which is kind of sad. Nonetheless, he comes here saying, how is a skilled doctor if he's practicing in this type of sort of place? It is literally empty and destroyed and dirty, and oh my gosh, all the equipment is trashed. He says, this is really real? He says, brother, I'm here to get treated, but then of course our MC says, you need to get out of there. We finally meet. Oh my gosh. Thaddeus says, are you Peter? He explains, I wonder if this is how Bob Marley felt. He says, everyone knows who I am. He then says, brother, I'm sorry for getting all the good stuff for myself. And of course, our MC says, don't fight him. He then crushes the earpiece saying, I'm curious, how did you know that I would come here? He says, it's not difficult. I knew you would get injured and you would come here to recover. He says, can you give me this handicap, as he has a little knife that he used in the past to, literally destroy that house. So that packs a lot of punch. He says, don't worry, I'll say this in advance. I don't have any ill will. I heard that everyone's lifelines are determined, so I hope that'll make you feel better. Anyways, he says, I was also thinking the same thing. Shall we fight? But then there is a foot right in front of his face and he gets kicked right there. And of course he says, I've heard about him, but he's much faster than he expected. Thaddeus says he didn't see my attack, but he went for his tendon as he barely misses. And of course, he didn't even react or think. His body just did it on its own. Of course, Simon says, I'll give you some advice. If you're hot-tempered, the ladies won't like you. He's pretending to, of course, have a strong front, but guys, look at his ribs. It's literally shattered. I don't even know if he has the ability to do that, but he leaps towards him right there, and they're going blow for blow. And we see this guy, every time I think I dodged, he goes for another strike, and Thaddeus is surprised by Simon's speed. Our MC, oh my gosh, I meant Simon says this is useless. This guy can see all of his attacks, as we see the knife right here, and he dodges them. And of course, Thaddeus just says surprisingly, or like he always does, I'm glad you're holding a knife. He says, yeah, you're right. You used up your lifetime's worth of fortune today. And the reason why is because he's putting on this front is the skill gap is getting larger. He says, how do I completely fight this guy if he's not even scathed at all? He says, I need to just keep doing this normally, and he goes to attack them time after time. Thaddeus says, you're managing to endure that and keep fighting, even though your organs are destroyed. His attacks are weak though, and Thaddeus says, what is this man hiding? He's definitely hiding something. He then says, hey, Thaddeus, what do you know about daggers? He explains at the time that a longsword does a complete swing, a dagger can slice its opponents dozens of times. Falling lightning slice. We see 1,000, oh my gosh, 1,000 slices in the air go to attack Thaddeus, and we see the reflection in his eyes, and he says, it was this. His attacks weren't weak, he was just holding back all for this reason. He wanted to get him to a corner to use his attack, and so it's over. But then he caught the attack as his hand is bleeding now, mentioning, I don't think anyone could dodge such an attack. Simon says, I cut dozens of times, wait, even hundreds at that point. He says this guy got crazy composure and he's now going for his ribs. He says I need to block it, but he gets kicked in the face. And oh my gosh, that hurt a lot. He says, as expected of Peter, why are there so many strong guys here? He then walks saying, for an injured old man to be able to take my attacks, I greatly disrespected somebody like you. He then says as he raises his fists, I will eliminate you now. 100 instant blows as you see light coming from his eyes, and it's pretty much similar to his Simon's attacks, but they are now fists, and wow, I wonder if he can endure this. He says, I'm glad that it was me instead of brother. But we hear a voice before they clash right here, and it seems like, oh, Simon was ready to meet his fist. He says, stop, Thaddeus. And Thaddeus says, wait, what are you doing here, Brother Sangdo? He then says, I'll explain everything about the reason why I'm here. Thaddeus just says, as he's kind of sad, I really liked you. When we were in Kulun Hell, everybody was trying to overpower him, but he was like the first friend and the first brother he had his entire life. And he says the reason why I didn't fix the tiles was because I couldn't really do it. There isn't a place in this area that can fix something like that. Our MC wonders when he became suspicious. He says, you know what? This is when. Peter used a weapon that cuts, and I saw the cuts, and that was used by somebody of his left arm, and wow, what a deduction. Anyway, Eureka mentioned to me that Peter's closest ally also has one arm, so I am gonna assume that you are disciple Simon from Honor, and yo, he took off his mask for disguise, and I'm guessing that it doesn't matter anymore. He then says I needed confirmation instead of an assumption. I needed solid evidence, and so the injured Peter came into the clinic. But the only people who knew about this was Sangdo or Peter. Oh my gosh. He then says the fact that I didn't say anything until now was because, as he turns his head in absolute disappointment, I hoped you weren't my enemy. I've confirmed that you were working with Peter. He says, what was your motive for approaching me? Did Peter send you? But our MC just says, with a broken heart as well, because he doesn't like this, you've misunderstood. He says, what? I don't get it. He says, Peter's not your ally? What are you saying? He says, I am Peter.